BGN, the place where every stock car driver hopes to compete. To win here is the ultimate. It's time to see who might be championship material.
We're excited about 2000.
Only one will win, but it's a safe bet. Everyone will be trying.
You got the win column, you got the place column, and you got the show column. If we can't win or place, we will put on a good show.
99 Series champ Dale Jarrett knows repeating will be difficult, but the team has spent the last 3 months getting ready.
Seems like Atlanta was a long, long time ago.
Today, Dale and 11 others will try to race their way into the Bud Shootout in the last chance qualifier. Next, live from Daytona.
Despite a storied season that included 6 visits to Victory Lane, over $6.5 million in earnings, and his first ever NASCAR Winston Cup Championship, remarkably, Dale Jarrett did not capture a single Bud Pole Award during the 1999 season, which means he becomes one of 11 second-round fastest qualifiers who must race their way in today in this 25-lap Bud Shootout qualifying event. Jarrett's Daytona 500 pole-winning performance yesterday, albeit in a different car, guarantees him an automatic start in next year's Bud Shootout and makes him the odds-on favorite to win this one here today.
This is a second chance for the desperate drivers that got here by being the second-round fastest qualifier somewhere last season. 11 cars, 25 laps, 10 losers, and 1 winner. The prize, $26,000 and a priceless ticket to the Bud Shootout, where the field and the money are both bigger. The rules are simple. 1 mandatory green flag pit stop for at least 2 right-side tires on lap 10, 11, or 12. Caution laps do not count, and all restarts will be double file. First guy to the checkers is the last guy to make the shootout.
ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, and the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing welcome you live to Daytona International Speedway for the Bud Shootout Last Chance Qualifier. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Speedweeks 2000. Until a couple of years ago, the names of the fastest second-round qualifiers from the previous year were put into a hat, and one name was drawn at the NASCAR Winston Cup banquet in New York City to determine the final starter in the Bud Shootout. Well, they don't do that anymore. They race for that position. That's what we're going to be determining in the next hour, the 15th and final starter in the Bud Shootout later this afternoon. We welcome Benny Parsons to the broadcast booth today as usual, and also the newest member of our ESPN ABC broadcast team, Ray Evernham. Benny?
A lot of changes with the NASCAR Winston Cup car since the end of the 1999 season. An all-new Chevrolet Monte Carlo. The Ford Taurus has changed both the front and the rear. On the Pontiac Grand Prix remains the same. And Ray, in this 25-lap shootout qualifier, will the guys use this as a test session for the new cars, or is the emphasis on winning?
Benny, the format for this race doesn't really allow you to learn a lot about your race setup. 10 to 12 laps with a green flag pit stop, put on 2 right side tires, 12 or 13 more laps. You're not going to learn a great deal about your race setup. But what you will learn is how good your motor is compared to somebody else's, and just how these Tauruses and Monte Carlos will drive in the draft.
Well, the cars are on the backstretch warming up. We have 11 starters, 25 laps, and just 1 winner here in the Bud Shootout qualifier, the first race of the new millennium. Speedway, we are live for the very first race for the NASCAR Winston Cup drivers in the year 2000. It's the Bud Shootout qualifier. Here's the starting lineup. Ricky Craven on the pole in the Midwest Transit Chevrolet. Jimmy Spencer, who won the qualifier in '98 alongside in the big Kmart Ford. Jeff Burton will start inside row number 2. Alongside him, Rick Mast. Kenny Wallace and Dale Jarrett make up row number 3. The 4th row, Darrell Waltrip and Stanton Barrett. In row number 5 for today's race, Dave Marcus and Jeffrey Bodine. And Terry Labonte starts back in 11th position. Now, Derek Cope was going to start this race, but he's decided to concentrate his efforts on getting the car ready for second-round qualifying, and he will not be in today's race. A couple of drivers have dropped to the back because they missed the drawing. Stanton Barrett and Dave Marcus will go to the rear of the field.
Dave Marcus was testing the IROC cars, unable to go to the draw, and Stanton Barrett had a sponsor obligation, so they will see him at the rear of the field. Pace car lights atop the pace car, off the racetrack, just about to go green. And
the 2000 NASCAR Winston Cup season is on. This is not a points-paying race, but it's very important to find out how your car will operate for the twin 125s on Thursday. And already we're seeing some movement. They're 4 wide, 3 wide going into turn number 1.
DW down on the apron of the racetrack. Right now they're 3 wide. Spencer on the outside, Craven in the middle, and Jeff Burton on the bottom.
And they stay 3 wide down the backstretch. Darrell Waltrip to the inside, Craven in the middle, Spencer to the outside. They head to the end of the backstretch. And who's going to win the race there? Will they go 3 wide through corner number 3? Yes, they do. They're stacked up 3 deep all the way back. Wow.
I think I had Jeff Burton and Darrell Waltrip's car. Ooh, contact!
And Kenny Wallace, Rick Mast in trouble. So Stanton Barrett right here at the tri-oval area. 3 cars involved. There's Stanton Barrett's car, badly damaged in the front end. Now, most drivers are not in the cars that they will be running in the Daytona 500, but Stanton Barrett is.
He just possibly could be. We see some serious damage to the Square D Chevrolet of Kenny Wallace. But Ray, when these guys run 3 abreast in the first couple laps, just think like something like this always has to happen.
Well, Benny, you're jockeying for position. You don't want to get hung in that middle. At that point, they were 3 rows, 3 deep, and what they needed to do was get out of the middle. Coming out of turn 4 here, the track has got some little bumps in it. There's a new shock package and 180-mile-an-hour wind. Imagine standing in a 180-mile-an-hour hurricane. So the cars are moving around a little bit. It looks like they just got together there, Darrell and Kenny, and it got Kenny loose.
And Jimmy Spencer, I believe, made contact with the outside retaining wall. He was trying to avoid Kenny Wallace, and I'm not too sure that Spencer didn't graze the outside wall. But you're right. There's a lot of damage to Stanton Barrett's car.
So the caution comes out. Here is the replay again of what happened.
Watch that big K marker on the outside. Doesn't he hit the wall? Yes. With the right front. And we see Stanton Barrett ran in the back of Rick Mast in the 41 car, Larry Hedrick's car.
So the caution is out here at Daytona. Now these caution laps do not count. 25 laps of green racing in this Bud Shootout Qualifier. We'll be right back. Under caution at Daytona in the Bud Shootout Qualifier, a crash before the completion of lap number 1. Now let's set the rules for this race. The field consists of the fastest second-day qualifiers from 1999. Now the starting positions were determined by a random draw. 25 laps of green flag racing. These caution flag laps do not count. There will be a required pit stop between laps 10 and 12 to change right side tires. And all restarts will be double file. So they will start this race from the beginning because we did not complete 1 lap. Now let's take a look again at what happened in this incident coming off of corner number 4, Ray.
Well, when you are 3 wide at Daytona, you do not have room to maneuver. There's a bump right there for the tunnel. It shoots the front of the car up, makes you go out towards the wall. When Kenny's car shot out towards the wall, it looked like he and Jimmy Spencer got together, caused Kenny to lose control and started the incident.
Rick Mast, Stanton Barrett, and Kenny Wallace are those 3 cars right now, and Jimmy Spencer's car also sustained some damage. Let's go down to Jerry Punch, who's with Rick Mast.
Well, Rick, the car may be crunched, but you look pretty good. What happened out there?
Well, you know what, Jerry? It's the first race of the year. Everybody's nervous and jittery and wanting to go. And, you know, before millions on TV audience people and here. And I guess, you know, you just lose your mind. You know, that's the best I can say. I mean, we got 3 or 4 wide on the back stretch. They're beating on each other. We go in turn 3. They're beating on each other. We go in turn 4. They're beating on each other. And you can't get out of it. You got to stay in there because this is our hot dog race, man. And they finally get together off of 4, and they just get crossed up. And, you know, I didn't have anywhere to go, but I think, come on, guys, let's run 2 laps before you get to beating on each other, you know. But they couldn't do it. So, but like I told the guys, maybe this is the end of our bad luck for the whole year. From now on, it'll be good luck the rest of the day, the rest of the year. I look forward to this race every year, the Bud Shootout or the qualifying race. Seems like we're always in it. It's always a lot of fun, but never got taken out that early here.
Hey, maybe your good luck will come back next Sunday for the 500.
Yeah, you know what? I always enjoy coming to Daytona. I always do fairly well here, and we've got a good car. The guys have worked hard. We've got a lot of people behind us, and looking forward to all of it, man.
Rick Mass, an early exit here today. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well, Jerry, Ricky Craven was the pole sitter for the start of the shootout, so obviously he will take the field back to the green flag when we resume. One thing to watch for, a little faster pace. Craven has told his crew he believes they need to work on the transmission and gear ratio, that basically he does not accelerate well at the slow speed he brought the field with to the green flag. So this time he and the crew have talked it over. He will try and get there at a better rate of speed and then be able to climb up through the gearbox and accelerate faster. His slow start at the beginning of this race might have contributed to those cars bunching up.
So, Ray, what would they do? Change the ratio in second gear for a better restart?
There's nothing that they can do right now, Benny, during this race. They'll have to build a separate transmission. Right now, you run a different transmission at Daytona, Michigan, Martinsville. Restarts and track position on the very first lap are very, very important. They need to keep that engine RPM to its most power.
Still under caution, so we'll get in another break here. We have completed no laps in the Bud Shootout Qualifier. 3-car accident. Back with more in a moment.
There was no cuts in the tires. They beat on both front fenders, and Jimmy says he thinks that the toe end is okay. The steering wheel is just out of line a little bit, but he thinks the car should drive okay. So 4 tires, some fender repair work for Spencer, and he's back out.
Well, Dale Jarrett, who started 6th in this race, right now is on the outside pole because the outside row had a problem with Rick Masters falling out of the race, and Jimmy Spencer has gone on the pits, which has allowed Dale Jarrett to move up right on the outside pole. That might be bad news for the other competitors.
It certainly is. If they're going to have something for Dale Jarrett today, there are 2 other former Winston Cup champions in that field, and they're going to have to team up and go after them.
All right, getting ready for the restart now as 8 cars remain from the original 11-car starting field. Jeff Burton there on the inside of row number 2 along with Jeffrey Bodine. Pace car pulls off.
And we can see that Craven already is trying to bring the cars down a little bit faster than the last time.
Green flag, here we go again. And Burton way down to the apron of the racetrack. Again makes it 3 wide into the first corner. And he's going to punch himself out into the lead. That's Jarrett up on top, and Craven battles back in the middle now. And that's Darrell Waltrip right behind Jeff Burton on the inside.
And Ricky's certainly not going to want to be in the middle when they get to turn 4 again, or we'll have a similar incident to what we had.
But it looks like they are going to go 3 wide through the corner.
And here comes Terry Labonte. One of the former series champions Ray was talking about, the Kellogg's car, up on the outside with Dale Jarrett. Oh, and they made it over
they made it over that bump. Now they're going to make it to the end of lap number 1, and I have no idea who led the lap. It was either Jeff Burton, Ricky Craven, or Dale Jarrett. They were almost dead even as they hit the line.
It's pretty impressive that 50 car stayed in the middle of that pack all by himself.
And Jeffrey Bodine has taken the power team car to the pits. Look at this. Ricky Craven moves up on the outside and has the lead.
First lap at 167.128 miles an hour. That will go up very substantially on the second lap. Bill Weber.
Jeff Bodine on and off of pit road. New right side tires might have cut something after running through the aftermath of that earlier crash.
Down to complete lap number 2. Again, right at the line. Jeff Burton with a very slight advantage over Ricky Craven. Waltrip and Jarrett running 3rd and 4th. And they're stacked up 2 by 2.
Ricky Craven in that 50 car has Hendrick power in that automobile, and we see that those Chevrolets are pretty doggone good. DJ, I think the 88 car back in 4th spot, just said, come on, guys, give me some room.
Ricky Craven was past his second-round qualifier in 2 races in 1999 at Homestead and here at Daytona in the Pepsi 400.
Ray, why is Craven running so high up in 3 and 4? Any ideas?
Don't know exactly what gear he's got in the car, Benny. Again, going back to transmission and gearing, he might have to run up high to carry momentum, keep that car free, and carry speed down the straightaway.
Now Jeff Burton decides to duck in behind Ricky Craven. The battle is for third position. Darrell Waltrip down low, and Dale Jarrett up high. Down to Bill Weber once again.
Jeff Woodine back on pit road, this time for left side tires. He has complained about an equalized or a flat tire. It wasn't one of the right, so they had to bring him back in to change the lefts. He's being held on pit road, probably for coming down pit road too fast.
Darrell Waltrip's looking pretty racy, isn't he?
He sure is. I'm surprised that Dale Jarrett in the Ford 88 hasn't made his way to the front.
Dale did win the pole for Sundays a week from today, the Daytona 500, and his teammate Ricky Rudd on the outside for the 500. Starting positions back of that will be determined in the Twin 125 qualifying races this coming Thursday. And at the back of the pack, they were going to go 3 wide.
Well, Spencer wanted to go 3 wide. When we got down to turn 1, Dave Marcus in the 71 car kind of took that option away, and we see Spencer had to back off the throttle. And Ray tells us what happens here when you back off the throttle.
We don't turn a lot of RPM with a restrictor plate engine, so any RPM you give up, it takes you a long time to gain back. And when you let off of that throttle, it takes you probably a full lap to gain back the momentum you had before that.
And we can see Spencer now about 10 or 12 car lengths behind Terry Labonte and Dave Marcus.
You can see that Jeffrey Bodine has made his way out onto the track, and he's in the pack, but he is not on the same lap. Battle there for third position, Waltrip and Jarrett. Terry Labonte is right behind Dale Jarrett as they head for the first turn. Up front, meanwhile, pulling away from the others who are running side by side, Ricky Craven and Jeff Burton.
The one thing those guys got to be thinking about pulling that far ahead is if they hit pit road after lap 10, are the other guys going to come with them, or are they going to hang them out there alone?
And again, that required pit stop will come between laps 10 and 12.
Oh, look at Dale Jarrett.
Oh, yeah.
He was about 15 car lengths behind last lap. He has closed up right on the bumper and is trying to get by Jeff Burton. Has gone by Jeff Burton.
Boy, it didn't take him long to catch up to those two. And now Jarrett putting considerable pressure on Ricky Craven, the leader.
And here I was worried about Dale Jarrett.
More on Jarrett's run from Jerry Punch.
Guys, Dale Jarrett won the Daytona 500 pole yesterday, and he told me just prior to the start of this event that car he had in yesterday's qualifying run was very smooth. He went in the corner and turned it one time, and the car set and turned. He said, this car is much more work. He said, entering the corner, I have to turn the steering wheel a little bit to the right and then go back to the left, and in the middle of the corner off, I turn it hard left to get the car to come off. This car is a lot of work. It's going to take me a couple laps to get accustomed to making that adjustment in this race car, but when I do, we should be strong. I think he's gotten comfortable now, and he's certainly looking a lot stronger than he was in the first few laps.
You saw that speed just a moment ago. That's actually a little bit slower than Dale Jarrett qualified on Saturday afternoon. And you'd think these cars hooked up together would probably run a little faster, but not the case.
Seven laps completed.
I think if Terry can get up to the back top of the 99, he might be able to push them up there and make a 4-car race out of this.
Looks like Jeff Burton back in third spot might be struggling to hang on. So here comes Terry Labonte, and you're right, Ray. I think that he'll get up there and help Burton, and they will make it a 4-car race.
The afternoon, you're going to be seeing some overhead shots courtesy of the Bud 1 airship and Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR. They remain the same, with Craven leading Dale Jarrett, Jeff Burton running third, then Labonte, Dave Marcus, Darrell Waltrip, but those drivers trying to catch up to these lead two.
if the 99 rolls back to the 5 car and lets him catch up to him a little bit, they'll actually go a little bit faster. So Jeff Burton might be rolling back to Terry a little bit so that they can get to a closer draft.
That's a good point. Because together, looks like by himself, it looks like he's having trouble catching up. But if he backs up to Labonte, those two guys hook up, and they can probably catch these front two cars.
Jerry Punch.
All right, Dale Jarrett has said he's going to come in this time. The pit stops are mandatory, 2 right side tires. He said at the beginning of lap number 10 or before the end of lap number 12. So remember, DJ and other guys have a lot of new guys going over the wall. 6 of the 7 guys will go over the wall for the Quality Care team in year 2000 are brand new. And here he comes, peeling off. It'll be 55 miles an hour. As they hit the brakes hard, Terry Labonte behind him. Here comes Craven. They're almost 3 wide on pit road. Bill Weber.
Some of these guys like Craven have to come all the way down pit road. A long run for them. DJ's in his stall.
All 5 guys over the wall were former Rainbow Warriors from a year ago. Barry Muse to the jack as they've changed right side tires. Bill Weber.
Craven fast on the track with his team now being tested on pit road. Can they be as fast as their driver? The 88's away. The 99 will follow. Long stop for Craven. He's the last to leave pit road. Labonte also headed for the exit.
Craven will come out in 4th position as Dale Jarrett got the work done the quickest, and he will lead the field back out.
How about that Terry Labonte? Ray, you and I talked about it yesterday afternoon. It looks like Labonte used some Martinsville-type brakes on this pit stop today.
Absolutely. Last year when we were here with Jeff Gordon, we picked a little bit too far up pit road, didn't have big enough brakes on the car. Jeff couldn't get the car stopped. Guys are putting bigger brakes on these Daytona cars so they can run harder to the pit. If you can gain 1 second coming in, that's 300 feet on the racetrack, Benny.
Darrell Waltrip and Jimmy Spencer on pit road, Jerry.
DW, the winningest active driver in NASCAR, gets right side service. He is down and away in less than 9 seconds. Good pit stop for the Kmart team.
And Jimmy Spencer, meanwhile, has problems. He still sits on pit road.
Meanwhile, here comes the field, the rest of the field down through the tri-oval, hitting the line. Jarrett with the advantage. Well, there was a mad dash to pit road when the opportunity to pit, and look at Terry Labonte.
That's what I was talking about. Look at those brakes. Look at those tires smoke as he slams on those brakes.
That was probably a little bit closer than Terry wanted it, but he really made a good move coming in like that.
Man. Looked like he was running 40 miles per hour faster than those other cars, and it's gotten him right now to 2nd spot.
12 laps completed for Dale Jarrett, and Jerry is with Jimmy Spencer.
Well, Jimmy, not what you wanted to do today is talk to me before it's over, after it's over, maybe. But what put you out?
I broke the transmission coming down pit road. My own fault. You know, I couldn't win the race the way I was running. I said, well, if I have a heck of a pit stop and get 2 or 3 seconds gain there. But Kenny Wallace just on the first lap, I don't know, he spotted must have told him clear, and I was there, and that just messed our whole day up. You know, I feel bad for the Kmart team, and it's a long week yet.
All right, he's able to smile as he walks away. Bill Weber.
Vibration for Ricky Craven. He had to come back down pit road for right side tires, guns the engine, and takes off. Very disappointed driver and crew.
Well, Ricky led 7 laps of this race. He has led the most laps so far, but Dale Jarrett is now out front.
There goes Dale Jarrett. Now we see Terry Labonte and Jeff Burton have gotten hooked up. And we'll check our monitors and see if they're gaining. We'll start gaining on DJ.
Well, the fastest lap that time was by Burton at 188.056. These two guys about 1.5 seconds behind Dale Jarrett.
The only chance they really have of catching him is working together, because I believe it's going to take 2 cars to beat that 88.
And the 50 car, Ricky Craven, despite all of the other problems, in addition to all the other problems, will be penalized for speeding on his pit road exit. Let's see how many seconds separate first from second and third. A little over 1.5 seconds, BP.
I will have to check that and see if these 2 cars running together are able to close in on DJ. That time, that lap, Dale Jarrett got some draft off Ricky Craven as he was leaving the pits, and I think that helped him on his speed that lap.
Terry Labonte yesterday qualified only 38th fastest. Jeff Burton was 14th pit quick in the Bud Bull qualifying yesterday. Well, we got 10 laps to go. This completes lap number 15. Let's check the interval once again, see if it's, well, it's just about the same.
As a matter of fact, they lost 1/100th of a second.
That 88's a strong car. That's kind of bad news for everybody for the rest of the week.
I was going to say, is this an omen for the whole year to see the 88 out front? Down to Jerry Punch.
If you're wondering how the former Rainbow Warriors did in their first ever pit stop for Dale Jarrett, try 7.6 seconds for 2 right side tires. No wonder he's out front. Bill Weber?
Could be a triumphant reunion for Gary Dehart and Terry Labonte. Dehart back on top of the toolbox for the first time since leaving the team a while ago. Remember, this was the combination that took Terry to the Winston Cup Championship just a few years ago. Gary returning this year as crew chief, hoping he can celebrate a victory their first time out on the track.
And Jarrett continues to pull away from these two. Now 1.7 seconds.
That's pretty amazing, Benny. Robert Yates and Doug Yates, all those guys at the Yates Engine Shop, they work hard on the restricted plate program, and he's been the king of the engine program for quite some time.
If you're just joining us, the voice you just heard, and a man who will be with us for the IROC coverage on ABC and ESPN, Ray Evernham. We join him, welcome him to our telecast this year, and our ABC Winston Cup telecast also. Now a change for second position as Burton slips to the inside of Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte did that. He backed off to let Jeff Burton get in front and see if Jeff Burton and himself could run down Dale Jarrett.
Absolutely, and sometimes when you go, again, way up high, come back behind a guy, it's kind of like the IROC cars do bump draft, and your momentum will push that guy a little further ahead. They're searching right now for a combination that will help them track down Dale Jarrett, but doesn't look like they're going to have much luck.
Great observation up there, because that's exactly what they did. They talked it over on the radio. They weren't catching Jarrett with the 99 behind the 5, so they switched spots to see if that'll help him.
And this is something that we've seen in testing and in practice. That second place car, like Terry Labonte, the 5 car, is not able to close up right on the rear bumper of that lead car like they have in years past. And no one really seems to understand why.
Well, they changed the noses and tails on the cars, and one of the things they're probably searching for, Benny, is finding out how to take those cars up so they can properly cool them and get the most downforce on the front without creating drag.
Well, at least right now, the effort to catch Jarrett is not successful. It was 1.9 seconds last lap. This lap, 2.3. We'll see if that interval shrinks as the final laps are played out. 5 cars on the lead lap. Jarrett, Burton, Labonte, Darrell Waltrip, and Dave Marcus. Jeffrey behind 2 laps down. Jimmy Spencer and Ricky Craven. Stanton Barrett, Kenny Wallace, and Rick Masted all had problems. These overhead shots courtesy of the Bud 1 airship. 1,000 feet above Daytona International Speedway, supplying you with the aerial views. Budweiser, of course, the official beer of NASCAR. 19 laps complete, and it's 2.6 seconds now.
Oh, no. Jarrett is just driving away, and Jeff Burton in the Ford is not able to do much more than Terry Labonte was with the Chevrolet in catching Jarrett.
So they're trying everything that they can, but that 88 is strong. Again, Robert Yates has got a great engine program, and Todd and all of his guys have worked hard on the body. That is a championship team, man.
And one thing that Robert Yates, they went to New York last year and received, what, $2 or $3 million in points money, and Robert Yates is not the type of guy to put that money in his pocket. He spent it, I'm sure, on engine development to try to find more horsepower for this year, and it looks like his money well spent.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of money to start an engine program, as I well know, and I know that Robert Yates puts a lot of money and effort into his engine program.
With less than 5 laps to go now, Jarrett is driving away up to almost 3 seconds, the interval between himself and the second and third place runners, Burton and Labonte. And there it is, Benny. 1.7, and they switched around, and it grew to 2.3.
And look at Jarrett. He's running around this racetrack wide open, never lifting off the throttle. And we can see that 47.7, 47.7, just how consistent that car is.
And that's the one that doesn't drive good, right, Benny?
Yeah, that's the best car is in the Daytona 500, right?
Now remember, the winner of this race will go to the tail, the 15th starting position in the Bud Shootout, which is coming up on CBS about 12:15 this afternoon. And don't forget also that we will be back here live at 1:30 for the Protocol 200 for the ARCA Bondo Marhide Series, and then following that at 3:30 the Goodies Dash race that was held yesterday here at Daytona. So you are in the right place today for all the activity at Daytona.
I'll tell you what, those guys in the Bud Shootout right now must be looking at the performance of Dale Jarrett and say, wow, we got to try to beat that guy in about 30 minutes.
Jerry Punch on pit road.
How relaxed is Dale Jarrett right now? Well, he and Todd Perry are discussing as DJ goes by what they want to change on the car for the Bud Shootout. DJ is giving him the water temperature, the oil temperature, talking about maybe changing some air pressure in the tires. The car a little bit tight right now, thinking about what might happen if they're in traffic. He's not in traffic now. What might happen if he's in traffic for the next 25-lap shootout, trying to win that one, because DJ will be coming to victory lane if he wins this thing, and the car will be headed back to the garage for refueling and preparation for the next 25-lap shootout. So he and Todd Perry won't be able to talk until DJ comes back in that car again later on today.
The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier the last 2 years has finished 4th in the actual Bud Shootout. The 98 winner was Jimmy Spencer. He finished 4th in the shootout, and last year's winner, Mike Skinner, also came up to finish in 4th position.
If you look at the front air dam on that car, they've got the complete package working for them. Not only, of course, the horsepower and the low drag on the body, but they've got the car balanced right. Todd and his guys have done an excellent job. The air dam's flat, straight on the straightaway, and that's speed. The left front of the car is not picked way up coming off the corner. It's nice, flat, low, and that's speed.
That's the front bumper that Ray's talking about. Just how level, look at that, folks, just how level it is down the straightaway and how close it is to the ground. If it lifts up, Ray, that just kills the speed and it causes the car to push, doesn't it?
Absolutely, Benny. A quarter of an inch can make up to a mile-an-hour difference.
And we saw that speed just a moment ago of 27.9. Earlier we'd seen that Jarrett was running 27.7. Ray, as these tires wear and get hotter, white flag is out. One more lap for Jarrett. As these tires get out, does the car slow down just a little bit?
Historically here at Daytona, Benny, it hasn't, but we'll have to wait and see. I don't know if this run's been long enough to see to judge tire wear.
Well, Jarrett has things well in hand. That interval that was at one time 1.6 seconds. Last lap grew to 4.5. So there was no catching Dale Jarrett today in the Bud Shootout Qualifier. He's in the east end of the banking, headed for the checkered flag, and the privilege now of joining the others for the Bud Shootout coming up in about a half hour from now. Now, Dale Jarrett coming down through the tri-oval takes the checkered flag, and he wins the 2000 Bud Shootout Qualifier, the first race for the NASCAR Winston Cup drivers in the new millennium. Bill Weber.
With Todd Parrott, who's already on the radio talking to his...
The lead lap. Jeffrey Bodine was 2 laps down at the finish, and everybody else dropped out of the race. Jerry?
Well, 43-year-old Dale Jarrett, a two-time...
Each February, winter's great.
First NASCAR Winston race of the new millennium, ready to go green on a beautiful day filled with promise. The question for the thousands here, who will reach Daytona's promised land, victory lane in this intense sprint race? A lot of great talent like Mark Martin, who won it a year ago, coming from the pole. And how about Tony Stewart in the second row? And a couple of two-time winners here. On the left, you see Schrader and Gordon beside him. And this is the man everybody's talking about. He's just won the consolation race by over 4 seconds. That is Dale Jarrett. He'll come from dead last in this event. And a good day, everyone. Ken Squire here, and welcome to this all-star event featuring the fastest from 1999 pole position qualifying. It's the first fender-to-fender fracas of the season, and the luck of the draw has established the field, plus Dale Jarrett. 15 cars, 25 laps, 62.5 miles for $100,000 to the winner. There you see the Bud Shootout story. The length, 62.5 miles. That's all there is here. That mandatory pit stop will be a big part of this race. It was 7.6 seconds, by which Dale Jarrett made that pit stop that turned it all around. And here is the field. 14, 1999 Bud Pole winners. The guys that came out on top. Highlights from the race just won by Dale Jarrett.
10th starting position. Now let's check in with my colleague on pit road, the man in charge of Speedway Illustrated magazine, Dick Berggren.
Thanks, Ralph. This is one tough race. Just ask Jeff Gordon. He was in contention to win this thing the last 2 years in a row. 2 years ago, transmission trouble, lost it. Last year, slid through his pits, lost it. Can you make any mistake in this shootout and still win?
No, that's what I told my guys before this. Before we came out here. I said, hey, you know, we just can't make any mistakes because I've pretty much lost this race the last 2 years in a row for us, and I don't want that to happen again. We've had great race cars and a real opportunity to win this race several times, and we'd like to do it again. And hopefully I can just keep everything smooth, get in that lead pack, come in, make a great pit stop, and go out there and try to pull away.
Now, Ricky Rudd will tell you how tough this race is, too. 1984, end over end, side over side. He's been here 11 times. Fifth is his best finish ever. But you got a great car. Can you win this thing today?
Well, Dick, I think we got the equipment sitting there. I just hope we made the right adjustments during the week. And it's a fast race car, no doubt. And definitely the best ride I've ever sat in here at Daytona in quite some time for the shootout. So we'll have to see. I'm sitting right next to a guy that's always run good here. Maybe try to follow him.
Let's go to Ken Squire.
15 stock car superstars are strapping in for the 22nd annual shootout here at Daytona.
CBS Sports coverage of the Bud Shootout at Daytona.
Presented by Fritos. A quick look at the weather today. You could not have it better than what we're experiencing. Temperature in the low 70s and no wind. Big difference from yesterday at pole position qualifying time. Well, let's go topside with the folks that will be making the call on today's race with Ned Jarrett, Buddy Baker, and here's Mike Joy.
Thanks, Ken, and hello, everyone. This is the first wheel-to-wheel action of Winston Cup style for Speedweeks 2000. Well, Buddy Baker, to you in a moment, but we're going to go trackside to get the command and get all these fans and these 15 cars fired up.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
This race began in 1979 as the Busch Clash. Buddy Baker led all but 2 laps and won it. How hard is this race to win? How easy is it to lose?
Well, Mike, I'll talk about winning first. You leave nothing on the table. In 1979, I had a great race car. Was able to lead most of the race. Darrell Waltrip was the only car that passed me. I dominated that race. A little while later, I led 19 of 20 laps. It used to be 20 laps. Now you have a mandatory pit stop. That comes into play. But on the very last lap, down the back straightaway, the great Neil Bonnet went by me, and it was adios. So you never have it locked up.
Strategy?
Wide open, half turned over.
Ned Jarrett, this is a big race. Over $500,000 is at stake, but everyone's eye here is on the big prize, the Daytona 500 next Sunday. What can these drivers and crews of these 15 cars learn that will help them a week from today?
Mike, it's the first time that they've actually been in competition here. You know, yesterday was qualifying. Most of the preparation had been towards trying to get their car to go fast for one lap. But now the conditions will be closer to the Daytona 500, running in actual competition with other brands of cars, see how it works in the draft among other cars. So I think they can learn a lot here today that can apply to the Daytona 500.
Chevy, Ford, or Pontiac, there are 5 of each in this field, and we'll find out when we look at the starting lineup here at Daytona right after this. To Daytona International Speedway, let's have a look at the starting grid for the 22nd annual Bud Shootout. There's the pole sitter, Mark Martin, making his 13th appearance in the shootout. He won it last year. Sterling Marlin finished second in this race in 1995 and 6th. In row 2, last year's Rookie of the Year, Tony Stewart, along with Michigan pole winner Ward Burton. In row 3, 2 pole winners last year. That's Mike Skinner, who finished 4th in this race, and Jeff Gordon, a 2-time winner of the shootout. In row 4, Bobby Labonte had 5 poles last year. And David Green, who scored his first career pole at Miami Homestead. Some folks think this could be the Rudd shootout. He won a pole at Rockingham last February. He's in this race for the 12th time. Ken Schrader won it in '89 and '90. Row 6, Kevin LePage. Last race of the year in Atlanta, he got his first career pole. And front row Joe Nemechek, the pole sitter here at Daytona last July. Kenny Irwin on the pole at Texas last spring. It's his 2nd start in this race, and it's the 14th appearance for Rusty Wallace, shootout winner 2 years ago. And watch Dale Jarrett to come from the rear as he just dominated the field in the Bud Shootout qualifier about 30 minutes ago. CBS Sports coverage of the 2000 Bud Shootout continues after this message and a word from your local CBS station. Shootout, the Bud 1 Airship, Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR. 2 pace laps and we'll be racing. Dale Jarrett's crew huddled up. They have to change 2 tires under green. That's an integral part of the competition here in the Bud Shootout. And the new Rainbow Warriors for Jeff Gordon.
This is a 2.5-mile racetrack, a tri-oval, 31-degree banking in the turns, 18 degrees at the start-finish line, and the backstretch is relatively flat at 6 degrees.
Well, if you like Chevrolet, Pontiac, or Ford, you can see they're equal in this field, 5, 5, and 5. That's the manufacturer's breakdown.
We'll have CBS race cams on board 5 cars in the shootout. Tony Stewart, that Joe Gibbs Racing Pontiac, last year's Rookie of the Year, will start 3rd, looking ahead at Mark Martin and the pace car. Our Lowe's onboard camera rides with Mike Skinner in his Richard Childress Racing Chevrolet, starting 5th, looking dead ahead of Tony Stewart. And right alongside Skinner, Jeff Gordon, defending champion of the Daytona 500, starting 6th in his Rick Hendricks Chevrolet. Our Circuit City camera rides with Bobby Labonte in his Joe Gibbs Racing Pontiac. Looking at Mike Skinner, Labonte starts 7th. And one of the happiest faces in Speed Week is inside that white helmet. That's Ricky Rudd, now driving for Robert Yates. And his Ford Taurus will start 9th. Ken Squire?
6-time winner in 1999 in the Exide Ford number 99. That Jeff Burton is here with us today, besides the fact that this fella Jarrett seems to have brought a grizzly bear to a lawn party out here, the way he went through that qualifying race. What did you learn?
Well, I think we learned a lot. This is the first race with the new rules. NASCAR's mandated the shocks. They've mandated the rear springs, which means that everybody has all the same shocks. This was the first event that we had under those conditions. I think we all learned a lot. But the one thing we learned we didn't like was the 88 was too fast for us.
Why is he so much quicker, Yates motor?
Well, that's a good question. You know, to run well at Daytona, as anywhere, you've got to have everything. You've got to have horsepower, you've got to have the body, you've got to have a handling characteristic. It takes it all. It's not just one thing.
And he had an incredible pit stop in 7 6/10 seconds to change those 2 tires. Great pit crew. All right, let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Ken, a little bit of a different theory as far as engine combinations with the Yates teams here for the shootout. Now, the 28 car of Ricky Rudd, they're actually running the same engine that they qualified with yesterday. However, the Dale Jarrett car is not. They're going with a different racing engine. To Dick Burton.
Thanks, Ralph. One of the familiar teams in today's event has an awful lot new going on. Jeff Gordon has a new crew chief, a new team over the wall servicing the car. It's a brand new car, a new paint scheme. Even his spotter is new. There's a lot on the line. This is the first time all this newness has been tried in an actual race. Mike?
That's the thing about coming to Daytona every February. Even everything old is new again. That paint job they'll run here this week, both for the shootout and for the Daytona 500, and then revert to their more familiar colors.
About almost half of the cars that were entered in the Daytona 500 have a change of some sort, whether it's a paint scheme, sponsor, crew chief, driver change, a lot of different things.
Just like Mark Martin's car, more white on it this year. All of them has changed a little bit, and for good reason. They're going into a brand new season, and you like a little different look. Other than DJ, he stayed just exactly like he's been.
I guess we're pretty well satisfied the way things were last year, and decided to leave well enough alone.
getting set for the start of the Bud Shootout. To review the rules, 25 green flag laps. If there's a caution flag, they do not race back to the start-finish line. They revert to the last completed lap. After lap 9 is completed, at any time between laps 10, 11, and 12, each driver must make a pit stop and change 2 tires under the green flag. If they make the stop and the caution comes out on that lap, it doesn't count, and they'll have to do it again under green. 25 laps, first man home is the winner. Front row, Mark Martin, Sterling Marlin. Only once in the last 12 years of this race has a front row sitter failed to lead the first lap.
Well, we're about to get it on.
And the moment that fans have waited for since November. Speedweeks at Daytona, and the first green flag of Winston Cup competition is in the air. We're underway in the Bud Shootout.
Well, it's going to take them all the way to the first corner to go 3 wide. Look at that second group there, just behind the leaders there. 3 wide as they head into turn 1.
Similar to the way they did in the qualifying race, and they didn't get back to the start-finish line before they wrecked.
Mike Skinner went up there and almost hit the back of Jeff Gordon as he gave him a little push down through there. Jeff Gordon running very well in 3rd spot.
Well, look at Tony Stewart get squeezed right out of the middle.
Right up in the middle of that pack. That's a place you don't want to be.
Tony Stewart is right in the middle as they train around both sides. He finds a home on the bottom. And look, it's Mark Martin, the pole sitter, who is shuffled back to midfield. Who will lead the first lap?
Jeff Gordon, it looks like to me, is going to get it.
Make that the second time in 12 years that a front row starter has not led the first lap. Dale Jarrett's gained 1 position. Kenny Irwin.
That looked very heavy back there. There they are 3 wide again. It's Warburton up on the outside in the yellow and white car. His car has been yellow and black in the past.
And the new driver, that 33 this year, Joni Machado. Front, Mike Skinner, the only Chevrolet in the top 10 in yesterday's Daytona 500 qualifying run, second.
Look at Ricky Rudd moving up on the outside with Bobby Labonte trying to take over the 3rd position.
Yeah, that was a power move. He started that move going into turn 3 and just motored by on the outside. He's up there right behind Mike Skinner. Now you can see Bobby Labonte fighting back on the inside in that green car.
Rudd leading the outside draft out of turn 1. Started ninth, now running, well, either 3rd or 4th, depending on which inch we're at.
Well, now he's 4th, and the 20 car of Tony Stewart now got down on the inside groove, and he's following his teammate Bobby Labonte.
Those 2 Pontiacs hook up. Gordon moves to the outside to block.
Yeah, and that just tells you what teamwork is, because Tony Stewart had dropped all the way to the back of the field almost, got a good draft, got back on the outside there and made up a lot of time, but he's dropping back just a little bit. It looks like right now the first 2 cars are beginning to inch away.
On the inside, Mike Skinner, 31, trying to haul. Pole sitter Mark Martin up toward the front. That outside line is hooked up very tightly. Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, Kenny Schrader, I should say, in the 36 car, got to get all these new names and numbers together, was a little concerned about his oil pressure at the start of this race. It has finally come up. He says, now over the radio, I'm not worried about my oil pressure. Now I'm just worried about my blood pressure.
I don't blame him. Stewart looks to the inside on Jeff Gordon. 2 former open wheel stars go at it for the lead.
Well, there was a lot of concern and speculation in the garage area. How much sandbagging, if any, was going on with the Joe Gibbs racing team? They didn't qualify very well for the Daytona 500, but they raced so well near the end of the year last year, winning 3 out of the last 4 races. Now Tony Stewart is showing that muscle in the Pontiac once again.
But Ned, he's lost his teammate, the green car, Bobby Labonte, back in 5th place, is Stewart's teammate, and so now that team, for the moment, is split up on the racetrack.
Yeah, but he's got a great drafting partner just behind him, Ricky Rudd in 3rd spot. Look back in the field, though. They're side by side going down the back straightaway. See Rusty Wallace there in the 2 car on the inside. Now we have a shuffle up near the front.
Ricky Rudd has come to 2nd place. And on the inside, the 36 of Schrader. Upper left, you see our scoring rundown. That green box indicates a driver who has gained a position in the last lap. The red box Next to the position, like Kenny Irwin there, indicates a driver who's lost a spot in the last lap.
And Tony Stewart's hooked up with his drafting partner again, Bobby Labonte, as they go through the tri-oval and down towards turn 1. You can see it's quite crowded, 190 miles an hour plus.
Stewart looking to get in line, no room. Maybe behind Mike Skinner, unless that hole closes up, and it does with the 2 of Rusty Wallace.
Well, Rusty Wallace has made a nice move coming up from the back of the pack, getting up there among the front runners.
Yeah, and they say don't go in the middle part of this draft. That has been an unfavorable thing as they gang up on him. Watch him slide back now. He does not have anybody directly behind him. Kevin LePage in the 16 may help him keep up, but right now he's dropping position.
Rusty Wallace had come up to 5th place briefly. He was trying to, like toothpaste, to get squeezed out of that tube with cars either side, and it didn't quite work. He's got shuffled back.
Mike, I get nervous when I see him jostling around like if they're 3 and 4 wide down the front straightaway heading into turn 1. You just keep waiting on somebody to get over that invisible line there and create a problem.
Yesterday, Fords dominated qualifying for the Daytona 500, but right now, there are only 2 of those Fords in the front 6 positions after 6 laps.
I think the question is all about Dale Jarrett. Jeff Burton, what about it? He's lying dead last. Is he waiting for that mandatory pit stop?
What happens is everybody gets bottled up, and everybody can run at the same speed as everybody else as long as you're all running together. That's what drafting's all about. He just hasn't found a groove that he needs to go in and try to find the fast lane. You can see the 22 car there, the 18 car. You know all those cars are fast. There's just sometimes there's nowhere to go. You just have to sit there and wait for a hole to open.
And they're 3 laps away from that mandatory pit stop. Let's get back with Mike Joy.
Sterling Marlin has now pushed his way toward the front up to 2nd place. Up there behind Jeff Gordon.
And also keep your eye on that 2 car of Rusty Wallace. He's now heading for 3rd place right now down the back straightaway, and he has Kenny Schrader. They're great friends off the racetrack, and they're working very well together right now.
Well, folks, this is 15 cars, a third of what we'll see next Sunday in the Daytona 500. There'll be 43 cars in that race, so you can imagine what kind of a traffic jam it'll be.
Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, I'm with Todd Parrott, the crew chief for Dale Jarrett. He's just waiting for his car to come by. He watches as he goes past. Todd, is there a reason why you're not coming to the front right now, or are you just waiting for the opportunity?
Just waiting for the right opportunity. Just being patient, seeing where we're at. No sense in getting a big hurry, and, just see what happens. This is a good race car we got, and still got 2 more races to run before or 1 more big race before the 500. So we don't have a whole lot of cars, so just hope to be smart.
Mike, they seem pretty confident down here right now.
Well, Jeff Gordon just went all the way downtown, almost off the bottom of the racetrack. Sterling Marlin, though, stayed right on his rear bumper, and they edged Mike Skinner for the lead.
And Mike Skinner looks to have a little more horsepower right now than Jeff Gordon. Nobody else has led this race since the green flag came out, and you see Gordon right now. He does not want to give that lead up.
Marlin to the inside, all the way down to the yellow line. Schrader with him. Gordon down to block. The whole top lane's open for Skinner. In the top lane, Skinner, Rudd, Stewart, that bright orange car, Rusty Wallace, the man in the middle.
Oh, don't go up.
Looks like he just sort of drove up in that position.
Jeff Burton, it looks up in front as if there's as much defensive driving as there is offensive driving out there.
You use your mirrors at Daytona more than anywhere else. Probably you spend as much time looking in the rearview mirrors as you do the windshield. When a guy makes a move behind you, you've got to block him or the whole train's going to go by you. But the really big part of the race is coming up right now. Getting on and off the pit road is really big, and you can see 2 cars stayed out and the rest came in.
Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett stayed out. Here's the rush onto pit road, and they are 3 wide as they come in.
And I think that's the reason those 2 cars stayed out there. They didn't want to get bunched in all of that. Some of those cars lost some very valuable time just trying to get into their pit position.
Oh!
Mark Martin didn't get stopped, had running over Dick Berggren.
And Gordon's a good pit stop so far. Everything is going well for Gordon. He has gone almost nailed his front tire changer. He is going to be the first one out of the pit.
Mark Martin did nail his front tire changer, and the man who was knocked down, Mark Martin has limped across back over the wall. Apparently not badly hurt, as you see there behind the pit wall. That may have been either the front tire carrier, Dennis Ritchie, or the front tire changer, Robert Benfield.
Well, here comes Labonte and Jarrett in now as the others get their speed up.
Well, they certainly have a clear pit road to work with, Ned. Ralph Shaheen.
Dale Jarrett's in his pit. Barry Muse has the car up with one pump of the jack. They are done and away as they change those right side tires, and Dale Jarrett storms back out.
7.9 second stop as Bobby Labonte's crew finishes work. Well, Jarrett's going to have a little edge, but they may be able to hook up together. Rest of the field comes off turn 4 under green. And they're 3 wide again for the lead this time. Give it to Sterling Marlin with Kenny Irwin in second.
Well, let's see if Jarrett and Labonte will be able to hook on to the draft. They're way out in front of the leaders, but the leaders are running about 190 miles an hour now, and they're running less than 100 as they came out of the pits. I think the leaders will blow right by them.
Mark Martin's car has been pushed to the garage, taken out of this race. Let's show you what happened again. Look in the middle of the screen as number 6, Mark Martin, comes on to pit road. There's Martin. Keep an eye on that white Valvoline Ford.
There he goes, right up on the windshield. You see, he didn't make it around in front of the car. It was knocked up on the windshield, falls down in front of the car there.
Dick Berggren.
Mike Garrett, the jack man on Mark Martin's car, is here sitting on the toolbox. He has injured his right ankle, apparently struck on that pit stop. You okay, Mike?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, he says he's okay. He's got a smile. We'll probably see him back out for the Daytona 500. Mike?
Okay, we see here, Mike, that Dale Jarrett and Bobby Labonte didn't go all the way to the back of that pack. Several of the lead cars passed them as they had that momentum going, but they are right in the thick of the battle.
Mike Skinner has gone to the garage area. There's our Lowe's in-car camera as Stewart takes it home. 2 cars out of this race, Martin and Stewart.
Here comes Ricky Rudd on the bottom to take over second spot down the front straightaway. He's in that lead draft now. He's exactly where he wants to be. His teammate right behind him, Dale Jarrett.
Halfway point of this race.
Kenny Irwin right behind them. And that 42 car with that blue half green paint job. And here comes Schrader up the outside in that yellow number 36. Side by side, though, are they letting the 3 leaders get away?
Right now, that is not helping them because the front 3 are running nose to tail down the back straightaway. 2 cars side by side like that just make a tremendous hole in the air, and it's like drag on both sides of the car. So they're really losing a lot to these guys that are, you can see it's about 20 car lengths up to the lead bunch right now because they are running nose to tail.
The pack is now split into 3 groups. Marlin, Rudd, and Jarrett at the front. Schrader leading the second pack of 7 cars and then 3 behind. Here's our Fritos onboard telemetry with that white Ford, number 16, Kevin LePage, on the outside of Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte.
They need to stop this right now and maybe get nose to tail and try to catch the group because they're losing valuable time right now. Everybody else is single file in front of them.
I think they listened to you, buddy. They all got out in single file right there and said, that man knows what he's talking about. We better listen. And as a result, now Schrader has been able to catch up to that threesome that looked like they were going to pull away.
That's Schrader in the yellow car there that has really pulled up. Number 36, he changed cars. I know everybody last year is familiar seeing him in the 33, but this year he moved to the M&M car and the number 36 car.
He had a sticker on the back of the car yesterday that said, keep back, new driver.
Yeah, it's right on the left rear corner back there. It's a very funny sign because I'll guarantee you the drivers don't pay any attention to it.
Jeff Gordon's not right now. Marlin at the front, Rudd in second, third is Jarrett. Schrader is 4th, Gordon is 5th.
And they are beginning to pull away a little bit from that 6th place car of Rusty Wallace.
There's Wallace on the left side of your screen, number 2, not getting enough drafting help from Bobby Labonte to push him up toward that front pack. Not yet.
Bobby has picked up a lot on him the last lap, Mike, and he's gaining on him. I think that when they get to the start-finish line, he will be of help then.
Single file at 16 laps. 9 to go.
Wow, that first 5 bunch right there, there's some very good talent as far as getting around Daytona. Just starting with Sterling Marlin, past winner. You look back in the 28, Ricky Rudd. Everybody considers him one of the best. And, of course, 2-time winner in 3rd place right now, Dale Jarrett.
Won't count Sterling Marlin out. He says this is his favorite track. He's a former winner here.
Two-time Daytona 500 winner.
Schrader's not real bad here either. He's always up near the front as long as his car's working, so I wouldn't count any of that bunch out.
Buddy, I know how much you loved to lead, but if you're Ricky Rudd, when do you make your move?
I'd be concerned whether I could make a move or not. I'd try him a little bit, see if I could get up to the door handle at least. If you get there, you ought to be able to pass.
Dick Berggren?
Radio from Jeff Gordon's crew. They just heard from Ken Schrader that the 28 and 88 are going to gang up and try to get that leader. They told Gordon, go with Schrader. Strategy's unfolding now, Mike.
Well, that would leave Sterling Marlin on the front of this pack all alone.
You know what I'm thrilled about? This answers the question. It's not going to be just a Ford showdown here. There's a lot of good race cars out there. There's Chevrolets, Pontiacs, and Ford in that front group. So look for this 500 to be one of the best ever.
Rusty Wallace now has Bobby Labonte right with him, and those two cars together may be able to track down this lead train of 5, but that front pack is running so fast, that's going to be a tall order.
Yes, it is, Mike. As a matter of fact, they're pulling away a little bit now from Rusty Wallace and Bobby Labonte because they have run 5 together up there in single file, and they just continue pulling away.
Here's our wrenchhead.com telemetry on board Joe Nemechek.
Running about 6,600 RPMs at 188, almost 200 miles an hour. Got a burst there down the backstretch, didn't he?
Let me explain to the people at home why they don't see the 8,000, 9,000 RPMs that they're used to seeing. These cars have a restrictor plate, which is, it cuts down on the amount of fuel and air that goes into the motor, and it runs out of power about 7,000 RPM. So when you see 6,800, that's maximum horsepower for a plate motor.
It would be like you trying to run a 100-yard dash breathing through a straw. You just can't get enough air in that engine.
You got it.
For it to do everything it's designed to do. And they are limited in that way to keep the speeds down at a reasonable level. Although nobody that commutes in a car to work would call 190 miles an hour reasonable.
There's Rusty Wallace and Bobby Labonte still running in a draft, trying to catch up to that back group, but they're not making much progress. Got a couple of cars coming up behind them now. They're going to have 5 cars in their group there in a moment. Now maybe that will help.
Tony Stewart and Kevin LePage have tacked on to that draft. There are the leaders. 5 cars to decide it. Now a Chevy leading 2 Fords leading a Pontiac and a Chevy.
Well, I got to tell you right now, I'm not going to pick a winner for sure, but if I was in second place right now with my teammate directly behind me, if I was Sterling Marlin, I would be thinking, I got to find a way to run that last lap where they can't gang up on me. Take the inside groove as much as possible and run that mirror.
Well, one thing's for certain, the leader has no friends. Ralph?
Mike McSwain is a crew chief for Ricky Rudd. Mike, is there going to be a lap number that you've already chosen when Ricky and Dale Jarrett will hook up together to go to the front?
Yeah, there's a lap number.
Want to tell me what it is?
Won't be too long.
No, you're not going to tell me what it is?
I'll tell you later.
Right after it happens.
As they cross the stripe, there will be just 4 laps to go. In the second pack, Bobby Labonte moves past Rusty Wallace. Little slingshot there, you see.
And Tony Stewart goes with him. Rusty's out there right by himself. They should go right on by him.
2 Pontiacs team up in that battle for 6th place. And at the front, no change. Rudd and Jarrett just half a car length apart. And they have gained about 2 car lengths on Kenny Schrader and Jeff Gordon.
You wonder if that might be by design, that Schrader might have backed off just a little bit to see if he could get a run going into turn 3, and he picked right back up on him. So he might be playing with him a little bit, just testing it out.
And then it looks like Dale Jarrett has backed up a little bit on Ricky Rudd, perhaps for the same reason. As they come down, it'll be just 3 laps to go. Nearly $600,000 at stake in this 22nd Bud Shootout. 4 times this race has been decided by a last lap pass. Ralph?
Mike, we're hearing on the radio they're talking about with lap 2 that they're looking for these 2 to go after it. So keep an eye on Ricky Rudd and Dale Jarrett around lap number 2, teaming up and going to the front.
Now, you would say, why lap 2 to go instead of the last lap? The reason you do that, if you fail, you still have another lap to try something else.
Jarrett has a look on the outside of Rudd. Teammates side by side. Right behind them, Schrader is going to smell money.
Well, hey, is this going to foul up the strategy that they planned so well?
Whoa, man, and Jeff Gordon way up high there trying to get by Schrader. This is a whole different ball game now.
And Sterling Marlin's looking in his mirror saying, oh, I love this.
Oh, loving every minute of it.
Yes.
No, the one thing he didn't do, though, I would have moved up and tried to give them both a little bit of draft, and nobody. Look at Jeff Gordon on the bottom making a move now.
Here they all come. And Marlin comes down to the bottom.
Oh, boy.
Pit lane.
Two Chevrolets in front, two Fords running side by side. This isn't by design.
The game has changed, and the two Fords are still side by side. Marlin and Gordon and Chevy side by side. Rudd and Jarrett in Fords. The Pontiac of Schrader trying to pick a dancing partner.
Well, Rudd's got the lower side. Jarrett hung up there right by himself right now. I don't think he can make a move if he wanted to.
Sterling Marlin, a car length in front of Jeff Gordon. Now they'll have to pair off because now the white flag's in the wind. There's just one lap to go.
And Bobby Labonte has caught them. He came from way back in the last 2 laps. He gets up on Dale Jarrett's back bumper.
Our Circuit City onboard camera rides with Bobby Labonte as he closes up on Dale Jarrett. Now there's Schrader, the yellow car to the inside.
Boy, oh boy, I tell you what, this back straightaway, as they go down the back straightaway, they're heading that way. Here comes Gordon on the inside.
Jeff Gordon in the slipstream of Sterling Marlin, and up the outside comes Dale Jarrett.
Oh, they touched on the back straightaway. Marlin in the middle there, and here comes the 88 car, Dale Jarrett.
And the 28 of Ricky Rudd comes low, trying to snip a draft off of Gordon. Jarrett to the outside. All that skirmishing left a clear path for Jarrett on the outside.
Oh, trouble.
Rudd in the wall, hard. Schrader in the wall, hard. Jarrett the winner. Gordon second. And Rudd on his roof for the second time in the Bud Shootout. Reminiscent of 1984 when his car tumbled in the air. Ricky Rudd, Bobby Labonte wrecked on the final lap. Ken Schrader wrecked.
Wow. That was some action.
In his first ride for Robert Yates yesterday, Ricky Rudd claimed the outside pole for the Daytona 500. Today, he goes flying upside down. Movement in the car as the safety crews reach Ricky Rudd. That's good news. Remember in '84, he crashed in the Busch Clash much like this. Came back the next week to finish 7th in the Daytona 500, and the very next week won at Richmond. He is one tough customer.
Yeah, and he just waved to the crowd there. I tell you, that was none of his doing there, that wreck as it started out. He was just in the wrong place. You see him waving to the crowd, that means he's okay. But he has to go to the hospital. That's mandatory when you get upside down or have a wreck at Daytona. And he got a break when he got upside down also. He didn't get in the grass and dig in and start turning end over end.
Bobby Labonte comes jogging back from his wrecked car through the infield grass. Looks like Bobby's going to run all the way to the ambulance. Spoiler check for Dale Jarrett by the NASCAR officials. There's Bobby Labonte. He is okay. But one of Joe Gibbs' cars is pretty well torn up. A wild finish to the first wheel-to-wheel Winston Cup action of Speedweeks. But Dale Jarrett wins the hooligan race, the Bud Shootout qualifier, and now wins the shootout itself. There's Bobby Labonte's crashed car. Going to have to lift the hood to hook up the wrecker to it. And there is the fastest Ford in Florida.
Well, I got to tell you something. I thought he had made a huge mistake when he got on the outside there because he had nobody drafting with him. And then all of a sudden it looked like somebody opened the gate at the corral. Everybody went on up high, and that just moved him right ahead.
Well, when Jeff Gordon got up beside of Sterling Marlin, I mean, that opened up a big hole of air for him to get some momentum going. You wonder if when he made the pass on, or tried to make the pass on Rudd, if maybe that was the planned move, that he's going to go to the outside and he had the momentum going, and I don't know what the situation would have been. It was a little strange that they would have made that move.
Well, let's see, Ned. Let's watch him come off turn 4 for the final time. That's Rudd on the bottom in the black car.
Bobby Labonte in the green car on the outside gets touched right there. You see him get crossed up and across into Rudd, turns him sideways. See Sterling Marlin, he makes evasive action there. He was also involved in that.
And all three drivers are now just passengers.
Here it is again. Looks like the 40 car got into the 18 maybe a little bit and shot him towards the wall.
And the two drivers who got the worst of it, Ned, Rudd, and Schrader, had no place to go. Weren't even part of the start of it.
Yes. Now, you could see the car of Sterling Marlin moving up the racetrack. A lot of times you'll get an arrow push off that corner up there. I'm sure he didn't mean to touch Bobby Labonte, but when he touched him, that just started the whole series. And of course, Ricky, he was just along for the ride once he got touched.
These Winston Cup cars have several hundred feet of steel tubing in them. Here's what Ricky Rudd saw.
Thank you for the booth.
Tony Stewart. Wow. Through a cloud of smoke and on to the finish. So Dale Jarrett has won the Bud Shootout. We'll be back to Daytona International Speedway after this. The 22nd annual
Bud Shootout at Daytona, won by Dale Jarrett. 4 different drivers led. There were 4 lead changes. Average speed is not a record at 182.334 miles per hour. And the race went green to checker. Coming up next, CBS Sports rolls out.
And in victory lane, the man who has come from furthest back, tying the mark of 15th position to start here is Dale Jarrett, clambering out with his second victory here in this Bud Shootout. Congratulations. Tell us about that as he shakes hands with Todd Parrott. Tell us about that last lap and the strategy. A lot of folks didn't think that was going to hold up.
I wasn't sure of the strategy. The last few laps were pretty exciting, and I just got a run there with about 3 to go, and you know, I wanted to help Ricky get past the 40 car, but it didn't seem like we could get much going there. And so I saw Schrader laying back, and I knew he had Gordon helping him. So I tried to lay back with him, and I got myself a run. And I said, you know, this might be my last chance. So I went ahead to the outside. My car was freer this time, which we freed it up, and I thought it would go around the outside pretty good by what I'd seen earlier. And so, but we got side by side, and then Gordon made his move. And the best thing that happened was the 18 car came and gave me a push. And hadn't it been for that, for Bobby Labonte catching us and giving me that push. And then 24 got underneath the 40, and that kind of slowed them down a second. I said, hey, they're going to give me a chance here. And as we went down the backstretch, I got a lot of momentum going into 3, and great race car. And, you know, I had a really good angle and was able to get down in front of Gordon.
You've got a lot of momentum going to the Daytona 500. Congratulations, Dale.
Thank you, yeah, and just glad those guys were okay, but appreciate it. Hi, Kelly and kids. Can't wait to see you tonight.
And let's get topside with Mike Joy.
Robert Yates ends up with 1 car in victory lane and 1 car demolished. Tonight on CBS,
Are you okay? And what happened out there, Ricky?
Well, to answer your question, yeah, I'm okay. And what happened, I don't have an answer for that one. We were sitting really good, sitting second, right where I wanted to be, and we were going to make a move with 3 laps to go, and all of a sudden Sterling got a little jammed up over there coming off of 2. Something happened. I don't know, his car didn't look just right, so I went ahead and made a move a lap early. When I did that, Schrader was right behind Dale Jarrett, and things didn't work out like I expected. Next thing you know, I got shuffled back a little bit. But coming off of 4, I couldn't tell exactly what happened, but somebody started checking up. They got 3 wide. Somebody started checking up, and I was sitting around 4th at that time, and really saw it. I sort of squirted through that hole there, and I was going to end up about 2nd or 3rd, and was just getting ready to, man, I made it through there, and started to relax, and next thing I know, I'm sideways in the fence. Somebody got into me from behind. I don't know exactly who it was. I don't know how it happened, but next thing I know, I'm upside down.
Mike?
So Ricky Rudd is okay after his second horrible crash in the Bud Shootout. There are your first 4, LePage, Schrader, Wallace, and Nemechek, and the rest of the field of the Busch Clash. We'll be back next Saturday with the Napa 300 and the Gatorade 125s, and next Sunday, the Daytona 500.
This coverage of Speedweeks 2000. Next up on the agenda, a 200-mile race for the ARCA Bondo Marhide Series, the Protocol 200. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins. We welcome you back. Well, the big show is still a week from today, the Daytona 500 next Sunday, but we've got a lot to cover for you between now and then as we bring you everything that's happening at Speedweeks 2000. It began a week ago today when we had the conclusion of the Rolex 24. That around-the-clock battle was won by a Dodge Viper and its lead driver, Carl Benlinger. Saturday in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, defending series champ Dale Jarrett took the pole position for next Sunday's 500 with a speed of over 191. His teammate Ricky Rudd will start alongside. And speaking of Rudd, in the Bud Shootout completed just moments ago, Rudd was upside down coming to the checkered flag. He is okay. And Jarrett went on to win the Bud Shootout after winning the Bud Shootout Qualifier and thus becoming the first driver to win the Bud Shootout by coming through the qualifying race. Now we turn our attention to more stock car activity, and for the call of the Protocol 200, Dr. Jerry Punch.
When the sun rose over Daytona 1 week ago, some of the world's best racers resumed a quest that had driven many of their peers for decades. That being a chance to qualify, race, and even win here at the Mecca of Motorsports, Daytona International Speedway. Today, the Ohio-based stock cars of ARCA get their chance to show you how scintillating yet unpredictable their events can be. While the week hasn't been all smiles, everyone still gives Daytona the thumbs up. 40 ARCA drivers prepare to duel for 200 miles, inches apart, at speeds approaching 190 miles per hour here at Daytona International Speedway. Now let's learn more about a couple of today's favorites. Here's Bill Weber.
41-year-old Kirk Shelmerdine has 44 career wins and 4 championships as a Winston Cup crew chief. But in 1993, he traded his crew chief cap for a helmet so he could pursue his dream of driving as a full-time profession. That career has been a struggle, highlighted by ARCA wins at Atlanta and Charlotte. Today, he sits on top of the world and in front of the field, on the pole, seeking the one thing that eluded him as a crew chief, a Sunday afternoon win at Daytona in February. A reward not only for his driving, but for his daring career decision. Bill Baird won the ARCA Series championship in 1999, and his goal in 2000 is to repeat. He qualified 4th in his Chevrolet last Thursday. But on Friday afternoon, a cut tire sent Baird into the wall. By the time this car finally came to rest, it was too crunched and too crispy to continue. Baird was unhurt, but his chances of winning at Daytona had been crippled. Now in a backup car, he must start at the back of the field. Bill Baird has a long way to go to climb back on top.
1 year ago, Shauna Robinson finished second in this race here at Daytona, but her self-criticism was, maybe I waited just a little bit too late to make my charge to the front. Now, the 35-year-old mother of 2 hopes to have a great season this year. As a matter of fact, she's going to try to contend for the championship. But, folks, I believe a win today at Daytona would be equally as gratifying. She's got a great race car. Jeremy Mayfield finished 3rd in this exact same race car in the Daytona 500 in 1998. Shauna hopes that the quality of her driving today equals the quality of the car and the team. And in order to become the very first female stock car driver ever to win at Daytona, she must work her way past a number of great drivers. The toughest to beat might just be Bob Strait. The 50-year-old Chicago area native has 14 short track victories, but his biggest win came last October. He won at Talladega. Strait never had finished better than 17th at that track and had never led on the Alabama Superspeedway. However, the 66 car and their crew were the great equalizer. Strait won the pole, led 50 laps, and won the race. And guess what, folks? Today he's got that exact same race car. Now let's go up top to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Thank you very much, Ray. Hello, everyone. I am Jerry Punch, along with Benny Parsons and Kyle Petty, and we're so glad you could join us here today. You know, guys, many, if not most of the drivers who are going to start this race typically compete on the quarter and half-mile bull rings of the Midwest, but they believe that if they could win this one today, it would do for them what it did for you, Benny, in 1969, and you, Kyle, in 1979. Launch them into the major leagues. Are they putting too much pressure on themselves?
Well, really, Jerry, there's 2 kinds of pressure. Number one, several of these competitors will be trying to run the entire ARCA circuit this year, so they have the pressure trying to win the championship. Now, the group that you're talking about, they're under the pressure to win the race and try to turn some heads to get that NASCAR Busch Series ride or that NASCAR Winston Cup ride. And Kyle, can this thing help you in the Busch or Winston Cup?
It definitely can. There's actually a few guys that are running the ARCA race that are planning on running the Busch race next Saturday. And they hope that the Winston Cup guys see them this week and maybe give them a shot in some of their Busch cars, or they get to move up one more level. And then on next Saturday, if they do really good in the Busch stuff, jump up in Winston Cup someday.
Well, the engines have fired, and 40 of the Midwestern's best stock car drivers from the Automobile Racing Club of America are set to go to war for 200 miles. 80 laps on the high banks of Daytona International Speedway. 37th running of the ARCA Bondo Marhide Protocol 200. When we come back, the starting lineup and the green flag. Grid on the pole for the second time in his career, 41-year-old Kirk Shelberdine in the Ameripart Chevrolet, flanked by 50-year-old ARCA veteran Bob Strait in the Midway Island Ford. Row 2, how about a rookie, Chad Chaffin out of Smyrna, Tennessee? He is flanked by the reigning series champion, Bill Baird, but there's more to Baird's story. Back in row 3, another rookie, Joe Knott, out of the ASA ranks, driving for Eddie Sharp Racing in a Chevrolet. And last year's winner of this race, Bobby Gerhardt, the Kuwait and Casino Chevy. And back in row 4, our third rookie in the top 7 qualifiers, Lyndon Amick, a former NASCAR Goodies Dash Series champion, the Penda Bedliner Chevrolet, and veteran Bob Shack, a 19-time winner in ARCA competition, starts 8th. As you look at the rest of our starting lineup, guys, 3 rookies in the top 7 qualifiers.
And Lyndon Amick, we talked about him. You talked about him just a moment ago. He is going to have to start at the rear of the field along with the 52 car of Bill Baird and the 32 of Mark Stahl. Baird and Stahl crashed their cars, had to go to backup, and Lyndon Amick lost an engine. Under ARCA rules, you cannot change engines after qualifying, so he will have to go to the rear of the field.
And you saw that Ronnie Hornaday a moment ago. That indeed is the son of Ron Hornaday Jr., the 2-time NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion. Ronnie Hornaday, 20 years of age, making his first ever ARCA start. There's Dill Whittemore, a former Rookie of the Year, or co-Rookie of the Year, along with Mark Gibson, a 2-time winner and former Daytona Beach native.
Ed Kennedy out of the Modifieds out of the Northeast, back in row 14. And Dale Earnhardt's oldest son, Kerry Earnhardt, on the inside of row 15.
The first ever Earnhardt to compete in ARCA competition. Some of the other veterans, Mark Stahl, you mentioned he's going to the back of the field with that car. It was damaged in the final practice session. Tracy Leslie, a former ARCA champion, coming back to drive for Jack Boucher. And our provisional starters, last year's Rookie of the Year, Ron Cox, along with Kurt Piercy and Chuck Weber. Well, we'll have a lot of onboard cameras today to give you all kinds of angles of the action for 200 miles, and we start with Dill Whittemore.
Starting in 25th, the Mount Olive Pickle. Andy Belmont as he follows the pace car. Andy Belmont, they're trying to maintain their pit road speed right now, following these pace cars at about 55 miles per hour, making sure that when they go down pit road, they will not speed. ARCA officials watching that, and there is a penalty for it.
And Kyle Petty, when you drove your first Super Speedway race, I guess it was this race here in 1979, what was going through your mind right now, like a lot of these guys that are on the Super Speedway for the first time?
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't have a clue. I'd been down here and run a test with my father, and we'd come back and we'd run some practice, and that was about it. And this car is smoking right here. I don't know if they've left an oil line loose or something's wrong, or if they just look like oil smoke, so maybe it'll burn off. But it was different. You know, you come down here, and we qualified fairly well, and they told me to follow Billy Hagan, who used to own the 44 car that Terry Labonte drove. And I followed him until he pitted, and then I didn't know what to do.
Well, you did a pretty good job of following, and you led the final lap, so Kyle Petty won that first time on a Super Speedway. We'll get another first-time winner. We had one a year ago with Bobby Gerhardt. Got a good chance today. Back with a green flag after this from Daytona.
Part of the protocol ARCA 200 here at Daytona International Speedway. A reminder that we have coverage tomorrow beginning at 10 o'clock. The NASCAR Winston Cup cars will be out for a practice session. And then at 1 o'clock, rejoin us on ESPN for the second round qualifying. All that tomorrow. A very important practice period tomorrow morning because a lot of drivers had poor qualifying speeds yesterday. They'll be looking for more speed tomorrow morning and then making the decision as to whether they will participate in second round Winston Cup qualifying. Before this ARCA race starts, let's go down to the pit area. Here's Bill Weber.
Well, Bob, early concern for the pole sitter, Kirk Shelmerdine. His car continues to smoke intermittently on the racetrack. He has been talked to by race officials. His crew chief has been in a discussion. His crew chief did tell me we're just going to stay out there, and we think it will clear itself up. They have no idea what the problem might be. They're hoping it goes away before the green flag or when the car gets up to full speed. Gray?
Bill, an awful lot of these cars are old Winston Cup cars. Now, the older, the better. A newer Winston Cup car took the frame rail and raised it up about an inch. That way they could get the car to come much lower when they used aggressive shocks. But an older car has the frame rail about an inch lower. With the new rules that are in place with ARCA this year, the lower the better. You want the weight as low as you can get it. So an old, maybe 8 or 9-year-old Winston Cup car could win this race today. Back up top.
And what will they win? Let's take a look at our race analysis for the Protocol 200. 80 laps, 200 miles here in the 2.5-mile tri-oval. $236,577 to purse the pit window. 48 to 54 laps. They only got to go 80 laps so they get past the halfway point. It opens up for them so they could easily make it on one pit stop. And there's the race record. How about Lenny Pond back in 1976 at 153.224 miles per hour.
Lenny Pond, a former NASCAR Winston Cup Rookie of the Year.
Crowd on their feet, getting set for the start. And there's a little bit of smoke out of Kirk Shelmerdine's car, out of the exhaust pipe. And the ARCA officials will be watching that as we get set for the green flag. Glad to have you with us here at Daytona International Speedway. Couple of cars getting all the way down on the apron there at the very beginning of this race.
There's Mark Voigt down on the very bottom and a car on the apron of the racetrack already. Meanwhile, a battle for the lead. Bob Strait on the outside, 66. Kirk Shelmerdine in the 3 car.
3 cars, a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. The 66 car is the Ford Thunderbird. They are side by side exactly as they qualified. Last year's winner, Bobby Gerhardt, watches behind him in 3rd spot in the car number 5.
Caution flag is out.
ARCA flagman Hank Wetzel waving the yellow flag as they come down to complete the first lap. Obviously, officials are being told there may be something on the racetrack, so they will get them slowed down, try to get them slowed a little bit so they don't run over any debris or oil. Somewhat of a confusing start, Kyle. Cars scattering everywhere.
Yeah, you know, a couple of guys got together right here before the start-finish line. And kind of got out of shape, and then there was a car down on the apron as we went into turn 1 with the pack on the outside.
Bill Weber?
Well, to update Chad Chapin's problems, they say the car is stuck in 2nd gear. So they have the pit board out for him, waiting for him here on pit road. Very disappointing, strong qualifying run, but a weak start with the car stuck in 2nd gear.
The start that Jerry's talking about, the green car right in the middle. Watch as he has to slam on the brakes to avoid another car behind him. All kinds of evasive action.
That was Mike Voigt going down on the bottom of the racetrack on the apron. You heard Kyle mention trying to avoid running into the back of a car. As we have the first caution flag today coming out on the very first lap of the race as they scatter them 3 and 4 wide, but maybe a break for Chad Chapin as this car comes on the pit road. Back in a moment. Bunch along with Benny Parsons, Kyle Petty, Bill Weber, and Ray Dunlap bringing you live coverage of the inaugural or the initial ARCA event for the year 2000, opening up their season here at Daytona for the 37th consecutive year. We're under caution here. Caution coming out on the very first lap of the race due to oil and debris on the track. Take a look at what happened to Bill Whittemore.
This is the green car that I was talking about. He accelerates and oh my goodness. He runs. And listen, he got the car in neutral and revved it up. Did you hear that thing rev up, Kyle, when he got it in neutral?
I think he was in gears, snatching gears, and all of a sudden it takes off, and it doesn't go anywhere, and then he revs it up and slams it in neutral. The 3 car smokes under caution, but on that first lap of the race, there didn't appear to be a lot of smoke coming out of it.
All right, we'll keep an eye on Kirk Shelmerdine's car. Let's check into the pits once again with Bill Weber.
Okay, Chapin's been in. What happened was that they said the car was actually in 2nd gear, but the shifter was stuck in neutral. So obviously he couldn't get out of 2nd gear, so they brought him in, went underneath the car. They think they've got the problem corrected. We'll all find out together.
So possibly a linkage problem with the shifter going into the transmission. Chad Chaffin, 31-year-old driver, making only his third ever ARCA start and qualified third. Now he will start at the very back of the pack when we head back to green. For the first time today, caution coming out on the very first lap due to debris and oil on the racetrack. Somewhat of an unusual start. Cars scattering 2 and 3 wide, and with this caution, a break for Chad Chaffin, whose car was caught in second gear. He had to come down pit road, and they were able to get the car put back into fourth gear. So a young man out of Smyrna, Tennessee, who qualified third, now finds himself at the very back of the pack.
Well, the smoking problem of Kurt Shermerdine, the pole sitter, the car we're riding on the board with, doesn't seem to be getting any worse. And it doesn't seem to smoke when he's at speed, just on the slow laps.
Reminiscent of the Jeff Burton problem at Talladega a few years ago, where he had problems with smoke going by during the cautions, but once they got the car up to speed, the smoke would disappear. Hank Wetzel once again will wave the green flag. Restart here on lap number 5. The caution out for 4 laps. And Kurt Shelmerton's smoke disappears as his car heads for turn 1.
This is on board our leader of the race, pole sitter Kurt Shermerdine. Looks like at Bob Strait in second spot.
Car zipping by just over 185 miles an hour. 75 laps to go here. Kurt Shelmerdine, the pole sitter for the second time in his career. Former crew chief, the NASCAR Winston Cup ranks for 12 years for Dale Earnhardt. Richard Childress Racing, over 40 victories, 4 Winston Cup titles. And now he continues to lead here, and no smoke whatsoever, Kyle, out of the car now. He's up to speed.
This is exactly what Burton's car did. I mean, it looked like he had a charcoal grill set up inside the car when he was at Talladega that day. And all of a sudden, they dropped the green flag, and there was no smoke. And it didn't seem to hurt the car. There was a lot of speculation that day about the rings not being seated, maybe a valve seat being out a little bit. But a lot of times, that seems to hurt a car's performance. But it doesn't really seem to have hurt Burton's performance then, and it really doesn't seem to be hurt Kurt's performance right now today.
Along with the Mid-May Islands Ford Thunderbird roof cam, we'll move back one more spot to Quaden Casino Chevrolet. Last year's winner here, Bobby Gerhardt, running in third spot. Looking ahead at Strait and Shelmerdine. There's a look at Bobby Gerhardt. Over 186 miles per hour last time by.
And right now, I think these 3 cars are really content to run in line and try to break themselves away from the other group of cars, because if they start racing each other and getting side by side, this group right there will pretty soon be on their rear bumper.
There's the pack finish talking about coming by. Frank Kimmel, a former series champion. Danny Pardis is the 42 car. Randall Ritter in the car number 31.
Jared Dodd in 33, and also Shauna Robinson, the 8 car.
There's Shauna, right side of your screen. You see Joe Knott, the 33, along with Randall Ritter, side by side. They are battling for 7th position. Now Joe Knott will have the spot. He's in 7th spot.
There's Ronnie Hornaday, the 3rd, in that red and blue car. Big Lucas on the hood. Another big group of cars.
And there's Ronnie Hornaday, the car number 97, 20 years of age. His first ever ARCA Super Speedway start. The biggest track he had been on prior to today was the 1 mile up at Nazareth when he ran the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series event a year ago.
And his car car, the former NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion Ron Hornaday is just thrilled to death with the progress that his son is making here in Daytona.
Shauna Robinson taking the 6th spot away from Joe Knott. Pulls up within a couple of car lengths of Dan Hardis, who's the 5th place car.
David Steele there in the black 01 car, who's going to be competing in the NASCAR Busch Series, one of those drivers that Cal was talking about, driving for Felix Sabates in the year 2000. And last lap, Shauna Robinson over 190 miles per hour, which was about 3 miles per hour faster than the leader, Kurt Germany.
Now, if they stay single file, Kyle Petty, they'll have a good shot at reeling that lead pack in.
Yeah, when they first took off here, I thought the first 2 or 3 were going to get away a little bit, but the second pack or the third pack caught the second pack, and when they did, they really took off, and they've run down this first pack in a bunch. Now they'll start pulling out on each other, and they'll begin to bunch up a little bit more.
Shauna diving down to the inside, trying to get alongside it, hit by Frank Kimmel. I think that's Danny Hardis on the outside, the 42, the car, the white one.
They are battling side by side for 5th position. Hardis, an ARCA veteran, Shauna Robinson, who finished 2nd in this race a year ago. 35 years of age. You heard her story at the top of the show. Mother of 2. Former NASCAR Busch Series pole sitter in Atlanta. There is Joe Knott right behind Shauna Robinson. And here is Andy Hillenberg, the roof camera off his Chevrolet. Looking at that battle right in front of him.
Shauna Robinson's car at the top of the show. That car is completely Winston Cup legal, and that is a little bit of a disadvantage in today's race because her rear spoiler actually sticks up higher than the rest of these cars. So why didn't they change it? Well, if Jeremy Mayfield has any kind of problem in the Twin 125 this coming Thursday, that will become the backup car for the Winston Cup team. So they wanted to keep it exactly Winston Cup legal and make no modifications on it. She was only able to qualify 11th, but it looks like a great race car.
No doubt about it, Ray. Shauna Mayfield Cranopus. There's a look at Frank Kimmel's viewpoint. 1998 ARCA Bondo Marhide champion. And trouble up out of turn 4. 2 cars, 3-4s make it down 6 cars. And all breaks loose out of turn 4. Jerry Hill's involved. There's Kerry Earnhardt spinning around the car number 2. Cars coming down across the grass. Mark Gibson has come to rest against the inside pit wall. There is Kerry Earnhardt's MB&A Chevrolet. He's one of at least a half a dozen cars bringing out the second caution flag today.
And there we see Mark Gibson's car, as Jerry said, down against the inside wall. Skip Smith, the 28 car, CW Skip Smith. Some pretty good damage to that car.
Yeah, that's the Shopback Chevrolet, the former Pennsylvania State Trooper. Going to run the full tour as best he could this year in ARCA. And the leaders have slowed down for this second caution flag today. All breaking loose a moment ago in
Where's
turn
Kurt
4.
Chumardine? He's back in, what, is that Chumardine back in 5th place? Yes, it is. I wonder. Man, what if he's got a problem or he just backed off these other folks past him?
See if we can see what happened again here on lap number 12, coming off of turn 4.
Well, the car is already spinning. That's C.W. Smith that's spinning off turn 4. And there's Shane Huffman, the 74 car, getting bumped from behind, turned around, backing in the fence. There's William Moore spinning, Kerry Earnhardt.
Yeah, Kerry was just in a bad place. He tried to make an evasive move and got run in the side of and knocked into somebody to his right and then back across. And that's what happens. One car spins out in front of everybody. Everybody starts to make evasive action, and you're already 3 and 4 wide. There's no place to get away from it.
Roof cam for Dill Whittemore. We'll take a look at his viewpoint. Not much to see, but smoke.
Oh, he gets hit from behind, and around he goes. Down through the grass.
See, and that's a perfect example of what's going on. He's trying to make a move, an evasive move, and somebody else is making the same move for the same spot. He gets run into, and they both get knocked out.
Well, they're still working on some of the cars down there. There's a 28 car of Skip Smith. Mark Gibson's car 59 sitting there where it came to rest against the entrance to pit road pit wall. Other cars involved: Shane Huffman, Kerry Earnhardt, Dill Whittemore.
The hood is up so the wrecker could hook onto the car and tow it back to the garage. That's a bad sign there.
Car number 30 of Mark Voigt on pit road. He has some damage to the right side of his machine. They're getting some work done on that one. So we are under caution for the second time today. An incident out of turn 4 involving 7 to 8 cars. We'll update that list when we come back.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. Flying high above Daytona today is the Bud 1 airship. Traveling 365 days a year, Budweiser's aerial ambassador salutes NASCAR. Budweiser, of course, the official beer of NASCAR. We are under our second caution of the day, this one involving a multi-car accident coming out of turn number 4. You see the car spinning off of corner number 4. That's C.W. Smith, and then behind him, several others become involved, including Huffman, Gibson, Kerry Earnhardt will also be involved, and Jeff Streeter. Apparently, all drivers are okay, but the cleanup is going on out of turn number 4 and down here in the tri-oval area. So we will be under caution for just a few more minutes. Well, RPM tonight continues its comprehensive coverage from Speedweeks 2000. Monday night, a special time of 6 Eastern. John Kernan will be joined by Bobby Labonte and Rusty Wallace. Then it's Super Tuesday, 7 Eastern, when reigning Winston Cup champion Dale Jarrett, along with the Intimidator Dale Earnhardt and last season's rookie sensation Tony Stewart, will appear on the set. RPM tonight from Daytona throughout Speedweeks 2000 here at the World Center of Racing. And tonight, Reese Davis will have the report at 8:30 Eastern. And our upcoming shows at 8:30 tonight, 6 o'clock tomorrow, and at 7 o'clock on Tuesday, RPM tonight. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com. Back upstairs, here's Jerry.
Thank you very much, Bob. Under caution for the second time today, Bob Strait and a couple of others have made a pit stop. Is Midway Island Ford Thunderbird coming on the pit road for service. Bob Schacht, the hood up on his car number 75 on pit road.
And Bob Strait, Jerry, had lost some positions before this caution flag came out. We saw him in second spot. He was running about 6th when the caution flag did wave, so I would imagine that Strait had some type of mechanical problem. The car was not adjusted properly, so that's why they chose to make a pit stop, change tires, and make an adjustment.
Let's give you a listing of the cars involved in this second caution flag today. 7 cars actively involved. We're talking about Skip Smith in the car 28, Shane Huffman the 74 car, Mark Gibson the 59, Kerry Earnhardt the car number 2, Dill Whittemore the 56 car, Mark Voigt the car number 30, and Jeff Streeter in the 88. Now the car number 7 of Jerry Hill spun down to the grassy apron, but the car was undamaged and he continued on. So those are the 7 cars that had some degree of damage from that incident on lap number 12, bringing out caution number 2 here today.
See, Bob Schacht, as you said, had the hood up on the car. They finally finished whatever work they were doing. The hood goes back down, and there's Shane Huffman coming down pit road. He was involved in the crash, but looked like the damage maybe was not major enough to put him behind the wall. Anyway, they're trying to make some adjustments and stay in the race.
Well, we are still early on here at Daytona. 15 of 80 laps are in the books in the protocol ARCA 200. Kirk Shelberdine being shown as our leader, with Gerhard, Kennel, Robinson, and Joe Knott rounding out the top 5.
Don't let running out of gas leave you stranded. Introducing
Daytona International Speedway, still in the early laps here of the ARCA Protocol 200, the first of 21 events on the $3 million ARCA Tour for the year 2000. And there is last year's winner. Car number 5, the Kuwaitan Casinos driver, Bobby Gerhard. He waited 12 years and 113 starts to get his first ever ARCA victory, and it came here 1 year ago. Let's meet Bobby in today's ARCA Spotlight.
My career has kind of been upside down. I started with running some Winston Cup races. My hero was definitely my father. There's no question about that. Every driver here has to have somebody to go to. And in that case, I'm fortunate enough that it's my brother. How do I address fear? I think the thing I fear is fear itself. Having Daytona embedded right here, I can always reach back and know that that's the kind of day I can have.
And indeed, Bobby had waited a long time. They talk about Daytona being for dreamers. Well, his dream came true here a year ago. Started on the outside front row and won this race here at Daytona. All right, let's check in with Ray Dunlap. Ray?
Well, Jerry, they brought the MBNA Chevy back here, and Dale Earnhardt, you've had a chance to look this race car over. It looks like mostly cosmetic damage.
Well, it is, but when he was trying to get going out there on the slick grass, I think we tore the transmission up. So they're going to have to change the transmission, and the radiator's got a hole in it, and the front fascia's tore up pretty bad. So we're going to try to see if we can't patch it up within a couple laps here and get him some time on the racetrack. I don't know if it's worth it or not, but got a new sponsor, NBNA. We sure would like to give him a little bit of track time anyway. I was hoping we'd get him a lot more time than that, and so maybe some Victor Lane time, but it didn't work out. But we really appreciate NBNA coming on board and helping us out down here at Daytona. Kerry's first effort in ARCA is a little bit short from what we had in Atlanta with Horner Day, but we'll try them again maybe at Charlotte or somewhere.
Whenever the car goes on the hook, they have to take the driver to the infield care center. Have you heard from him? Everything okay?
Yeah, we was talking to him, and I was trying to help him out on how to get going out there on that slick grass, but like he said the transmission was out of it or something, so probably popped it in gear while it was still going in another direction. I don't know, but we'll be okay. Like I say, if we can get him a little track time, it'd be really good.
Okay, back to green flag racing.
And Kirk Shelmerdine will lead him down, Benny, and we mentioned he was not leading when they came around for the caution flag, and there's a good reason he's back up front right now.
Because they don't race back to the line under caution flag conditions. Kirk Shelmerdine backed off. 4 cars did not. They passed him. The ARCA officials put him back in front where he truly belonged.
And in the ARCA rules, you are only allowed to race back to the caution flag in the last 10 laps to protect your position. Now, we had a number of pit stops during this caution, this lengthy caution. Let's check in on an update. Here's Bill Weber.
Well, first of all, the 66 car, Bob Strait, came down pit road. Basically, they just had to make some really wholesale changes there. They were very, very loose. They got 4 tires and fuel, made a track bar adjustment, adjusted the tire pressure, took tape off the nose, and then they had to go to the end of the line because they blended. They came above the blend line when he exited pit road. So that's problems for him. The 75 basically has no go in the draft. Tremendous aerodynamic problems. They changed the cowl and the air cleaner during that stop to see if that would help. The 52 car, remember, this is a backup car and a backup motor. They don't believe they have enough power to win. They pit every time they can under caution to try and do it on fuel mileage. Then they're going to hope they get a green flag situation at the end of the race.
Starting to heat up front is Kurt Shelmerdine. Has about a car length advantage over last year's winner, Bobby Gerhardt. That is Frank Kimmel, the 1998 ARCA champion, back in 3rd spot.
Frank Kimmel tried to take a look, and Bobby Gear tried to take a look the last time down the backstretch on the leader, Kurt Shelmerdine.
That is Shauna Robinson, by the way, right behind this car of Kimmel. She is all the way up in 4th position. Take a look at our Circuit City onboard telemetry. Frank Kimmel's Advanced Auto Parts Chevrolet.
And Shauna dives down to the inside. Kimmel goes down to block that spot. Here comes Gerhardt once again. And Kimmel goes to the outside.
Gerhardt, the car number 5, last year's winner. Frank Kimmel, a champion 2 years ago. Now they're chasing Kurt Shelmerdine, today's pole sitter, and only a 2-time winner in ARCA competition. He won last October at Charlotte. He won the year before in the spring at Atlanta.
Kimmel moves up to that 2nd position. Shauna Robinson is now 3rd.
Kyle Petty and Bobby Gerhardt isn't careful. He's going to get shuffled out of the draft.
Yeah, he'll just get shuffled to the back of the pack here, and then he'll have to get back in line. But what's happening is, if you see these first 2 or 3 cars, then the next 4 or 5 are running side by side. There's a pack all the way back to 15 that's running some pretty decent speeds that seem to be catching up. And the problem is, now all of a sudden you've got a pack of 5 or 6 cars that all of a sudden become a pack of 15 cars.
Ronnie Hornaday back in the 7th position. And here comes Andy Hillenberg on the inside of Shauna. He and Dan Farnes hooking up. 39 is Hillenberg. 42 is Farnes. fact, he has brought some expertise and some speed to Robert Burrows.
Robert Burrows only his second ever ARCA start. Ran All-Pro for about 4.5 years. Super late model driver. Showing pretty well back in 7th spot right now. Now they mix it up side by side. That's Andy Hillenberg in the car number 39. Two-time ARCA champion and a two-time winner here at Daytona.
Once again on board with Ronnie Hornaday III. As he tries his best to close up on the back bumper of Shauna Robinson. Here comes Gearhart back to the inside.
All right, Andy Hillenberg's roof camera. Discount Auto Parts Chevy looking at Shauna Robinson there back in 3rd spot. Hillenberg himself in 4th position.
You hear him lifting a little bit right through there. That's easing up out of it just a little bit. You see Shauna pull away, but that's pretty strange for him to be lifting right in that section of the racetrack.
Now Ronnie Hornaday trying to make a move and be able to get by the 5 car of Gerhart. Leaders left side of your screen, but they are side by side for position. Gerhart and Hornaday, the veteran and the rookie. That is for 6th position.
Go outside. Go outside, Bobby. See, Bobby Gearhart did not lift when he went down in turn 3 that time. Outside. Ronnie Hornaday spotter telling him that, I guess that's I'm sorry, that's the 5 car Gearhart sponsor telling him that Hornaday is still on the outside.
As we watch these two guys race, you know, for 6th and 7th position, just as they pan back a little bit, that's a 15th place car of Landon Amick right out the corner of the screen there. So these guys have caught up. So now all of a sudden this becomes a larger pack.
Remember, Landon Amick, one of those 3 cars that had to go to the back of the field because he made an engine change, so he's come all the way into the top 15.
Yeah, he's done an incredible job coming from the back. He's kind of caught this pack and tried to ride behind him a little bit over the last 3 or 4 laps just to watch and see what's going on. And but he's got a pretty fast race car.
That is 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th on your screen right there. The Lucas car, Chevy of Ronnie Hornaday. And right on his back bumper, you see that big Taurus emblem giving him a shove.
Wow, that's David Keith in the 95 car. Wow. Started back in 24th position.
David Keith is a 2-time pole winner last year, won the race at Michigan after sitting on the pole with a new track record. Now Hornaday pulling away slightly, about a couple of car lengths from David Keith. There's the leader, Kirk Shelmerdine, in the car number 3. Behind him is the 46 of Frank Kimmel. Then comes the 8 car of Shauna Robinson. And the 39 of Hillenberg and the 42 of Danny Parton. 27 of 80 laps are complete here at Daytona. Back with more in just a moment. And from the Bud 1 airship, high above Daytona International Speedway, there's a look at the lead pack as they move by at about 186.5 miles an hour.
Kirk Shelmerdine still continues to be the leader as he looks back at Frank Kimmel. And as you can see, 0.2 of a second behind, just a couple of car lengths.
Go down and check into the pits. They're doing some fuel calculations, right, Ray Dunlap?
Yeah, they sure are, Jerry. And most of the teams told me before the race they could go 50 laps. A few were afraid that they weren't going to be able to. But now that we've passed lap 31, everyone should be within their window. That means if the caution were to come out right now and they all came in for fuel, they could go to the distance of the race now, 80 laps. But how about a great job from Ronnie Hornaday there in the Lucas Oil car, number 97. When David Keith came up and gave him a bump draft there, Ronnie didn't know what was coming. Spotter said, you got a car coming right up on you. He gave him that bump draft, and Ronnie said, man, that was cool.
How about that? I bet that was cool, but it was a little exciting too, huh, Kyle?
I bet it was a lot exciting if he didn't know it was coming. I'm going to tell you that, because he's probably never had that happen to him, because he's come out of some of the short track races, and that's what we talked about before this thing started. There's a lot of young guys here that are going to experience things today that they've never experienced before on any other racetrack.
Speaking of young guys, how about these two guys you're looking at right here, Benny? Ronnie Hornaday, the Lucas Oil car, and beside him, Dave Steele, a 25-year-old driver out of the USAC sprint car ranks.
Both these guys doing a terrific job for the first time here at the Daytona International Speedway. This time Steele just blows right on by Hornaday. And here comes the 22 car, Mike Swaim Jr., another young man. And all of a sudden, Ron Hornaday's car is slowing down. It's just not up to the same speed it was a moment ago as Lyndon Amick, the 99 car, trying to get by.
But one thing that's happened is he's got caught in that lower lane, and he's having to pinch the car a little bit coming up out of the corner, and it's just not building up the speed like it is down the straightaways. And Lyndon and those guys ran a good draft and were able to draft onto the outside around them.
There's a 99 car, Lyndon Amick. That car is owned by Ken Schrader. And Schrader has had cars go to victory lane here at Daytona with two different drivers driving in the ARCA race. Had Mike Wallace win it, had Andy Hillenberg win it. Whoa, a little bit of bobble there. Well, Lyndon Amick, the former NASCAR Goodies Dash Series champion.
It says started 7th, but that's not exactly right, because he's one of the drivers I told you had an engine change and had to go to the rear of the field, and is now working his way back up and is currently shown in 9th spot.
And we are told officially they're going to have to retire the Kerry Earnhardt car, the MB&A Chevrolet. Dale Earnhardt a moment ago said they'd like to get the car back in. They had all the Pennzoil crew working on it. Well, they cannot get it back out, so Kerry Earnhardt will get a DNF in his very first ARCA start. Now we'll back away to show you the leaders. Kirk Shelverdine, 41 years of age, former Winston Cup crew chief, having the time of his life. Won the pole here back in the middle of the week. So that was a huge thrill, but he's not sure he could contain his emotions if he won ever at Daytona. And that first win could come here today. Looking back at Frank Kimmel, car number 46.
There we see Mike Swaim Jr., the number 22, Lyndon Amick, Andy Hillenberg, Robert Burrows in 63. Back on board with the leader. I think he's led every lap, hasn't he, Jerry?
Led every lap. They didn't really count that lap coming to caution, because he did not race back to the caution flag, so he would have gotten credit for leading that lap. So indeed, he has led every lap so far. And we have completed 35, working on 36 laps this time by. They complete this lap, will be 4 laps away from the halfway point. In the 37th running of the Protocol 200 at Daytona.
See those RPMs down at Daytona, you see numbers like 65, 6,600 RPMs. Certainly nothing like you'd see at Las Vegas or Rockingham when these engines turn 9,000 RPM. That's because of the restrictor plate.
Yeah, he just kind of drug the brake into the corner because he got such a run on Kirk coming down the backstretch. You saw him suck up on the back of Kirk right as he got to the corner. And, you know, that may be something that Kimmel's trying to work on there, is to drop back a little bit, get Sean on his bumper, and then get a good run on Kirk so he can get around him.
Is that something that you do, Kyle? These with the restricted plates, if you want to slow the car down a bit, you don't back off the throttle, but just reach up and touch the brake a little bit?
Yeah, you just drag the brake, because you know these cars have no throttle responses. Once you go to restrictor plate type cars or restrictor plate type engines, they have no throttle response. So, you know, you just drag the brake a little bit, it brings RPM down. You can control it a little bit better than jumping out and jumping back in. And you see these guys have dropped back just a little bit. He and Sean have dropped back just a little bit, but he's able to get more of a run on him and use the draft a lot more effectively 15 or 20 car lengths away, or 5 or 10 car lengths away, than he is just 2 car lengths away.
All right, we heard Kimmel back it up just a little bit, and that has put him closer to Shauna Robinson. And see if those two can hook up maybe and make a run on the leader. Thus far, Kirk Shelberding has been the man.
And there, once again, you hear the engine. Never backing off the throttle, but we see the brake where he just reached, as Kyle said, just dragged that brake a little bit.
Or you don't get a cramp in your leg. Just hold that right foot flat on the floorboard down here and use that left foot on the brake.
That's about all you do, to tell you the truth. But one thing that's happening with these cars now, you got to understand, and I don't understand how the tires know the tires that well, but at 37, 38 laps where we're at right now, the tires are getting a little worn. So these cars may be bouncing around a little bit, may be jumping around, and it may just be a mental thing where he's dragging that brake just to make his heart feel a little bit better about this car. So if something does happen, he can't control it a little bit.
There's Kurt Pearson down on the inside, the blue and silver car as the leader, Kurt Shelberding, goes by. And look at Kimmel catch up now. I think that Shelberding had to squeeze off the throttle when he passed the Kurt Pearson car, unsure of exactly what he was going to do, which allowed Kimmel to close right up. Well, not close right up, obviously.
Trying to get a little bit of a draft. That's David Keith in the car number 95, driving for the Sadler brothers. Riding along with the Kuwait and Casino Chevrolet. That's Bobby Gerhardt. He has two cars in today's field. He and Jerry Hill. Car number 5 he's driving, the 7 of Jerry Hill. Take a look at Gerhardt. Now we saw a moment ago that Kimmel.
Wrong turn at the end of the straightaway. It's turn 3. It's a wrong turn.
Bobby Gerhardt telling his crew going in turn 3 it will not turn. In other words, he has an aerodynamic push or a push. And look at the brake here. And he's not just dragging the brake out, he's slamming that brake.
No, he's worried about his car right now. So I don't, if it won't turn, he's either concerned about the tires or the winds that you're back going down the backstretch too. As you set from where we're set right here and look at the flag in the middle of the infield, it's blowing straight behind him. And a lot of times with these cars, it'll send you off into turn 3 a lot faster than you want to go at this stage of the race.
There he is in turn 3. He has a tailwind. You just heard Kyle talk about probably a 12 to 15 mile per hour tailwind, which is
side.
There's the
outside.
Spotter telling that David Steele is on the outside.
Clear. Leader's right in front of us. We're going to fix you on the caution. Rider out here. We'll fix you.
And no, folks, there isn't a caution flag.
Halfway. 40 laps. Halfway.
He's just speculating there will be a caution flag, and that's when they will try to adjust the car.
And that was Billy Gerhardt, his older brother, who was the crew chief, telling Bobby, we will fix it if we get a caution. Hard to do much under a green flag pit stop, though, Kyle. You almost need a caution flag to make significant adjustments.
Yeah, you need a caution flag for what he feels like he's fighting right now. He wants to be able to think about it, and he needs a little time, so he probably does need a caution.
While he is losing positions on the racetrack, Dave Steele has gone by. Danny Pardis is about to go by. And here's the guy they're chasing, Kirk Shelberding. Pit stop should be coming up very shortly, so we'll take a break and come back and cover the live pit stops from Daytona after this. Stay with us. Missed a thing. Kirk Shelberding continues to lead as he has done since the drop of the green flag. Battle now shaping up for third position. David Keith, the car number 95, going by the car he drove last year. He actually drove for Mayfield Cranopus Racing to get his start in ARCA. And that car being driven today, the car number 8 we're talking about, by Shauna Robinson, and that was for third position.
And here's the guy that's coming, the black car in the very back, the 01 car of David Steele.
Driving for Felix Savadas at the Sapco Chevrolet. Keith Simmons horsepower. He has got some motor.
Here comes David Keith trying to close in. Steele looked on the outside of Shauna Robinson, but there's a slower car there. You'll have to fall in behind her. That's Norm Bennett in the 84 car.
Dave Steele, former USAC pavement sprint car driver, also ran Silver Crowns and Midgets. Will run the entire Busch Series this year, driving for Felix Savadas in a Channel Lock sponsored car and selected ARCA events. There's a look at Dave, 25 years of age, attempted run the Indianapolis 500 this past May for Panther Racing, had a problem and an injury, was unable to run up in Indianapolis in the Indian Racing League event. Whoa, and he gets high.
Shauna had to back off or something. Oh my goodness. gracious alive. God, that was close.
Took my breath. I wanted to say something, but that was incredibly close. And both of them did a really good job. David had such a good run on him, and the 32 car was right in the middle of the racetrack, not where he should have been at that point in time. He should have been down on the white line. But Shauna gave him all the room, but it looked at that last minute like they were just going to get all over each other. Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're lucky. I think that was a situation that David Steele was lucky that time because there was no way that he knew he was clear of Shauna. He just turned, and unfortunately, she wasn't there. That's for sure. I'm not sure you could put a hot dog wrapper between those two on that one, I'm going to tell you.
We should be seeing pit stops in the next 4 to 5 laps. Any time now, we can see some cars begin to come on the pit road. And this would be their one and only stop of the day. Shelberdine now working lap traffic. Bottom of the racetrack. That is Shane Huffman in the car 74. He goes by. And here is Shauna Robinson, the Kmart Kids Race Against Drugs Ford. And she comes down pit road for her first and only pit stop today.
Also, Andy Hillenberg. Here's several cars. That was one thing they talked about. If you could short pit and get someone to pit with you, you'd be all right. Bill Weber.
The plan was for Shauna Robinson to pit with Kirk Shelmerdine and with Frank Kimmel. But maybe what you saw on the racetrack can be attributed to tires going away and Shauna making the decision to pit now. She's getting 4 tires. Andy Hillenberg is pitted directly behind her. Fuel going in. They come around to the left side of the 8 car, and they'll put left side tires. These are Hoosier tires. Right side's only for the 39. He will not have a drafting partner. He'll hope to pick somebody up on the racetrack. That'll be very difficult. Robinson has her 4 tires. Now the car stalls. Gets it restarted and heads off of pit road.
Man, what a disastrous pit stop that was. From the trouble on the right front tire, they let the car down on the air hose, and then she stalled the car. She's trying to leave the pit.
Well, Steve McCain and the crew having a bit of trouble there with Shauna Robinson's pit stop. Now we'll see when the lead cars will be able to come on the pit road. Shelberdine to car number 3. Frank Kimmel in the 46, looking back at Frank right there. He's second place. David Keith in the car number 95. Driving for Earl and Check Sadler. The impressive rookie, Dave Steele in the car number 01.
Well, they rode by the entrance to pit road just one more time. I think Shelberdine is liking this. I don't think he wants to make the pit stop and put the pressure on the pit crew to get him back out front.
Remember, at the beginning of the race, when they were slower under caution, Kirk Shelberdine was showing smoke out of the back of his car. We'll see what happens when he slows down to come down pit road at 55 miles per hour. Accustomed to seeing 18, 19-second pit stops in the NASCAR Winston Cup pit crews. These crews in ARCA aren't nearly as experienced. Most of them are volunteer help, maybe 1 or 2 full-time people at most, so they don't have a lot of experience. That's why you see some miscues in the pits. I think Kirk Shelberdine has 2 people working full-time with him, including crew chief Phil Harris on this Ken Appling-owned car, so we'll see what happens when he comes down pit road.
But I think even in this race, you see how important pit crews are. Shauna got down pit road better than anybody to come off of turn 4 and to come down pit road. She made up some time, but the pit crew and what happened in the pits and the miscommunication there cost her everything that they made up, and then it compounds on the racetrack, and you lose 5 or 6 positions. In this position, you want to make as much time on pit road or more than you do on the racetrack. We always joke about it. It's easier to pass people on pit road than it is on the racetrack, and that means if the pit crew is really busting their rear ends to get you in and out, if you stand in compounds on the racetrack, it puts you further ahead.
And you know, the strange thing, Cal, is she had a professional pit crew because that was the Chronicles pit crew that made that pit stop for these other guys. Or as Jerry talked about, just this pickup pit crew.
And Dave Steele now right on the rear of this threesome right in front of him, and I guess they're all waiting for Kirk Shelberdine to make a move. That is a move down pit road. There is the lead threesome, Shelberdine the 3 car, Kimmel the 46, the 95 of Keith, and the 01 of Dave Steele.
A battle for second spot as David Keith pulls up on the outside of Kimmel, but there's Jerry Hill in the 7 car, the slower car, and Keith has to back off.
It'll be interesting to watch Dave Steele in this first green flag pit stop. Probably the first green flag pit stop he's ever made in a stock car, to see how he handles it coming down pit road.
It is. It's because it's incredibly hard to run 185 or 186 miles an hour and go off into turn 3 over there, knowing that just within a quarter of a mile or 3 or 4 tenths of a mile, you got to slam on brake, bring it down to 55 or 65, whatever pit road speed is, and get in your pit stop and then accelerate again. And it's hard to do that without practicing a little bit. And to do it under green flag conditions when the money's on the table and it counts is pretty tough sometimes.
Not that hard to overrun your pits here in this kind of competition, because it's just hard to judge the speed.
Second place car is Sherman coming in the pits. And here comes Frank Kimmel. All right, he's slowing down. Frank brakes, hard, Frank, hard. David Keith goes by on the outside in the grass.
In the grass, Keith is going by trying to get his car woe down. He's still in the grass, trying to get it back on the pit road. Behind him is Kimmel and Steele. As others come down, it will be their first and only pit stop. They finally get into their pits. Let's go down to Ray Dunlap.
And Frank Kimmel's car was over the line. That is going to be a costly pit stop for him. The question is, do you go with 4 tires or do you go with 2 tires? The 99 aluminamic is also in. Kimmel's pit stop is going to be a little bit longer. They're done with the right side. Now around to the left side. It will be a 4-tire stop for him. 2 tires, right side only for the number 95 car. Right side tires only for the 99 car. So Kimmel is going to lose some precious spots on the racetrack.
And Joe Knott, we see him there with the Eddie Sharp team, with on the right side. Had some trouble with the right front. He finally leaves. Right side's only.
That's the inexperience in the pit crews we're talking about, trying to get these guys serviced. Frank Kimmel, as you heard Ray Dunlap say, was over the white line. And if you pit the car or the nose of the car over the white line, they hold you a lap. They had to push the car back, and that cost him valuable time.
Watch David Keith. I mean, he was trying to get on pit road, but that's exactly what you were talking about. David Steele did a great job. It was David Keith that came in too hot, Kyle.
Yeah, you know, David Steele did a great job. Kimmel did a great job. I'm not sure what the borderline rule is. Even though David Keith wasn't on pit road, he was making time out in the grass. He was pulling away from the 46 car and the other. He may have been speeding, but he wasn't on pit road.
Here's our leader, Kirk Shelmerdine, coming down for his pit stop. His first and only pit stop of the day, 55 miles an hour, and he slows down very deliberately right in the very middle of pit road. Phil Harris and the crew waiting on him as he heads down toward Bill Weber.
And as a crew chief for Dale Earnhardt, Kirk Shelmerdine engineered some of the best pit stops in Winston Cup history. Now he has to execute one. He's going to get screened out by the 66. That will cost him dearly. They also got snookered on the racetrack. There was some thought that the others behind him might try and pit before he expected it. He comes on the pit road. The car smokes heavily out the left side tailpipes. Right side tires going on. One got away. They got it back. They come around to the left side. Putting on the left side rubber. Fuel is in. Should have plenty of fuel. Shelmerdine just sitting there. Smoke continues to pour out of the pipe. Car's down. And he heads back out. Let's see if he can pick up a drafting partner and the pack that pitted just a lap ago.
And Frank Kimmel may have a problem. The Advanced Auto Parts Chevrolet doesn't seem to be up to speed. In fact, slowing down. He is out on the apron. Having just pitted a little bit ago, his car very slow entering turns 1 and 2. And caution, Ed Kennedy's car number 00.
And already another car, Randall Ritter goes around. I think he got a bump from the 84 car of Norm Benning.
They saw some smoke out of one car. It might have been out of the Kimmel car, but the 00 of Ed Kennedy goes around. Randall Ritter in the 31 car has also had hard contact. Ray Dunlap.
Jerry, this is the exact same situation that we saw 1 year ago for Bobby Gerhardt. He stayed out there longer than everyone else because he had good fuel mileage, and we had a few cautions early. He gets the caution late. We'll be able to pit under caution, and that put him in position to win this race in 1999.
As Benny said earlier, it's better to be lucky than good.
We're going to take a turn and a half of bite out of the left rear. Everyone cop. All right, roll the wheel. Tires. 4 tires. I'll roll the left front. I need someone to roll the left rear. Grady, roll the left rear, buddy.
Talking about Grady Humphrey.
Bobby, how's the windshield? Don't even worry about it, guys. Just get me free.
Get me free.
All right, take a look at what happened to bring out the caution, the 00. That is Ed Kennedy out of Coppell, Texas.
He gets hit from Brian Ross. Gets in the back of Kennedy. And look at Ron Cox go by in the 23 car. And there we see Norm Benning get in the back of Randall Ritter. Ritter right across in front of Ronnie Hornaday. And Ritter in the outside wall, but Benning and Hornaday able to continue on.
The 2 cars damaged in this incident. Of course, the 00 of Kennedy, and the 31 there is Randall Ritter. Now, we mentioned that Frank Kimmel was slowing down. We saw his car. He is just creeping along on the apron, and now pulls the car down. Let's check in on his pits with Ray.
Well, Jerry, we told you about a number of cars that had to go to the back, and one of those was Lyndon Amick because he had an engine go bad and they had to change it. Kimmel had an engine go bad earlier this week, too, but it was before qualifying. So their racing engine, the one they wanted to use for this race, had a bad valve train. They had to put a backup engine in it right now, and it just broke. So Frank Kimmel done for the day here at Daytona.
Creeping down, what a tough break for the former series champion, 1998 ARCA champion. There's a look at the leader right now, Bobby Gerhardt. He goes by the cars that are parked up there, and you see Kimmel's car just coasting along.
Everyone take your time. There is no rush here at all, gentlemen. No rush. No rush. The time. Second gear, 3200. Second gear, 3200. Rush, fellas. Everyone easy. Nice and easy. There's no pressure, gentlemen. We got them. No pressure. Get all the lugs tight. Easy. 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 Perfect.
Guys, I told you earlier that an old race car might win this race today. The car that Bobby Gerhardt is driving is the very first race car that was ever built in-house at Hendrick Motorsports. It's Hendrick chassis #1. They call it Old Dusty, and Bobby Gerhardt says this is the very best race car he's ever had on a super speedway. The break came to him when they stayed out for a long pit start without coming in for a gas and go, and because of that, getting the yellow, they'll be able to pit under caution here and get back out on the racetrack. Billy, his brother, telling him, take it easy. We don't want to go through making a mistake here. They just won the race.
How about that? You know, he waited 12 years and had 113 starts before getting his first win. It coming a year ago in this race. He may have to wait just 12 months to get win #2, as he certainly has a great shot at picking up his second win. And the hood goes up on the former series champion Frank Kimmel's car as we are under caution for the 3rd time today at Daytona. Back with more in a moment. Speedway, we are less than 25 laps from the conclusion of the Protocol ARCA 200. We are under caution for the 3rd time today. Caution coming out on lap number 55 for an incident coming up in turn 4.
Brian Ross, the 67 car, gets in the back of 00 Ed Kennedy and pushes his 00 around into the wall. Goes Kennedy. Now, Ron Cox does a great job. He slows, but behind a car slows down. Randall Ritter slows down, but Norm Benning can't get stopped. He runs in the back of Ritter into the wall, and Ronnie Hornaday in the 97 just squeezes by in that red and blue car.
Now, Kyle, look at it from Ron Hornaday's roof camera.
So here he is behind Norm Benning. Norm Benning runs up there and gets in the back of the yellow car. The yellow car swerves to the right, comes left. And let me tell you, that's just, you pick a lane and you go with it, and it's hard to do that when you're young and inexperienced, but he did a great job.
And the beneficiary of all that was this car number 5, Bobby Gerhardt in the Kuwaita Casinos Chevrolet. Let's check in down with our host, Bob Jenkins. Bob?
Doc, I've got a 2-time ARCA champion with me from 1987 and 1991, Bill Venturini. And Bill, as Ray mentioned a few minutes ago, this is far from a new car that Bobby Gerhardt's driving.
Yeah, he made the comment that this is an ex-Hendrick car. He's right. But you don't take a car to Daytona or Talladega, which are the super speedways, and have him come right out of the box and be fast. This is, I think, the 9th race that Bobby's been running this car. And we talked about, you know, every time you race here, you find something that makes it work a little better. You go home, you do a little homework, you change a fender here, you do a little more work on the car, and every race it just gets a little better and better. And it showed last year. He won with this car here, and he was quick in Talladega. And we had talked earlier this week, and he said, Bill, I did a little more homework again since Talladega. I think we'll be okay today.
And good strategy by staying out there and waiting for this caution. But remember, we've got quite a few laps to go. Anything can happen. Let's go to the pits and Ray Dunlap.
Tail end of the lead lap. They can be on the outside.
Well, we got a little discussion down here as Billy Gerhardt is talking it over with Mike Ewer, an ARCA official. The question becomes whether or not the 25-lap rule is in effect here, and Billy's taking a look at it. Now, there's a number of cars that are ahead of Bobby on the racetrack that would be shown in the tail end of the lead lap. So we've got a little bit of a scoring issue. They're taking a look at it, and we're just clarifying that right now to see. It appears that the cars that are ahead of him are in the lead lap. Now Bill Weber.
A very similar situation down here in Kurt Shelmerdine's pit. They want to know exactly where they are, not only on the racetrack, but on the scoring sheet. They've got an ARCA official. He's talking to the booth. Meanwhile, the pace car's on pit road, and the green flag is out.
Well, while they sort that out, we'll go back to green flag racing. That'll sort it out quicker than anything else, I guess. So restart lap 61. The caution out for 5 laps, third time today.
The score monitor is showing David Keith, the 95 car, as the leader.
And I don't understand that because the guys that have pitted should at least be a lap down, or like he says on the tail end of the lead lap. This is the worst thing for a driver's head, is to be out there knowing that you're in a lap by yourself, or knowing you should be leading the race. They're not giving you credit. You want to know who you are. Everybody wants to know where they are. You heard him say something about Kurt Shelmerdine, wanting to know who he's racing with. You know, all you can do here is suck it up and run as hard as you can run and try to beat everybody you can, and then let it shake out when the race is over.
Well, that's what David Keith apparently is going to do, Kyle. He's zipped by a couple of cars there. Now moving in on the Pontiac, the accelerator Pontiac of Mike Swain Jr., the car number 22 right in front of him.
And the black car, 01, David Steele, has been shown as a second-place car. And meanwhile, we have a battle for third between the 50 of Andy Belmont and the 5 of Bobby Gerhardt.
That's Andy Belmont, left side of your screen, the blue and yellow, the American Online machine. Former Rusty Wallace car. It was a Penske car that Andy Belmont purchased from them. Being shown in third position. There's the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place cars.
They're showing the 97 car of Ronnie Hornaday a lap down. And I tell you what, look at this, between 3 cars, 3 wide.
Kevin Counselor in the car number 19 on the bottom of the racetrack. That is Mike Harmon in the car number 6. And the youngster Hornaday is the meat in that sandwich right in the middle. Trying to stay out of trouble, keep his fenders off their fenders. Thus far, he's been able to do it.
Wow. Looks like common sense prevailed there. Ronnie Hornaday backed up just a little bit.
Caution flag waving once again as Chuck Weber, the car number 24, has had some contact with the wall. And that will bring out the caution for the 4th time today. They do not race back to the caution flag. There's Weber's car making it on the pit road. That'll slow him down and bunch him up once again.
Somebody didn't tell those guys they weren't racing back to the caution flag because they're 4 deep and 4 wide going through turn 3 over there. Because I think these guys, these drivers, don't know who they're racing. They don't know whether they're a lap down or they're not a lap down, and they're wanting to get everything they can get. And it's because the scoring's a little bit confusing right now that the drivers and the teams don't know what's going on.
But I do believe that Kurt Shelmerdine and these guys, according to the scoring monitor, that Shauna Robinson, Kurt Shelmerdine will maybe get a lap back. We'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. All I'm doing is guessing right now, so we'll just wait. There's that sandwich that Jerry Bunch was talking about just a moment ago. Oh, and some contact between Kevin Counselor in the 19 and Ronnie Hornaday in the 97. Wow.
And riding along with Ronnie Hornaday under caution for the 4th time today. Caution coming in on lap 63. Chuck Weber's car having some contact with the concrete. Back with more in a moment.
Budweiser's aerial ambassador salutes NASCAR. We are still under caution here at Daytona International Speedway, and a rather confusing situation because there are many of us that think Bobby Gerhardt has to have the lead since he stayed out and caught the caution before he came in for the pit stop, but scoring isn't showing it that way. And Kyle is absolutely right. It's difficult for a driver out there on the track when you don't know who you're racing.
Oh, sure. You know, part of the game is you have to race the racetrack, but you're racing other drivers. And if you don't know if you're leading the race or racing for 2nd or 5th, it's really confusing. And as far as I'm concerned, I agree with Kyle and Benny. that I thought Bobby Gerhardt would end up being on a lap of his own after all of these pit stops shook out, but I guess not.
And Ray, I guess there's some discussion going on pit road too, huh?
Yeah, there really is, Bob. And Billy Gerhardt, Bobby's brother here and the crew chief of this team, I listened to you on the radio. You were talking to Bobby saying, let's stay out there just a couple of more laps. The other cars came in and pitted. You guys stay out there, get the yellow. And I said, this may be just like 99 and be the break, but they're showing you not as the leader. How can that be?
Well, I'm not sure. The only thing I can think of is possibly the 95 was behind us when we pitted, or when the caution came out and he had not pitted. It seems to be a scoring error somewhere. We're also questioning some of these cars in front of us on the track that they say are on the lead lap in front of us, that they're actually a lap down. So we're just going to have to play the race out here and move up through, and I think it's our race here if we can. Actually, Ray, we had a very tight race car. We fixed it, made 3 major adjustments on the car. If it helps the car, we're in great shape.
Now, the 95 car did pit because I called the pit stop. He came in and got 2 tires, and a couple other cars got 4 tires. So I know he was in here, but I can't figure it out either.
And he has to be a lap down. You can't pit here and stay on the lead lap. Just can't do it.
That's what I figured. Now, a lot of cars said they had a loose condition. How in the world were you tight?
Well, we had set up for a really hot day, and you see, Ray, we got some overcast. It really hurt us. Our car is very fast, very strong, and we wanted to be on the tight side and make some adjustments. Unfortunately, we were a little tighter than what we thought we should be.
Okay, let's go to Bill Weber with an update on Kirk Shelmerdine.
Okay, well, after considerable discussion here in Shelmerdine's pit, they have allowed the 3 and the 39 also win around the pace car with the consent of the ARCA official in this pit. Not only were they not exactly sure where they were supposed to be on that restart, but when this most recent caution came out, Kirk's one of the smart guys that went by the rule book, got out of the gas, got passed by a bunch of guys, and then he was concerned he was going to lose that position. Phil Harris here in the pits remained very calm. He told Kirk just to stay there, keep following the pace car. We're talking it over. They're looking at it. I think they're going to wave you by, and they did. So this will put him back on the lead lap. But I don't think everything's sorted out yet.
There's Phil Harris, Kirk's crew chief, that was doing that lobbying a moment ago to get him waved by. Well, folks, what the scoring monitor is telling us is that we have 12 cars on the lead lap, and they are showing the car number 95 of David Keith as the leader, with Dave Steele, the 01 in second spot, Bobby Gerhardt third, Andy Belmont fourth, and the car number 6 of Mike Harmon in fifth spot. The last car in the lead lap was the car you just heard Bill mention that was waved by a moment ago. That was Kirk Shelmerdine.
And they're showing the 95 car. I know he made up some time when he went down through the grass making a pit stop, Kyle. But it's almost impossible to think that he gained that much time to be in the lead lap when the cars are back in. Anyway, the ARC officials can sort this thing out, and I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to call David Keith the leader and the 01 car of David Steele in second spot.
All right, we are still working the 4th caution flag today.
The 99
as the laps are winding down here at Daytona. Less than 15 laps to go. Pete Parsons, Kyle Petty, Bill Weber, Ray Dunlap, and Bob Jenkins getting set for what should be the shootout with the checkered flag. Now here's what they're showing as the top 10 as we get ready to restart with 69 laps on lap 69. The 11 to go. David Keith, Dave Steele, Bobby Gerhardt, Andy Belmont, and Mike Harmon in the top 5 with Amy Hill, Bob Strait, Robert Burrows, the rookie, and Shauna Robinson rounding out the top 10.
There's one more car, Danny Pardis, that they are showing on the lead lap. All these cars in the same lap racing for the victory.
Pontiac safety car leads it down.
Pace car's off.
The young man, David Keith.
Green.
There's the top 3 cars. Red, white, David Keith. The black, David Steele, and Bobby Gerhardt in car number 5.
We're sitting here, we're having to call it like the 95 car is leading the race because that's what scoring's telling us. But if I'm Bobby Gerhardt, I'm thinking I'm leading the race, and these 2 guys are the only 2 guys that are on the tail end of the lead lap. I've got everybody else to lap down. And that's why I say it's hard to race under these conditions like this.
Now here's Andy Hillenberg Hulkenberg in the Discount Auto Parts Chevrolet, the Rulo Brothers car. He had come out of pit road. He came in a moment ago under the caution and was running wide open when the green came out. So he is catching the back of this field and picking them off one by one.
If there hadn't been other cars, he would really had a great run going there. We see Kurt Schummerding. I'm sorry, that's the 95 car, David Keith. Colored red, white car. I thought he was looking at Schummerding. That's not the case. That's the lead pack.
Well, according to scoring, Keith is the leader, and they'll have 10 to go this time by.
Eliminating in the blue and white, number 99. And here's Hillenberg still trying to continue towards the front.
This is the 50 car of Andy Belmont, America Online Machine. He is being shown in 4th position.
You hear him lifting just a little bit when that thing goes over the bumps.
And there was Mike Harmon in the 6 car. And here's another bump. Then the naming goes by Belmont. Now Bobby Garrett moves over in front of Mike Harmon, trying to get a run as Kevin Counselor goes by. The 19 car is shown a lap down to his group. There's another car that's a lap down, Mike Swain Jr.
Let's check into the pits with Bill Weber.
With Phil Harris, crew chief for Kirk Shelmerdine, you had a good car, a good stop. You were on the pole, you were in front, now you're 11. Do you know how that happened?
No, the pace car told him to stay back. He was supposed to go around. Then they come up and they set up in the tower. We were supposed to get up behind the 39. Then they told us we couldn't get up there. And then started the race. I don't know.
You believe you should be much further forward in the field?
Yes, definitely.
There's going to be a lot of deciphering, they call it, when this one breaks through. Will Harmon is on the bottom of the racetrack, and also is Gerhard as he makes a move for East Steel.
Come on, buddy, come on.
Bobby Gerhard spotted time. All right, you got a spot. You got 1 more to go. Meanwhile, Cincinnati pulls up on the outside of Harmon.
One car spinning down the back straightaway on the grass. Up against the inside retaining wall, the car number 60 spinning down there. Rich Martin out of Morgan.
Now, wait those guys off. It's in the backstretch. It's on the backstretch.
Now we'll bring out the caution flag with less than 10 to go. It'll be 8 to go this time by. And this caution flag, there's the Markle car that spun, the car number 60. Spun across the grass and came to rest. Guy refires and comes down, brings up the caution for the 5th time here on lap 72. And Benny, this caution will benefit a number of drivers.
Well, it'll help all those guys that had some space between the leader and themselves. But they still have only going to have about 5 or 6 laps to be able to pass and get back to the front. So it's still going to be a difficult task to win. There we see Markle coming off the corner. I think he's going to get a tap right there.
Looked like the 84 car of Norm Benning. The Sobey Beverage Coachman RV Chevrolet was with a car back there, the ARCA veteran. It may have gotten a little tap on the rear quarter panel. There's David Keith. Well, David Keith's got some horsepower. He has Robert Yates engines on board, and if you're new to motorsports, Robert Yates engines are what's in Dale Jarrett's car that was very, very successful earlier today here at Daytona, winning the Bud Shootout qualifying race and the Bud Shootout. A lot of horsepower in that car number 95.
Also went in pole position for the Daytona 500 yesterday afternoon.
What a crowd on hand for the opener here. The ARCA series for the year 2000, the first of 21 events on the $3 million ARCA Tour. Beautiful sunny day here in Daytona Beach. It had been a little cool last week or earlier this week, but temperature today up in the mid-70s. Supposed to be even up in the 80s next week, possibly, as the Daytona 500 approaches.
Well, they're going to come by next time, completed 74 laps, so I would expect they'll get 1 lap to go, so there'll be about 5 laps of green.
I talked to the 6th car.
The winner.
You go, he's going to go with you now. But the problem's going to be the one right behind him. He goes, we're going to win.
There's Kurt Shelmerdine. And back in the backpack There's the Discount Auto Parts car of Andy Hillenberg, a two-time winner here, a two-time series champion. There they are, the Protocol ARCA 200. There are 13 cars being shown on the lead lap. You see Hillenberg back in 11th spot.
Mark Stahl back in 30th spot. He's 4 laps down. Shane Huffman still 1 lap down after the damage he had in the skid coming off turn 4.
Some of the cars that had to park it early. Kerry Earnhardt involved in an incident. Had to park the MB&A Chevrolet. Chad Chapman had a tough break after qualifying 3rd here. They are inside of 10 laps to go.
Give that horse her head. Watch the 6, because when the 6 gets to it.
Wow. Hillenberg is got close to someone. Look at the Martinsville donut on the right side of that car.
You can't even read the 3 on this car. That does look like you come out of Bristol or Martinsville somewhere, but that's how close these guys have been racing all day long. We've seen a lot of good 2 and 3 wide racing. They get into each other every now and then, but they've done a great job today of staying off each other as much as possible.
You can go, Bobby, go without him, but he's going to help us if he can. That's 4. I wouldn't have sit down with Holly, Brady.
David Keith being shown as the leader is only in his 2nd year of ARCA competition. Ran a limited schedule a year ago. Doesn't have a whole lot of experience, Kyle. Now, Bobby Gerhardt, the guy we're riding with right now, is an ARCA veteran. 88 Rookie of the Year, been around. This is his 13th year in ARCA competition. And behind him is another young man making his first ever ARCA start. Talking about Dave Steele. So we got 2 young guys with a veteran right in between them.
Yeah, we got a young guy as far as David Steele, who has very, very limited experience. And then you got David Keith, who, you know, you had Jeremy Mayfield, who coached him last year, so he's got a lot under his belt. And I don't think anybody in the garage area was not happy to see Bobby Gerhardt win the race last year, because that team had struggled so long and he's got so much experience. So there's a multitude of factors going into this last little bit of 3 or 4 laps, and we're talking about the top 2 or 3, and the guy that wins the race may come from 4 or 5 back unless it's a scoring snap.
Well, we're going to have probably a 5-lap shootout. You're not going to want to go away when this one's over, because we got a good one coming for you. NASCAR Goodies Dash Series car, the Discount Auto Parts 200, presented by AC Delco Rapid Fire. That's coming up next here on ESPN on the high banks of Daytona. NASCAR's Small Sedan Series. 4 and 6-cylinder cars, and what a show they put on here. They run over 170 miles an hour down the back straightaway. That should be exciting. That's coming up next at the conclusion of our ARCA coverage.
Getting ready.
Run off. Okay, speed turns off. Get ready. Green, green, green.
You know, we talk about rookies and veterans and what have you. I raced in NASCAR West Cup for 19 years, and I never knew what to do with 5 laps to go Daytona down the day.
I don't think anybody does. Every time you do it, you've got a different car, and there's a different set of circumstances. You're in a different situation. You're 3rd, you're 1st, you're 2nd. Nobody knows what to do. You just drive your heart out. That's all you can do.
I think that's exactly right. If a hole comes open, you try to stick the nose in there and hope it works.
Hey, Bobby, drop way away from it. Get away from it. It'll take the iron off of it.
Bobby Straight, the 66 car. The winner at Talladega. Who trying to move up to the 3rd spot.
There's Lyndon Amick having made the pass for position.
I'm sorry, that was in the 4th spot.
For 4th position. All right, Gerhardt trying to make a move underneath at the start-finish line.
There you go.
And Lyndon Amick driving down on the inside of Steele. And here goes Bob Straight on the outside. They're 3 wide for 3rd.
A couple of rookies on the bottom of the racetrack in this series. Mike Harmon in the 6th car. Here is Harmon. Will make it 4 wide as they head down the backstretch.
I don't think so.
Oh, no, he thought better of it. Got in behind Amick. Just 3 wide as they slide by the Dave Steele call.
Harmon pulling in behind Amick and pushed the inside line a little bit. They got bunched up there at the front stretch because when the 5 car made a move for the lead, they all checked up a little bit, and Lyndon got a great run on them.
4 laps to go. That time by. What a scramble we have to the finish line here in Daytona. A season opener for the Midwestern-based ARCA Series.
Shauna Robinson in the 8 car and Kirk Shelmerdine. That looks like to be a battle for about 7th position.
2 or 3 laps to go. These guys running like this, it's helping those first 3 or 4 guys get away a little bit, and it could come down to just those guys racing. But you see these guys scattering back and forth. Bobby Gerhardt to the outside right here.
Challenge up front. Gerhardt goes high. It's help from Lyndon Amick in the car number 99.
Get away from him. Get away from him. You got it. Come on. Get away from him.
He said, get away from him. Don't get too close to him, because if you get close to him, the car will start slowing down.
Get away from him.
They bog each other down. The closer they get, they bog. You see this other crowd is called up from the backside. All those cars that were way behind a minute ago are called back up. And Gerhardt, they're trying to get Gerhardt, but as you move up, you see Amick go to the inside. Now they're 3 wide. You don't know what to do in this situation.
Oh, man, oh, man. And here comes Sheldon on the inside.
Bottom of the racetrack.
Inside.
4 wide. Kirk Shelburne will make it back to 3 wide. In behind Harmon. What a scramble.
Come on.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not sure we should be talking. This pretty much speaks for itself right here.
Bobby, get him now.
Oh, there's another great crash. David Steele and Shauna Robinson.
That's it.
Meanwhile, they're racing back for the win.
They will race back to the checkered flag. The white has come out. The last lap of the race, and they will come back. The first one back will win.
They got a race because I think these guys were almost past the line when the caution came out, and it is the last lap of the race.
It is these 5 cars.
Clear, Bobby. The racetrack is clear. Go for it.
David Keith, Gerhardt, straight. Out of turn 4. 200 yards from the checkered flag.
Take it low. Take it low.
And David Keith will win the 37th running of the Protocol ARCA 200 at Daytona.
Billy, come here. This is unbelievable, guys. This group is having a lot of fun, and this is Billy Poindexter, the crew chief. Unbelievable. Now, Gerhardt says you guys are a lap down. You just took the checkered flag. They say you're the winner. What's the story?
I don't know. I'm just going by scoring, what my spotter says, everybody. I'll tell you what, from where we unloaded this week, we were so far behind. We didn't get to test this car. This crew pulled together. We worked hard, a lot of late hours in the shop. I can't say enough for Mr. Sadler. Robert Yates gave us a great motor. Mr. Sadler bought us some great cars for us. We're going to run some races this year. This is the way we're hoping to start out all year.
The car wouldn't run at all in qualifying. You guys talked it over, changed the cowl, and that made the entire difference on this race car.
We made some cowl changes and then some spring changes, shock changes, stuff like that. It's come together. We've worked real hard. I mean, I don't know what to say to all these guys right here. Where we unloaded this week, I mean, it's almost like a miracle.
Okay, that's Billy Poindexter, the crew chief on David Keith's car. Of course, he won at Michigan, but this one will certainly be the biggest victory if it stands up.
Wow, what a scramble. Take a look at this finish. Watch the squeeze here. Watch the 01 on the inside, the black car, Sean on the outside,
And we see Lyndon Amick gets the car out of shape. But they're still okay until all of a sudden Shauna Robinson and Lyndon and David Steele make contact. Steele and Shauna Robinson meet nose to tail. Wow. It's almost like a snowplow. Lyndon Amick pushing them along.
Flying wedge at 186 miles an hour. All those cars able to roll back away. And David Keith, at 26 years of age, will get his first ever win in Daytona. We'll talk with him in a moment. Take a look at the results, guys, and David Keith being shown as the winner, Bobby Gerhardt being shown in second position.
And we see Shauna Robinson, Lyndon Amick, David Steele, those 3 cars that crashed, being credited with finishing on the lead lap.
A lot of guys today had great races, and a lot of people had great races that didn't really show up on the final results here. They got caught in accidents.
The sedan series comprised of 4- and 6-cylinder Pontiac Sunfires, Chevy Cavaliers, and Ford Escorts. But don't let their small size or number of cylinders fool you. They've been clocking over 170 miles per hour down the backstretch. Unlike their big brothers in NASCAR's Winston Cup that struggle to run 2 and 3 wide, these guys can stack them 4 abreast, which makes the racing in the finishes even that much more spectacular. Just ask Alabama's Danny Bagwell, who 1 year ago tumbled his Ford 10 times out of turn 4 after cutting a right rear tire. So to sum it up, these cars are small, fast, exciting, and incredibly safe.
That's the what. Here's the who. 41 men and 1 woman. 42 teams and the same goal. Ricky Bryant won 3 races last year and started this year by winning the pole. In 1997, he was Rookie of the Year, and he's finished 3rd in points in each of the last 2 years. He hopes to finish this year exactly where he's starting it, in front of everyone else. To do that, he'll have to keep Robert Huffman behind him. Huffman starts 3rd, a 3-time series champion. He won the Goodies Dash title in each of the last 2 years. After struggling in practice, he was solid in qualifying and strong in the draft. Trying to compare these two to the rest of the field is a little like comparing apples to oranges. Had Huffman 7 wins to Bryant's 3, and they won 10 of 16 races last season. What will it be for these two talents at the end of this day? A victory lane full of apples, or just a case of sour grapes at Daytona?
ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, and the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing welcome you to Daytona. We're getting ready for the start of the Discount Auto Parts 200 for the Goodies Dash Series. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins along with Benny Parsons. This is always a great race here at Daytona. We have drivers of various age levels and experience levels. Some with a lot of experience here at the 2.5-mile high bank track, some with very little.
That's what makes this race so doggone exciting. These drivers are so inexperienced. If you watch this race, you'll understand why young people have to get a learner's permit before they get a driver's license, because these drivers don't do it exactly right. They race like they're on a half-mile racetrack, side by side, and they don't worry about the draft. The winner will worry about the draft, and they will learn a great deal about running Daytona here today at about 165 miles per hour.
Well, let's take a look at the starting lineup for today's race. Qualifying at 162.431, Ricky Bryant, who was 3rd in 1999 series standings. Outside, Randy Humphrey, a rookie last year. Second row, Robert Huffman, the 99 champion, and Johnny Chapman, the 91 champion of this series. Starting in 5th position, Shannon Bryan in his 6th dash race, and B.J. Mackey, 7th race here at Daytona, and he's only 22 years of age. Benny, as Jerry said, these cars are mostly 6-cylinder, but there are a couple of 4-cylinder cars in the race.
I think there's 4 or 5 4-cylinders, but most of them are the V6, about 260 cubic inches. There we see Angie Wilson, the lone female in the race. Brandon Head, Scott Kraling back in the 7th row. These cars weigh a little under 3,000 pounds. And get around the racetrack, we see the qualifying speed at 158 miles per hour. Actually, they'll probably race at 161, 162. And that's another thing the drivers have to get accustomed to, running a faster speed in the draft than they were in qualifying.
And although these cars aren't very big, they do punch enough of a hole in the air to make drafting a real exciting thing to watch.
It really is. And again, they don't do it exactly right. They will run side by side for 2 or 3 laps, forgetting about the speed. They're trying to beat that other guy. And that's what the race is all about, trying to beat the car in front of you.
Back in the 18th row for today's race, Brandon Ward and Brian Gandy. Starting in the 19th row, Dan Shaver and Jimmy Fritz. In row number 20 here this afternoon, Justin Hopgood, his brother Jake, starts a little bit ahead of him. Brent Moore also in row number 20. And in the final row, Bobby Dayton and a former champion of this series in 1995, David Hutto. That's the starting lineup for the Discount Auto Parts 200. The green flag comes out when we return. Mile tri-oval at Daytona. The banking 31 degrees in the corners where the cars are right now. They come down to 6 degrees of banking on the straightaway, the back straightaway. The tri-oval here in front of the main grandstand is banked at 18 degrees. We've got 3 onboard cameras for you today.
Christian Elder, the great clips for hair. Shannon Bryant has the Goodies Dash onboard camera. And her pole sitter, Ricky Bryant, the Washington Apples onboard camera.
Rather cloudy day here at Daytona.
good racing conditions. It's rather warm. There isn't much of a breeze, a little bit blowing down the backstretch. The pace car pulls off the track, and already the drivers are trying to position themselves for a good start. The accelerators go to the floor, and the Discount Auto Parts 200 is underway at Daytona.
Ricky Bryant, the white car, pole sitter, has a couple of car length advantage. Robert Huffman, the yellow car on the inside, defending series champion. Randy Humphrey and the 77 car on the outside. These are team cars. So they should try to hook up and draft. But look at Randy Humphrey go, pulls away from his teammate of Johnny Chapman in the 77.
On board with Shannon Bryant now, running back in fourth position. They come through the east end of the Speedway banking for the first time and on to the tri-oval. Ricky Bryant is going to lead him down to complete lap number 1. Running in second position, Shannon Bryant in third alongside Robert Huffman as they... Oh, and we have our spin. That's Shannon Bryant. Let's hope he doesn't get up into the...
Oh, he did.
And we have a melee over in turn number 2.
Huge crash.
Looks like that Shannon Bryant might have gotten down on the apron of the racetrack, and when you get those left side tires down there on that flat part, you lose control, and that's exactly what happened. Let's hope that nobody is hurt. Shannon is disgustedly taking off the gloves and will be climbing out of his car. Obviously okay. But this involved many cars. There's the 84 of 64, I'm sorry, of Jake Hopgood.
Yes.
The 66 car of Mike Gaines, also down there at the bottom of the racetrack.
And Scott Weaver, who had that terrible crash here at Daytona last year in the 2 car, has some damage to the right front. The 92 Jimmy Britz.
There's a 56 of Brandon Ward.
Man, oh man.
He started back in 35th position. The accident happened up at the front of the field, but several escaped through it before those running at the back of the field became involved.
See, Shannon Bryant is going around, and back across the racetrack he goes. Boom! Right there, right in the back. And then there's just no place to go. At 160 miles per hour, you just can't stop because you say, I want to stop.
Here it is from the overhead angle. Now watch that blue car battling for third position. Might have been some contact there with
there was
Chapman.
Contact with, I think, Randy Humphrey was running in the second spot. I think Humphrey got down in 1 and decided to go on the bottom of the racetrack, and Shannon Bryant was there and had to run on the apron to avoid Humphrey. Man.
Just like ping pong balls. That.
Oh, I thought he had made it through. Talking about the red car.
Well, we do have apparently a driver lying on the racetrack, the driver of the 31 car, Zach Brewer, 30-year-old driver who finished 6th in the 1999 Goodies Dash Series points.
Zach is a winner last year on the Goodies Dash Series.
Won at Bristol, as a matter of fact.
Now watch Randy Humphrey, the 93, come down the racetrack. See, there was some contact, but he forced Bryant down on the apron of the racetrack. And once again, folks, that's why we'll watch this replay once again. There we see the contact, just brief contact, but enough to get Bryant on the apron of the racetrack. And when you're trying to run on 31 degrees banking, the apron of the racetrack, it just will not handle down there. Jerry Punch?
And Benny, exactly as you were saying, I'm in the Shannon Bryant pit, and a moment ago his crew members and crew chief told me that as the accident was taking place, Shannon cued the radio and said, he came down on me. He came down on me. So obviously he was telling them as it was happening. He saw the car come down and make contact. So they know what happened. They just haven't been able to hear back from Shannon since the accident. Bill Weber?
Well, Scott Weaver's here on pit road, and he's got a lot of company. He's got substantial damage to the right front quarter of his car, including the upper control arm. So he has shut the engine off. He sits in the car. They're going to try and get this fixed, but they're going to lay out their tools as quickly as possible. They're expecting a red flag to come out here, so obviously they'll have to stop work on the car then. But he's got significant damage along with several other cars here along pit road, including Doc Brewer.
There was a significant amount of debris, of course, over in the turn 1 and 2 area, so it is going to take quite a while to clean this accident up, and so the red flag has come out. This is the incident that has caused the red flag and a stoppage after just one lap in the Goodies Dash race.
I can save you.
Huge crash we had on the second lap, causing a red flag. We're now going to go back to racing here in less than one lap. Let's take a look again at the incident that occurred at the front of the field.
There we see Shannon Bryant, the 8 car. He goes down and just makes slight contact with Randy Humphrey, but I think that when he made contact with the right front, that he just kind of jerked the car to the left. Now watch the 06. That's Angie Wilson. She makes some contact, almost gets sandwiched between two cars, spins around, gets the car going in the right direction, puts it in gear, and drives away.
Nice job of driving, but in her rear view mirror, there was all kinds of things going on. Let's take a look at it again. There's the initial contact that sent Shannon Bryant to the apron of the track and then back up onto the track, and that's where the problem started.
Here comes Trav Cruz in the 81 car, and just pow drive the Shannon Bryant car right in the rear. And that's, man, these rubber gas tanks are the greatest thing ever put in a race car. Otherwise, if these tanks were made out of metal, just think the fuel would be laying on the racetrack.
Christian Elder's onboard camera. He's going to be pretty lucky in this.
Yes, he is. Now, he has Angie Wilson to the outside. We don't see that, but he almost makes contact with Angie. Now, listen to this. Listen to this when he goes back up the racetrack. It didn't sound as bad as it looked, I'll tell you that, because it was violent looking. Now, what concerns me, Angie Wilson, we saw her spin, and there is Zach Brewer, the 31 car, old Milwaukee car, made some contact with the right front up in turns 1 and 2, some heavy contact. We see him going to the care center.
We'll get an update, hopefully, on his condition here in just a few moments. Meanwhile, pace car once again pulls on to pit road, and we are set to go back to racing. 26 cars out there right now. The 42 that started the race. Green coming out. Lap number 7.
Ricky Bryant, the pole sitter, still maintaining. See Scott Craven in the 1 car having trouble getting up to speed.
Being passed on both the inside and the outside. Into turn number 1 again. And it's Ricky Bryant that has the lead as they come out of the second quarter and down the backstretch. Huffman in hot pursuit in that yellow 37 car. Then comes Randy Humphrey in third. A little bit deeper insight on the incident as we go to Dr. Jerry Punch.
I'm in the Randy Humphrey pits with his crew chief, Gary Huffman. And, Gary, what did Randy say happened up there in this first incident?
He said that he was falling behind the 5 car, and they went into the corner there, and he really wasn't sure what car it was, but he felt somebody hit him up on the left rear, and it lifted him up a little bit, and he went on. It got his car loose, and he went on, and that's when the spotter came on and said there was a bad wreck right behind him. And that's, he said he wasn't sure what happened because he wasn't looking in the mirror.
All right, the word from the Randy Humphrey pit.
Never see the last car, the red car there, is Angie Wilson. And I'm concerned about this young lady because we saw her spin, and I don't think she's made a pit stop. And I feel like those tires are probably flat spotted. There we see Roger Sawyer in the 38 following Greg Goody Goodell in the 95. And right behind him is Angie.
Running back in 9th, 10th, and 11th position. You would think those tires were flat spotted, but she went all the way around, and but she did not make a pit stop during the caution flag laps that we had before we went back to green. So
we can see the damage there on the left front fender where Angie made contact with the Christian Elder Great Cliffs car. Have a great battle. 8-car draft for the lead.
Still being led by Bryant.
Huffman, then Humphrey, and Chapman. Well, Bill Weber is positioned near the infield medical center here at Daytona International Speedway, and he'll be talking with drivers as they come out from their checkup. Let's go down to him right now. Bill?
And outside the medical center here at Daytona with Roger Mosier and Link Kaiser, what did you see?
Well, Bill, I don't know what happened. I was kind of minding my own business, and all hell broke loose in front of me, and I tried to stay high and slide through it, but somebody knocked me in the wall, and the car is smashed up pretty good, but I'm okay.
Link, pretty much the same story for you, nowhere to go.
Yeah, I just had a really fast race car today and tried to slow down, got clobbered from behind. Just, it's tough to deal with. So tough to deal with. It's been a long week.
I know you're disappointed like all the drivers that got taken out on this. You put a lot of effort into it and didn't get to run many laps.
No, not many laps at all, and we were definitely confident we were coming to the front. I mean, we were real fast in the draft, but didn't get the chance.
Well, we're glad to hear that those two drivers are okay, and as we said, Bill will stay down there for a while and talk to drivers as they come out, and will undoubtedly have a update on the condition of Zach Brewer, who was taken to the infield medical center on a stretcher. Well, there is Christian Elder, who got through that wreck okay. He's at the back of this 8-car draft.
I would think that when he made contact with Angie up in 1 and 2, that he backed off, which allowed these other cars to get by him. Because he was about, what, 3rd or 4th spot when this started. Now, back, here's the second pack of cars as they come off turn 4.
Well, they need to get in line and draft up in the other pack if they want to challenge up front.
Roger Sawyer, 38, and Angie Wilson closes up trying to draft along with Sawyer. It's a 0-7 of Edward Howell on the outside of Roger Sawyer. 0-7 belongs to George Crenshaw, who had a terrible crash here last year.
It was a battle for 11th position that we were watching there. There is Howell in the 07. And Roger Sawyer, who finished 19th in this race last year.
Cars out of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Brandon Head.
He's running in 9th. This is 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. And they have quite a bit of racetrack between themselves and that first group of cars, 8 in number, being led by the pole sitter, Ricky Bryant. There's the distance between these first 8 and 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. 69 laps to go in the Discount Auto Parts 200, being led by Ricky Bryant. Punch back at Daytona for the Discount Auto Parts 200 for the NASCAR Goodies Dash Series. That's Christian Elder trying to get to the inside of Mark King and take over the 7th position. They run in side by side now through the tri-oval here.
To see what happens when they run side by side, how those cars that are running in line just pull away from them. So they need to get in line, otherwise they're in jeopardy of losing the draft. But now finally Christian Elder moves up. Now these two cars should get hooked up and continue on towards the front.
King might have recognized the fact that they were losing ground and so let Christian around. Now with them running nose to tail, they should be able to draft up toward the top 6.
That was probably a heads-up spotter that told the 11 car Mark King, back off, left the 21, and follow because you guys are in jeopardy of losing the draft.
Won't take them long to draft up. Well, once again, we go down to Bill Weber, who's with another driver as he's come out of the medical center.
Well, Shannon, the good qualifying effort, but trouble early. What happened?
We was just trying to get settled out. Went in the back, everything's fine. Went to 3 and 4, everything's fine. Got start-finish, and Ned Combs, the 9 car, he's behind me. We had a good run, and I pulled out, got on the 93, went to past the 37, got beside the 93. Going through the short stretch and got turn 1. He just come across the hood. Ricky, the 5 car, come down the racetrack, and he come right with him. And he hit me, knocked me on the apron. And I'm just pinball then. I mean, it's a shame because everybody needs to be heads up. I mean, that shouldn't have happened. Everybody was behind me. We had a good run. I was clean up beside of him, and we got in the corner. He just come down with Ricky, and it was it. That's all it was. It was just a big wreck then. I'm sorry for everybody.
That's Shannon Bryant, whose car got sideways and started the big crash. Now we see Christian Elder again trying to get to the inside, taking over another position. That's the 54 car of B.J. Mackey that he's trying to get alongside of.
Well, he got hung out to dry, as
Yes,
a matter
he
of
did.
fact.
And again, it's all the draft. King went behind Mackey, and that gave them an advantage and put Christian Elder back in 8th position, where he was about 2 laps ago.
Now Christian Elder understands how you get hung out in the draft, just like Jeff Gordon or Dale Earnhardt or Dale Jarrett gets hung out in the draft.
Christian Elder won this race a year ago. It was his only start in the series last year, and he won it. And these shots are from the Budweiser blimp. These first 8 cars staying right together on the racetrack. Ricky Bryant is the car there on the left. He has led every lap so far, and we have completed 14. Bill Weber has an update on Zach Brewer.
Bob, Zach was taken to Halifax Medical Center. He is awake and alert. He does have an injury to his right leg, and that's what they're going to check out at Halifax. So awake, alert, transported to the hospital. All the other drivers that needed to visit the Infield Care Center are treated and released. They're all okay.
Well, that's fantastic news.
When he was lying there on the track, he was indicating that his right leg was injured. We hope it's not a serious situation. Now we're back to the second pack of cars, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. At the front of that line, the 07 car of Edward Howell.
And a battle for the lead. Huffman on the inside of Bryant. Here comes Humphrey.
And Johnny Chapman also trying to, and he will take third. And all of a sudden, the guy who has led this race from the green flag finds himself hung out to dry on the top side of the racetrack, and he may go all the way back to 8th.
I believe he is. I believe going into turn 3 that Robert Huffman kind of surprised Ricky Bryant by taking the lead, and I think Bryant backed off the gas just a little bit, but he lost his momentum, and 7 cars shoots by him.
So put Robert Huffman at the front of the field, a 3-time and defending champion of the Goodies Dash Series. He won in 94, 98, and in 99. Right behind him now, the 93 of Randy Humphrey and teammate Johnny Chapman running third.
And Ned Combs in 4th spot.
The veteran Ned Combs hanging right in there. Finished 18th in this race last year. He was second in this race back in 1980.
Ricky Bryant is saying that. Ricky Bryant said, I wonder how that happened. I got to sit down and figure out how exactly this happened.
Mackey and Christian Elder have got to catch up there. There's a little bit of space between 6th and 7th. Here is the second pack. Looks like they may be losing ground. Edward Howell still leading the second group of cars.
Yeah, they probably are losing ground. Let's see. Oh, yes, they are. They were about 3 seconds behind this lead group when I looked a moment ago, and now they're about 7 seconds behind. So a little bit slower than the first few cars. Right now, there are 8 cars in that lead draft.
And the fastest lap last time was turned by the number 9 car of Ned Combs, who's running in 4th position. He was the fastest of all at 163.624. And everybody running just about the same speed in that lead draft. And again, there's the second pack, and here comes the leaders.
Now, Ricky Bryant is trying to work his way back to the front, trying to get by Mark King. Couldn't make that pass happen.
Bryant is back up to 7th position as Christian Elder has fallen back to 8th once again. There they are with 18 laps completed out of 80 in the Discount Auto Parts 200. It's Robert Huffman leading Randy Humphrey, Johnny Chapman, Ned Combs, B.J. Mackey. Those are your top 5. More from Daytona in a moment. Auto Parts 200 underway here at Daytona International Speedway. If you're just joining us, we had a huge crash on the second lap that has eliminated almost 20 cars. There are 27 machines on the track at this time. Some were involved and have been able to get back out on the racetrack. And up front, it is Robert Huffman in hot pursuit. It's the number 93 car of Randy Humphrey.
Johnny Chapman in the 77th third.
Didn't Huffman say in their show a couple of days ago that he has never won this dash race here in Daytona, and he's finished second 3 or 4 times?
Finished second the last 2 years and has 4 second-place finishes in 8 races here in Daytona. Jerry?
Exactly. You know, and you mentioned he's won 3 championships as well. He's won 3 titles in only 6 years of competing in the NASCAR Goodies Dash. And he talked about finishing second 4 times. The people in this division are calling him the Dale Earnhardt of the Dash Series. Remember, Earnhardt had to come here 20 times before he finally won the Daytona 500. Huffman said, something about this year makes me believe it's my year. But, you know, Earnhardt led a bunch of them until the final lap and then lost them until his 20th try. But Huffman believes today his day.
All right, Bob. Right now, Robert Huffman, this group of fast cars, his first 8, are about to catch some slower cars. We'll quickly go back to the second pack and see that these 4 cars have separated themselves from, I think Angie Wilson lost the draft here. And Eddie Kelly on the outside, that 40 car, seems to be working his way to the front, trying to get in front of the group and lead them to the front. There's Eddie Kelly, and the 28 is another Kelly. Derek Kelly.
Yep. Derek finished 26th here at Daytona last year, and Eddie Kelly finished in 6th position.
Now, there we see the leaders as they work their way around these slower cars. There's Scott Weaver, the injured car that banged up car of Scott Weaver, and they drive right by with no trouble. But you see Ned Combs, DJ Mackey lost some ground to the first 3 trying to get by those slower cars.
One of those slower cars is the number 2 of Scott Weaver, who was involved in that big accident on the second lap. He is disabled but still out there on the racetrack. Now the first 3 cars begin to separate themselves a little bit.
Just a few moments ago, coming off the corner, look at that red car run up off Angie Wilson and Goody Goodell trying to get by Brandon Head as Brandon, the 84, the blue and white car, almost loses it off turn 2.
Of this race, we've only had 2 leaders so far. Bryant led the first 15 laps, and Huffman has led since then.
The second and third place car being teammates, you'd think they would try to work together and take the lead, but maybe they're just content to sit here and run in second and third.
Down to Bill Weber once again.
And Goody Goodell has brought his car to pit road. They're going to go to the right front, pull the sheet metal back. They've got a tire out there, seeing if they need to change it or not. Looking at it. And now it looks like their air gun hose has come loose, so they're going to have to reconnect that and then get the tire off and put on the new right front tire. So Goody Goodell losing precious time sitting here on pit road to change a right front tire. Jerry?
These cars carry 8-gallon fuel cells, so if you do the math and you figure they probably can go about 28 to 30 laps on a tank of fuel, meaning they need 2 pit stops to make it the full day today. Now, I talked to Robert Huffman's crew chief a moment ago, David Flynn. They can go as many as 30 laps prior to their first stop. I checked with the Randy Humphrey team, the car number 93. They're going to wait and see what Huffman does. Whatever Robert does, they will do, and so will the cars behind him. So Robert Huffman is the key. He comes in on lap 28 or 29, and right now they're thinking maybe lap 30 when they'll make their first pit stop.
This completes lap number 24, so we'll be looking for that in the next few laps. Benny, as I watch these 8, I just get the idea that Randy Humphrey could make a move at any moment if he didn't fear getting out of the draft.
He really does look like he's a little bit quicker right now than the 37 car, but it's easier to look faster in the draft because that front car is going through the air, leaving that void behind them.
Well, they're all running at virtually the same speed, but that last lap, yes, indeed, the 93 car running in second position was the fastest, 163.390, compared with the leaders 163.336, so just a little bit quicker. Well, as we indicated, we do anticipate pit stops here in the next few moments, so we'll get set for that as we take a break with Robert Huffman leading the Discount Auto Parts 200. We'll be right back. in the Goodies Dash Series race at Daytona. On lap number 2, this is what happened when Shannon Bryant got forced to the apron of the racetrack and a melee behind.
About 20 cars involved before it was all over. There we see Shannon Bryant making contact with Randy Humphrey, which triggered the crash, and there's the impact when Brad Cruz just almost drives through the back of Shannon Bryant's car.
And Zach Brewer was taken over to Halifax Medical Center for a right leg injury. We'll update his condition if we get the information. The Bud 1 airship 1,000 feet above Daytona International Speedway, bringing you the spectacular aerial shots. Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR. But once again, the top 8 continue to run in the lead draft. Actually now about 6 cars, as there is a battle for the 7th position as Christian Elder takes 7th. There's 1 and 2, Huffman and Humphrey.
And Ricky Bryant, the pole sitter, seems to be off the pace. We saw the 21 car Christian Elder just blow by Ricky Bryant. It doesn't sound like it's making good power.
He's dropped back to 8th position. Bill, you know what's going on?
Yeah, he told his crew he's dropped the cylinder, Bob. So, that's obviously going to be a huge ailment for this little car at Daytona. So he was expecting to pit in the next lap or so anyway. He'll probably be in next time around, and we'll see if they can do anything about it. But it doesn't look good for him right now.
Well, Ricky won the last race of 1999 at Langley, Virginia, and had high hopes because he won the pole here today. Hoped he would continue that win streak, but it isn't going to happen. Meanwhile, these top 6, 7 cars are on pit road on lap number 28. There's Ned Combs hitting his pit box. Down to Jerry Punch.
All right, Robert Huffman, the leader of this event on pit road, has our Humphrey in the cars behind him. Now, they can change tires here, but no one is opting to do so. Just top it off with fuel, but you got to get it completely full of fuel. Huffman's crew, he is down and away. Here is Christian Elder leaving. Looks like Elder will be the first one off pit road. Chapman and then Humphrey. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Ricky Bryant sits on pit road. They have refueled the car. They pulled out the hood pins and went under the hood. They asked him to change ignition boxes to see if that would help. They're going to send him back out. They don't think they can fix it under green. They send him back out to see if he can stay on the lead lap, and then maybe fix it if they get a caution.
As Ricky Bryant leaves the pits, Angie Wilson has all kinds of problems in the pit. I think she overshot the pit box, number 1, getting in. And you see the tires are outside the line, the white line. That's a penalty in NASCAR. We see the official in front of the car holding Angie Wilson in her pit box.
Angie started 11th, was involved in that early incident, and now has been penalized for a violation on pit road and can only sit there and wait for the NASCAR official to move away from the front of her car so she can get going again. That's Scott Weaver that has pulled into his pit box, which is just ahead of Angie.
That looks to be a lap penalty, and she's still just sitting there.
Eddie Kelly in the number 40 car is the leader of the race. He has not pitted yet. Right behind him is Derek Kelly, so it's a battle of the Kellys here on lap number 30. Eddie Kelly is from Indianapolis, Indiana, and has roots in open wheel racing, a former sprint car driver. Finished 5th in the 1999 Goodies Dash Series points.
Derek Kelly, the 28 car, is sponsored by the company that sponsors the race, Discount Auto Parts. So he probably has a lot of folks cheering for him.
He hails from Auburndale, Florida. Experience in the All-Pro late models, the Goodies Dash Series, and the Hooters Pro Cup.
I'm told that was, in fact, a 1-lap penalty for Angie Wilson for pitting outside the pit box. Huge, huge penalty here. Oh, I thought something happened to his car. He was just getting ready for the traffic that he sees in front of him. I guess that's Angie Wilson and Scott Weaver.
Oh.
to Jerry Punch with more on Eddie Kelly, who's still up front.
Well, Bob, the Indianapolis native actually came on to pit road during that first caution flag and made a pit stop. That's why he's able to stay out probably another 3 or 4 laps at the most. That's why he's been able to come from all the way from 24th position to the lead. Now, obviously, he would love to see a yellow flag and be able to pit under the caution, but he'll have to make his next pit stop in about 3, maybe 3.5, 4 laps.
Well, Christian Elder is running third. He's the driver that won the race out of pit road among those who did pit. So when these two have to, Christian will take over the lead. But right now it's Eddie Kelly and Derek Kelly first and second, followed by Christian Elder, Robert Huffman, and Johnny Chapman. And there is Christian Elder, who's about almost 30 seconds behind the lead duo, but again, when they pit, he will assume the lead. We got 10 cars on the lead lap in the 80 lap. Discount Auto Parts 200. Back at Daytona, where it is lap number 33 now, and still Eddie Kelly and Derek Kelly continue to run first and second. Christian Elder back in third position. Robert Huffman is fourth, and the 77 of Johnny Chapman is running in fifth position. Now these guys are on pace of about 160.8 there for the 28 car of Derek Kelly. Meanwhile, Christian Elder, who has already made the pit stop and is about 29 seconds behind, is running over 162 miles an hour.
And I will update the pole sitter, Ricky Bryant, and let you know that the last time by, as I heard him go by the start-finish line, that cylinder that he lost, I think he's got company. I think he's lost more than one. It sounded terrible as he drove by just a couple laps ago.
Eddie Kelly finished sixth here at Daytona last year, was fifth in British Dash points in 1999.
Crew chief on Eddie Kelly's car, the 40 car, is Joe Smith, who was my jack man back in, I don't even remember.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. Joe down there earlier in the week. Scott Prayling go blowing. These guys must be going to pit. Yes, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, Scott is the last car, by the way, on the lead lap, that number 1 car, and here come the Kellys. Dropping down to the apron of the racetrack and hitting pit road. That's going to give the lead to Christian Elder. We'll see how the pit stops go here. Down to Jerry Punch.
55 miles per hour for the third-year Dash Series driver, Eddie Kelly, at 34 years of age, out of Indianapolis, Indiana. He finished sixth here a year ago, finished fifth in the series point standings last year. And as you said, Benny, the veteran Joe Smith is his crew chief. Joe says fuel only, and then he brings the car to a halt. They put the gas can in. Remember, they only hold 8 gallons. They only need 1 gas can. These cans hold 11 gallons each. It is full of fuel. Get the can out. Nope, he's trying to get more fuel in it.
Somehow the gas isn't going in the car. The vent isn't working properly or something. They can't.
They finally get. Benny, you're exactly right, but they could not get the vent flap open to let air come out and get the thing to be full.
And the 28 car of Derek Kelly also has problems. They can't get his car fired. They're pushing it down pit road.
I said, oh boy, there it looks like me on the right-hand side. No wonder he quit pushing.
He's out of wind already.
He's out of wind already, exactly. I know the feeling.
Oh, this is a tough break, though, for Derek Kelly. For both of them.
Man. They can pit that car all the way to end of pit road, but I don't think they've got enough stamina to do that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, there's Christian Elder, who now leads the race. Right behind him is Huffman.
And Johnny Chapman is in third spot, and we see these 3 cars have about a 4.5-second advantage over the 4th place car of Ned Combs.
B.J. Mackey runs in 5th.
Ricky Bryant soldiering around as best he can.
He just lost a lap, back in 14th position now. So what was an 8-car draft up front right now is a 3-car draft being led by the defending champion of this race.
And right now these 3 cars are running almost, last time, 165 miles per hour, the fastest lap we've seen so far. And you wonder, how did Christian Elder get the lead? I mean, after all, he was running 7th or 8th when they made their pit stop. Watch, all these cars are slowing down. Watch Christian Elder, the black car. He just goes by. There's Ned Combs that he passes. Here he's going on Johnny Chapman. They're going to pit. He goes by Chapman. Randy Humphrey, he's going to pit. He goes by Humphrey.
Wow.
He's in second spot. He comes to second spot entering pit road. Heads up by Christian Elder.
And he only has to be down to the 55 miles an hour at that white stripe, and so he was very smart to pass those cars as long as he was within the speed limit as he entered pit road. And we have a spin. That's Scott Kraling, and that's going to bring out... Well, it hasn't brought out a caution flag yet. Now it does. Caution does wave. This is just off turn number 4. Scott spun to the inside and is way off the racetrack, but it does bring out the caution flag. That's going to bunch up the field now with 11 cars on the lead lap.
Wow, so Eddie Kelly now, if he didn't get his car full of fuel, can go back to pit road and see about what kind of problem they have and get some fuel in that car. Talking about Eddie Kelly in the 40.
Scott Kraling makes his way toward pit road. He only ran 3 races in this series in 1999, including here at Daytona, where he finished 27th. Start being handed out at 8 o'clock. Jimmy Smits will be the MC from the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, Nevada, live tomorrow on ESPN. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Part of the Go Network, Go.com. We're under caution because of a spin in turn number 4 involving Scott Kraling. We have completed 38 laps. We're 2 shy of halfway, and here's the end of Scott's spin.
Yeah, that's all we have. We really don't know what caused all that. He goes around and fortunately doesn't hit anything and stops when the caution flag waved. He put the car in gear and drove away.
Ricky Bryant, our pole sitter, is back in the pits with engine trouble on that car.
And the leaders decided not to make a pit stop on this caution flag.
We're almost at the halfway point. Coming down this time, they will complete lap number 39. We're over on the backstretch. Christian Elder making a very smart move as everybody else, including himself, making pit stops, but he passed everybody up to second position and hit pit road and got out first.
And once he got in front, we found out that he has a very, very fast race car, averaging almost 165 miles per hour.
There are 11 cars on the lead lap. Jerry, what about Scott Kraling?
Well, he's been struggling with some engine problems the last couple of days, guys. Scott is a drywall contractor out of Naples, Florida, and yesterday in the final practice session, he lost his primary and his only engine he had for the race here. So this morning, he actually went and purchased another one. Now, he is one of 4 guys in the field with 4-cylinder engines. He told me he paid $18,000 for his primary engine that he blew yesterday. But because this is the last year you can use a 4-cylinder in this series, some people have them for sale cheap. He went over to Christian Elder and bought a great engine to race today with for $3,500. But apparently it's not doing real well. They're having some trouble inside, and the thing's sputtering and missing a little bit, and he didn't have enough oomph to get him off the corner, and he lost it up there in the turn.
Speaking of Christian Elder, there he is, his onboard camera.
Take a look
back in second place.
Take a look at the top 10 here with one more lap to green. Huffman, Chapman, Combs, and Mackey are the top 5. Humphrey, King, Kelly, Sawyer, and Howell 5 through 10, and there are 11 cars on the lead lap. Across the line, they will complete 40 laps, and that'll be the halfway point. It would also bring out the green flag and a resumption of racing. We're under caution because of the spin up at turn 4 by Scott Kraling. There are 11 cars now on the lead lap. Christian Elder, the defending champion of this race, is at the front of the field.
And Joey Miller is in the 19 car, will be the last car on the lead lap in 11th spot. So Edward Howell in 07 racing back earlier in that second group. He's in 10th spot in the second group. And Roger Sawyer also in 9th on the lead lap. Pace car, the lights are out atop the pace car. Cars are lined up. Slower cars or lapped cars on the inside. The faster cars are cars on the lead lap on the outside to our left. Oh, look out.
Oh, look had them bunch up. Some braking had to happen back there in the back. There's the green flag. Elder set the pace. It was a slow restart, and it bunched everybody up. But now we're under the green. Looking back on the second place car of Robert Huffman.
See if Ned Combs and these guys can stay attached to the leaders this time. They had lost the draft after the pit stops.
That's Combs running there in fourth.
Angie Wilson looks like she's going to be in another situation getting sandwiched, but Mark King, the 11 car, goes by.
Angie's in that red 06 on the extreme right side of your screen. She is a lap down in 13th position. And the reason she lost the lap is she received a penalty on pit road. Now here comes Eddie Kelly to the inside of Angie. He is on the lead lap in 8th position.
Roger Sawyer, the 38 car, right behind Kelly, trying to push him to the front. Looks like Brandon Head up there in front. Edward Howell, the 07 car. There's a 19 of Joey Miller.
He is the last car on the lead lap. So this inside line will draft by Andrew Wilson. And there you have 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Scott Weaver's car, the orange and black car back there, running pretty good after all the damage he received in that first or second lap crash.
He's been on pit road for a couple of times, but not running too bad. He has lost 8 laps and is back in 24th position. Meanwhile, up front, Elder continues to lead down the backstretch. To the second pack now is Kelly and the yellow number 40. Those guys staying in line and getting a good draft. Behind him is 38, Roger Sawyer.
Brian Sockwell in the 16 car on the outside. Sockwell has won this race here in Daytona in the Goodies Dash Series.
1997. Now a 7-car draft up front. Ed Combs running 4th. B.J. Mackey is 5th. 6th is Randy Humphrey. And in 7th position is Mark King.
And even at 165 miles per hour, these cars dance around. Just like the Brick Brothers, the NASCAR Winston Cup or the NASCAR Busch Series. Those cars are at 190 miles per hour, but 500 pounds heavier than these cars. Christian Elder's engine, we hear that he never, ever has to back up. The throttle runs it all the way around the racetrack, wide open.
Upman took a look to the inside, coming off the corner, but is patient right now, and these 7 drivers are, let's see, about 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds back of the lead draft, and they had to maneuver their way through some slower traffic, so they'll be trying to draft back up.
Right now, Everett Howell in jeopardy of losing the draft. He and Joey Miller, and look at Joey Miller has some company on the inside. We go back up front.
Well, is it a game of patience right now?
I think it really is. I think there's probably some of these guys could try to get up front, but what's the point right now?
We have a couple of Lincoln Mercury Cougars up in the top 10. 4th and 7th, Christian Elder leads in a Pontiac.
Daytona International Speedway, and NASCAR Speedweeks continue. We will have everything covered through the 21st here at Daytona. Practice session comes up for the NASCAR Winston Cup cars tomorrow morning, and then the second round of qualifying at 1 o'clock. You'll see it on ESPN and ESPN2. That's tomorrow. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Part of the Go Network, Go.com. 46 laps completed out of 80 in this Goodies Dash Series event. The Discount Auto Parts 200, and still up front we have Christian Elder, pursued by Robert Huffman, and a 77 of Johnny Chapman. Down to Jerry Punch with a comment on the number 9 car of Ned Combs. He's running fourth.
And Bob, Ned Combs is a veteran of this series, been around for 23 years, been racing in the NASCAR Goodies Dash since 1978. And all that time, he has one career victory, that coming in his home racetrack in 1979, just a year after he started racing in the series. Now, Ned told me before the race began today, he said, tell all your viewers that are members of AARP or want to pull for an over-the-hill guy to pull for me. I haven't ever had very much luck at Daytona. I have one career victory. I would like to get one more win, maybe even at Daytona, in my wildest dreams before I call it quits. He is the oldest driver in today's field at 55.5 years old.
Well, that time he had fallen back a couple of car lengths, so he trying to draft back up to that front three. He really had a good toe that time and ran 165.3 miles per hour trying to catch back up.
And right there in two cars, the 9 of Ned Combs and the 54 of B.J. Mackey, you have a indication of the age differences in this race. B.J. Mackey only 22 years of age, while Ned Combs up into his mid-50s.
And we see that Ned Combs and B.J. Mackey's car isn't handling as well as it might, because when they passed that slow car, they had to slow down some. Now here's a real can of worms right here.
2x2 racing, and because of that, they have fallen back considerably from the lead draft. They're now 8.5 seconds behind the front 7.
And we see Ricky Bryant there. Looks like he has fixed that engine problem in the Poster, Washington Apple's car, because he's running right with this group.
Yep, sure is. Edward Howell there in the 07, and Roger Sawyer in the 38. This isn't a battle for position, but Bryant obviously has that problem fixed.
Wow. And there's Brandon Head, the 84 car. There's 3 wide. Comes Brian Socklow.
Ricky Bryant is only 1 lap down in 12th position. Scott Weaver in the 2 car, one of those involved in the second lap incident.
There's Angie Wilson, the 06 car. She still hasn't changed tires. I thought they were flat spotted, but she's still out there.
And look at Ricky Bryant. He just passed everybody in this pack.
This is Bryant's onboard camera. I tell you what, he really has a fast race car.
Yep, sure does. Ride in this number 5 car, lap down in 12th.
And they're hoping they can make that lap up back, Bob. And what they found out had happened underneath the hood was that the heat shield on one of the plug wires had come loose, and the plug wire was actually starting to burn itself up, and that was causing a short. Under the caution, they found that problem, repaired it, sent it back out. Now they need a little help to get their lap back. Then they think they can race with the leaders.
I thought I saw just a little bit of smoke out of the back of that 5 car.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe not. And maybe it was just some dust, some sand back there. I thought I saw something out of the back.
Well, Ricky needs a caution. He's about 13 seconds behind the leader and a lap down. So without a caution, he's not going to be able to make up that lap, I don't believe. We've got 29 laps to go.
Something has happened to B.J. Mackey's car. He's on pit road. Looks like he has a flat tire.
So one of those running in the lead draft has come in for an unscheduled pit stop. There are the top three. And there is B.J. Mackey, who was running in 7th position. They're changing the right front on the car.
He's going to just stand up and let the car drive under the hose, but someone said, no, you got to come back. And we see that DJ is, in fact, going to lose a lap to this group.
Yep. Again, we're coming up on the pit window where most everybody else is going to have to come in for one final pit stop before the end of this race. 52 out of 80 laps completed at Daytona. Lead the Discount Auto Parts 200 for the NASCAR Goodies Dash Series. Meanwhile, the pole sitter and the early leader, Brian, who led 15 laps, we saw him like a rocket ship passing a lot of cars, but now something has gone wrong again.
I believe he was smoking. I thought I saw some smoke out of the back of that car, and the last time he went down through the tri-oval, I looked down, and once again, I believe he has some type of problem causing the car to smoke.
Well, he's slowly coming down pit lane. We'll watch once again and see if we can detect. Yeah, you can see a little smoke coming out.
Just barely.
Yep.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
There's trouble.
There's trouble, that's right.
And he has made it to his pit box, and they're once again raising the hood on that car.
You see the NASCAR Busch Dash Series official under the car trying to see where the oil is coming from. Bill Weber?
And they've reported to the driver that they have oil all over the back of the car. They've gone under the hood. Now they're going under the rear end of the car. So it's a major problem. The official calling them back there to look again underneath the rear of the car. So major problems here for Ricky Bryan. They were optimistic a few laps ago, but not now. Jerry?
Well, the pit window has opened for the lead cars a lap ago. Now, they can probably run 2, maybe 3 more laps before they would have to come in for fuel. And this will definitely be their last scheduled pit stop. Looking for Robert Huffman and Johnny Chapman, maybe Randy Humphrey and crew in about 2 laps. In fact, they're discussing now whether they should go ahead and come in this time by. But, Benny, I would think they would want to wait and all come in together and use that draft.
I would think that's exactly right. Just like we see the NASCAR Winston. I see Huffman waving his arm.
Huffman's waving, yep.
To the group behind him.
Yeah, they're coming in. Ned Combs, it looks like, is going to stay out. But the other 5 cars head for pit road. So Ned Combs is going to come down and lead a lap. Down to Bill Weber. They're coming toward you, Bill.
Christian Elder leads the parade down pit road. This should be the final regularly scheduled pit stop for these Goodies Dash cars. Elder can go further, he believes, than anyone else, but he had to pit with the pack, or he wouldn't have had any drafting partner. No tires needed. It's simply fuel. They check the sheet metal around the rear tires. Fuel's in, windshield's clean. Elder's going to try and beat him off. Jerry?
And Huffman is off. Here comes Elder. Here comes Chapman. They're 3 wide, and it'll be Elder and then Huffman and Chapman off of pit road as Randy Humphrey overshot his pit. Had to be pushed back up, so that cost him an extra 4 or 5 seconds.
And Ned Combs, I believe, made a serious mistake in not pitting with this group of cars because he's out there by himself with no one to draft with, and he's going to slow down 5 or 6 miles per hour.
Bad call by Ned. He did, of course, lead a lap. Now he's on pit road coming in.
And he knows that he's got to get into pit road as quickly as he can and not let this lead group of cars get too big a lead on him. He comes to stop. Okay.
7.9 second pit stop for Ned. He has trouble getting away. Now it's going.
But that's time. And we saw those first 5 or 6 cars. They really didn't have any problems. And this was just time, more time than he lost.
So Ned rejoins the hunt. Meanwhile, out on the racetrack, Eddie Kelly has picked up the lead once again. Now he has led earlier for 7 laps. He is off sequence on pit stops. Led earlier for 7 laps and now finds himself up front once again. And there is the second place car of Joey Miller.
B.J. Mackey.
Now, Mackey did lose a lap earlier.
With a flat tire.
Yep. Down to Jerry Punch.
Well, NASCAR is going to bring Randy Humphrey back onto pit road. I mentioned he had overshot his pit box. He was trying not to block his teammate, Johnny Chapman, who was running second in as they came down pit road, and he overshot his pit box. Now NASCAR is going to make him bring him back in because they were trying to service the car, and it was over the white line. So they are calling Humphrey back in. A tough break for the second fastest qualifier here in this event.
Well, just a little more than 23 laps to go in this one. Right now, it's Eddie Kelly up front of the Discount Auto Parts 200. We'll be right back. The leader is Eddie Kelly in that yellow car. Right behind him, the second place machine of Joey Miller.
That's the red car. There's two cars between Joey Miller and the leader.
Let's meet Eddie Kelly a little bit more by showing you this Goodies Dash Series Spotlight.
Hi, my name's Eddie Kelly. I've got the number 40 Goodies Dash car. I'd like to help the youth of America that enjoy motorsports. Miniature Motorsports has a youth program called Future Stars of Racing. The original concept was for youth, 12 to 15, to get involved in motorsports in a stock car-like environment. The cars are actually a miniature stock car. As much spare time as I do have, I devote to youth and racing and try to get young people involved in motorsports so that this sport can continue to grow like it is.
That's Eddie Kelly, who right now continues to lead the race. He finished 5th in points last year in the Goodies Dash Series. His best finish was a 3rd at Orange County. And Bill is with the pole sitter, who has gone behind the wall.
Well, they continue to work on Ricky Bryant's car. What happened?
Well, I think right at first we had a spark plug wire come off. And we come in and we fix that. We're going to try to get our lap back, but we've got some oil coming from somewhere, and we really haven't found where it's at. But I would like to thank Washington Apples, Exxon, the whole group, Albertsons. They did a heck of a job. We've had a good week. We'll take it back. We've learned a lot. I want to say hey to my mama. I love you. We'll get them next time. We'll get them in Montgomery.
There you go. Ricky Bryant had big hopes coming into this race, but they have gone up in an engine problem. B.J. Mackey looks to the inside of Eddie Kelly here. Mackey trying to unlap himself.
And he desperately wants to get in front of Kelly just in case that the caution flag should come out. It'll put him back on the lead lap.
Scott Kraling is in 13th position there in number 1. And another update on the 93 car of Randy Humphrey from the doctor.
Guys, reported a moment ago that one of the inspectors had told the crew they had to bring Randy Humphrey back in because his car had gone across the line. But apparently they have reviewed it upstairs, and NASCAR's inspectors are discussing it. And they think he may have gotten the car back across the line before they were starting to put fuel in the car. So right now they've waived off the stop-and-go penalty, so Humphrey gets to stay on the racetrack.
Now, Eddie Kelly and Joey Miller need pit stops. And when they do come in, it's going to give the lead back to the driver with whom we are on board with, Christian Elder. But right behind him, look at Huffman all over him.
And these cars are racing right now at about 100. Oh, here's Huffman gets a look. Tries to draft on Pete Rogan. Couldn't quite make it. Right on the tailgate, rear bumper. Don't put too many truck racers, Bob. Anyway, the last time by, the 21 car ran over 166 miles. Look at that, 166 miles per hour.
This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, but it will eventually become the battle up front when those two that are off sequence in pit stops have to pit. There's Eddie Kelly, the leader of the race, and the red car, number 19. That's Joey Miller. He's in second. Now 3 cars between first and second, including Mackey, who has not yet got around. And Scott Kraling.
We'll show you the speed of Christian Elder just a moment ago at 166 miles per hour. He qualified at a little over 159 miles per hour.
Look at that.
3 miles an hour different. Well, we see Eddie Kelly making the signal that he is headed for the bottom of the racetrack and a pit stop.
Now, B.J. Mackey's hung in behind him. He needs to go up the racetrack.
Oh, don't go low. Oh. Okay, here come both Kelly and Miller. Oh, we have a car smoking badly down through the tri-oval. And Eddie Kelly decided not to pit when he saw the smoke, but I don't think we're going to have a caution.
Eddie Kelly decided that there would be a caution flag. He would make the pit stop then and not lose a lap. He stays on the racetrack, and guess what? No caution flag.
Now, Miller did make the pit stop. He is finding his pit box down toward the west end of the racetrack. Meanwhile, Kraling drops down to the apron. Jerry?
And Joey Miller overshoots his pit box by about 3 feet. Bob have to push him back up. Remember, these guys aren't accustomed to making pit stops. They clean the windshield. There's a little bit of smoke pouring from beneath the hood. No tire change. Get it full of fuel, and his Pontiac was away.
So Miller goes back onto the racetrack.
Now, the question that I have right now, will the one car, he blew coming off turn 4, really be able to coast around this entire 2.5-mile facility, and where will he stop if he can't?
He's right now at the end of the backstretch, BP. He's got quite a bit of distance to go around to the pit area.
It looks like he's traveling pretty well. That's probably 30, 40 miles per hour. Here's Eddie Kelly decides, I've got to make a pit stop, so here he comes down pit road.
Kelly relinquishes the lead, Jerry Punch.
And remember his earlier pit stop when they had so much trouble getting the fuel to go in the car and getting the overflow can to get that exhaust valve open to let air out. Watch him again. Watch the gas man now. Large purple suit. He has the can, hoists it over his shoulder, leans into the car. Leaders on the back straightaway. 3,000-foot backstretch. Kelly's car full of fuel, and he's away.
But I think he's going to go a lap down, because right now, if he tries to get up to speed, well, maybe we'll see on the lead lap, because Christian Elder and Robert Huffman are coming off turn 4 right now. But they're coming with a head of steam.
Here they come.
And Johnny Chapman.
Chapman running back there in third spot. They cross the line. They are running 166 miles an hour.
You know, Eddie Kelly, that really truly was the wise thing to do, because he's probably going to go a lap down. If the caution flag comes out and he saves that, he has a chance to win the race. That was a heads-up move.
And because it occurred where it did on the racetrack, he had probably less than a second to decide whether or not he was going to pit. He decided not to. It cost him, but it could have worked to his advantage. We'll be right back.
200. Here's exactly what we were talking about with Eddie Kelly, the green car on the outside. He started down pit road, and he sees a car smoking in front of him. He starts on pit road. He says, no, there may be a caution flag. Let me go back on the racetrack. And you're right, Bob. Just a split second to make that decision.
It has put him back to 11th position, the last car on the lead lap. Here is Elder, Huffman, and Chapman running first, second, and third.
Well, I guess the one car made it back, because I don't see him sitting any place on the apron of the racetrack. So these guys go by still averaging over 165 miles per hour.
Jerry Punch.
I'm with Joe Smith, the crew chief for Eddie Kelly. And Joe, that early pit stop almost gave you guys a shot at being out of sequence and maybe stealing one here at Daytona.
Yeah, they've been nice. We're just looking for a caution. We didn't quite get it. Hopefully we get one now. Not wanting anybody to have any bad luck or anything like that, but we need to get called back up.
Is it true you used to be Benny's Jackman years ago?
I didn't know.
Were you Benny's Jackman years ago?
In 1973, and then I helped Mike Swain win down here in 86, and Larry Call in 88, and was with George Crenshaw for a while.
So Joe's been with all the big names in this series, so obviously like to give Kelly a chance to win one here today.
That was 27 years ago, BP.
Well, he's old, too. Just like me.
12 laps to go in the Discount Auto Parts 200. There have been 5 leaders of this race. Christian Elder, who is the current leader, has led the most laps, 25. Ricky Bryant, the pole sitter, led 15. Eddie Kelly has led 14. Huffman 13, and Combs 1 lap when everybody else pitted.
I'll tell you what, that 11 car, that white car in 4th spot, a second behind these guys a little bit ago, and he has caught up with them.
We haven't talked very much about him, but he has been up there in the lead draft all afternoon. That's Mark King from Seymour, Tennessee, in the white number 11. He comes from the go-kart ranks, was the World Karting Association national champion in 1987 and 88, and runs late models at Nashville. He has done an outstanding job. He's fourth in line there in that white number 11. Now there are just 11 laps to go in the Goodies Dash Series event here at Daytona International Speedway. We're going to take a quick break and then be back interruption-free for the checkered flag. Remember Dr. Jerry Punch at Daytona International Speedway. And now we're beginning to see, oh, look at this drafting.
Wow, that was, I think they made a little bit of contact on the backstretch.
Huffman trying to get around Christian Elder, the leader of the race. When they come down, we'll have 10 laps to go.
And there's Eddie Kelly, the 40 car, about to go a lap down.
He is in 11th position. There are 10 cars now on the lead lap. The top four are nose to tail, 10 to go. Once again, Huffman looks to the inside, tries to make the move. Oh, we contact! Oh, and Elder slides up the racetrack. Is collected by a couple of other cars.
That's Derek Kelly, the 28 car. Another 40 car of Eddie Kelly as well. Both the Kellys have managed to hit the 21.
Wow.
And now Chapman has the lead.
Chapman has the lead with Huffman second. But now Huffman is going to go to the inside and try to take over the lead. And he will. They're racing back to the caution flag.
I'm not sure they race back. They don't act like they're racing, Bob. They act like they're slowing down. We'll go back to the preceding lap is what they act like, yes.
Well, Christian Elder will not repeat as champion of this race. Huffman went to the outside, Chapman to the outside, and Christian Elder lost control down in turn number 1. There is the shot live from the onboard camera. He's unbuckling the helmet and getting out. Robert Huffman had been working on him and trying to decide what to do for the last few laps, and he decided to make this move.
This is down the backstretch, just going in turn 3. Isn't it? No, I guess this is turn 1. This is where the contact happens. Right there, and Chapman goes by on the outside.
Oh, he's lucky that he didn't collect Huffman.
I wonder if there was contact, or just the fact that the 77 car going by on the outside. Now, here comes Derek Kelly, with no place to go. Now here goes the other Kelly, Eddie Kelly, in the 40 car. He will go by in the grass. Well, I think he will.
Here's the onboard camera shot.
This is going down. Let's see if we can hear any contact. I believe we'll see one more angle here. We have one more angle right there. He got the car loose getting down in the corner. And we heard him back off the throttle. When Christian Elder backed off the throttle, that's what completed the car spinning out. There's Eddie Kelly. I told you he spun out.
And Elder's car, as it came up the banking, was right at the right angle for the car to tip over. Luckily, it didn't. But he got banged around pretty good. Down to Bill Weber.
With Christian's crew chief Eddie Jones, I know you're disappointed. Have you heard from your driver?
Yeah, he's okay, Bill. It's very disappointed, very upset, naturally, but he's okay. Physically.
You had a very strong race car. You said that car's never run that fast.
The car's never run that fast. Last year, we had such a good race car. He only ever ran probably 95% throttle and handled the field. This year, we knew we were going to have to run faster. He did that. We ran laps a full second faster than we ran last year. It was an excellent race, and I haven't had to end like this.
Tough break for Christian Elder. Now our shot from the Budweiser blimp overhead.
Right here, Christian Elder starts getting out of shape. And I don't believe Huffman made any contact with him. I think that he got out of shape, and when he backed off the gas to get the car back under control, with those cars going by on the inside and outside, that's when he lost control.
We'll show you the onboard shot once again, and we'll listen.
And when we hear him back off the throttle, that's when his troubles start. When his troubles start, and Huffman gets on the inside. Now listen as he backs off. I think that just kind of spun the car out when he backed off the throttle.
And that's the end of what was a great run once again for Christian Elder, who had led 29 laps of this race. Right now the car is on the end of a wrecker and headed for the garage area. Well, the caution is out and the laps are clicking off. There are 8 to go. Huffman, Chapman, and King now are the top 3. And again, Mark King has been very steady in this race. There's Eddie Kelly.
And looks like he's going to have some help for the wrecker to get his vehicle. Whoops. There's a loose wheel.
Yep.
I don't know where he's going, but he's going fast. I guess that's off Eddie Kelly's.
Yeah, I would.
Look out, truck. Who's chasing who?
And that's the left front off of Eddie Kelly's car. And Kelly also takes off the gloves disgustedly. He had a great run going and just wants to sit there in the car for a few minutes and catch his thoughts. Meanwhile, the tire has slowed down to the point where the track officials can come out and retrieve it.
So this is going to take a couple more laps to
yes, it is.
Get this car off the racetrack. So there's only going to be 4 or 5 laps to go, it appears.
9 cars on the lead lap. Flying high above Daytona is the Bud 1 airship. Traveling 365 days a year, Budweiser's aerial ambassador salutes NASCAR. And we thank them for the aerial shots of today's Discount Auto Parts 200. Well, there are coming down to be 74 laps completed. 6 to go. There is the trophy that is up for grabs here this afternoon. Will it be Huffman? Will it be Chapman?
Or Mark King. Let's not forget about that 11 car.
And Ned Combs is in 4th.
Yeah. The 11 car is owned by Dean Combs. He's some relation to Ned. And I think Dean has more victories than anyone in this division. We saw the sponsors on the quarter panel. It says Boomers.
Mm-hmm.
It's Boomer Sison's line of sauces or something.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Well, again, King is a Tennessee boy and has been in contention all afternoon long here. He's 30 years of age. Should be good here in the last few laps. Is Huffman going to be able to pull off his first victory here at Daytona? Doctor?
You mentioned Mark King. His car owner is Dean Combs. Dean is sort of the Richard Petty of the NASCAR Goodies Dash Series. Dean is a 5-time Dash champion, sort of the original guy who dominated the series, and he has more wins than anyone can think about in Dash competition. 60 career victories, 26 ahead of the nearest competitor, Dean Combs. And, of course, everything he's ever touched in Dash has turned to gold. He owns the car number 11 of Mark King out of Seymour, North Carolina, and maybe his touch will bring Mark a victory at Daytona.
It will be interesting. That donut that's on the left side of that car has been there since the very first lap. He's running in 3rd place. We'll take a break and be back for the finish here at Daytona in just a moment. Daytona International Speedway, Lake Lloyd in the infield area of this 2.5-mile tri-oval. And we're awaiting the green flag to resume the Discount Auto Parts 200. 75 laps will be completed when they come down. This is an 80-lap event. Robert Huffman is the leader, with Johnny Chapman running 2nd, and Mark King running in 3rd. Ned Combs there in the blue and white car is in 4th position.
Right now we have 9 cars B.J. Mackey has been able to get his car back in the lead lap. 9 cars on the lead lap. And you see all 9 of them right there. The Pontiac pace car lights out, drives off the racetrack. Now the leader, Robert Huffman, will bring him down at his pace. Edward Howell gets an awfully good start. You can pass on the outside.
Yep. Here we go. The last 5 laps. Up on the top side of the racetrack, pulling alongside Ned Combs, a battle for 4th spot.
That might hurt Ned's chance to try to win this race.
Yep.
And Everett Howell's trying to win as well.
There's Randy Humphrey in the 93.
Roger Sawyer.
Yep.
38, he's still in the show. But here's the main show for the lead. Johnny Chapman, 77, follows Robert Huffman in 37. And Mark King, Dean Combs told me he could get the job done. And Dean, I'll always believe you from now on because he has definitely done a great job today.
He sure has. "76 laps now completed at Daytona, 4 to go. And right now, the fastest car on the racetrack, the fastest that last lap was the 3rd place car of King at 146.256. Just getting up to speed, though.
Trying to get up to speed. Next time now, they'll probably run over 160 miles per hour. Trying to figure out, does Johnny Chapman have anything for me? If he does, is he going to try it on the inside or the outside?
Guys, both the front 2 cars, we're talking about Robert Huffman and Johnny Chapman, are former series champions in this division. Huffman, a 3-time defending champion. And, of course, Chapman won this series in 1991. Both have run sparingly in the NASCAR Busch Grand National Series on super speedway, so both have a lot of experience. No one should be able to slicker the other. And the 3rd place car is a relative newcomer, so they should have quite an advantage over the car number 11 of Mark King. Chapman, though, has not run regularly for 4 or 5 years. He would love to get a big win at Daytona. We've already documented Huffman. It's been his lifelong dream to win at Daytona before moving to Busch or somewhere else.
And look at Everett Howell. He has caught this group. I thought he was giving Ned Combs away. Ned must have been in his way.
Howell there in 4th position now. When he won the championship last year, Robert Huffman won 7 races. And when Johnny Chapman won his championship in 1991, he had 7 wins. And a career total of 10. 2 laps to go. 78 complete at Daytona.
Here's Chapman trying to go to the outside. Huffman goes up the hill trying to block that. And here comes Chapman down to the inside.
There's a little bit of smoke coming from that car, BP.
That was tire smoke.
Maybe.
I don't see anything on the straightaway.
Again, Huffman has finished second 4 times in 8 races here at Daytona. Can he stay in front and collect his first win?
Mark King said, now what am I supposed to do here? I mean, I don't know. These guys are better. They're supposed to know better than me. What am I supposed to do? Here goes Chapman down on the inside. Mark King says, I think I'll fall. But he can't make it.
Coming down for the white flag. 1 more lap to go. Chapman, King, and Howell have got to make their move again. Chapman heads for the high side of the racetrack and now dives down low in turn number 2. Is he going to be able to get the advantage here? Oh, Huffman blocks and they touch off of turn number 2. Huffman maintains the lead. Look at King there in 3rd position. Down the backstretch for the final time. Are they going to be able to make a move here in 3 and 4? Chapman looks high, looks low, bumps Huffman into turn number 3. Huffman maintaining the lead by about a car length through the east end of the banking. They stay in line off turn number 4. Is Huffman going to be able to pull up the victory? He pulls down low, and it looks like he will. King tries for second. At the line, it's Huffman, and just a fender in second position is Chapman, with King a solid third. And Huffman finally wins it. Huffman visits victory lane for the first time in 9 events. Bill?
David Flynn, congratulations on a well-deserved. Shortly after 10 o'clock in the morning, these two drivers had a problem. Now, entering turn 3 on the inside, the car number 96 of Greg Sachs loses control, and the Island Oasis Chevrolet bounces up into the car number 27 of Jeff Fuller. Fuller's erupts in the flames. The right side of that car is afire. Both cars picked up on the hook. The 96 car completely destroyed, and Fuller's Pontiac heavily, heavily damaged. Now, Greg Sachs was okay, but Jeff Fuller was complaining of some neck soreness and neck spasm. Had to go to the care center yesterday. That was one day ago. Today, let's show you what's going on. Here's the car number 96, or actually a backup car that this team, the Petty Huggins team, has just purchased from Morgan McClure Racing. They got a backup car, a Chevy Monte Carlo. They got an engine they're putting in the car from Sadco Racing. How about Jeff Fuller's operation? Well, they have a backup Viagra Pontiac over here for Eel River Racing, and they are getting that car ready with Barry Dawson working.
Kurt Busch is just one of 12 drivers entered in this race here at Daytona that have never competed in the Truck Series before. But he did crash hard coming into practice today. So that team
for turn number 1 behind Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte, Jeff Burton, and Scott Pruitt. Now, a lap ago, Rusty Wallace's car took off toward the turn 1 wall when he entered the corner, and everybody kind of took a deep breath. But BP, you think this was in the plan?
Well, it looks like it was. Watch this. I thought he'd wrecked. I said, wow, Rusty's going to crash. And I guess he was really trying that top groove to see how well the car stuck up there.
Well, we really didn't know that until we...
From the film American Beauty, Wes Bentley.
Heat suits, ethanol, compressed rubber, spoilers, fumes, caution flags. Yeah, some guys never forget their first experience with a Las Vegas call girl. Hi, Mom. But let's take a look at the nominees instead.
Driver of the decade. Jeff Gordon. Captured 3 Winston Cup championships.
Jeff Gordon is about to write his name in the racing history book.
Dale Earnhardt. 1 Daytona in 98 and 4 Winston Cup championships.
Dale Earnhardt finally is a champion of the Daytona 500.
Al Unser Jr. The 2-time kart champ also won the Indy 500 twice.
Al Unser Jr. takes the win.
John Force. 9-time NHRA Funny Car champion.
John Force doing it in style.
All right, and the SB goes to Dale Earnhardt.
Daytona 500 on Sunday.
You can see that Robbie Gordon is having a what appears to be a heated conversation with Tony Stewart. Here's whoa!
Hey, knock it off. You're fucking out of here. Take off.
Hey, enough. Enough.
Wow. Robbie, you didn't bring your team. I mean, you went over to talk to Tony, but he went to the wrong spot. You don't have your guys.
Emotions are high, of course, because everything is so important. It's important to practice well. It's important to do well in the twin 125s tomorrow and get yourself a good spot in the Daytona 500. Here's the replay once again.
Left-hand side of the screen, the front car is Robbie Gordon. The second car is Tony Stewart. And right there, they make contact. You know, was Robbie Gordon trying to block Tony Stewart? Was Tony Stewart trying to go someplace that he doesn't? We can't tell from that angle. Only those two guys know.
Down to Bill Weber. The racetrack as Robbie Gordon has a problem.
He's obviously spun because the flaps are up on the back of the car.
Well, let's see if he touched anything as we get the replay of it.
Going in the corner right there, he just gets a touch. Right, and the back end gets off the gas. Was that Tony Stewart that he made contact with Robbie? And through the grass.
Boy, those roof flaps really did their job then, because that car wanted to take off.
It sure did, and Robbie Gordon, I don't believe, hit anything.
Just a long and very scary slide. You can see the damage there on the left side.
It is. You don't need to interview me because, one, we've got the most screwed up racing that we've had at Daytona and Talladega in years. They had no business messing with the race package. Qualifying, everybody was all for it. But
wasn't enough. It was chasing this man. Lanny Watkins second.
The Daytona International Speedway is presented by Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
Rookie contender Scott Pruitt talked things over with a couple of veterans before strapping in for today's first qualifying race. Pruitt is trying to make the transition from champ cars to stock cars. Hello, everyone. I'm John Kernan. Coming up on RPM tonight, Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, and from the Truck Series, Jack Sprague. Well, the Twins are history, and the field is now set for the Daytona 500. Just about all of NASCAR's heavy hitters squared off in Thursday's first 125-mile qualifying race. And check out the numbers. The drivers in race number 1 had combined to win 423 races, 18 championships, so it should have been the most competitive, right? Well, wrong. Dale Jarrett started from the pole position in race number 1, but by the end of the first circuit, Bill Elliott, who started on the outside of row 1, had moved around Jarrett to take the lead. Awesome Bill went on the lead off 50 laps. Here he kind of snakes his way down the backstretch, trying to break the draft to keep DJ behind him. And it worked, as Bill won his first race since the 1994 Southern 500 at Darlington. The brevet. Sixth place finish. Back up front, it's Elliott in victory lane with Marlo Clain.
People have said all week that Dale Jarrett, you've been strong all week. You've been very upbeat, and you beat him today.
Well, we did, but it was a little help from our friends. You know, Dale helped me there at the first. You know, Rusty and Mark helped him. We got lined up. We did what we needed to do. We got away from the pack. But then Rusty couldn't help Dale make the pass on me. Dale's got a strong car, and he'll be hard to beat come Sunday afternoon. But still, we made the right decisions yesterday afternoon on the chassis. We got the car good. I was able to run the full run wide open, and we've got a good race car.
With the new shock and springs rules, was this what you expected?
Well, it was probably a little bit better than I expected. You know, the car had been pretty tight in practice. We changed some things yesterday afternoon and this morning, and we made the right decision. It all went the right way.
This is obviously your last year with McDonald's. How much pressure are you putting on yourself this year to do well?
Well, we've got to, but from the standpoint of being able to stay on and keep going, because, you know, we've got to produce this year. We've got to put everything together. You know, I was really at a crossroads last fall after Atlanta, but I think once we turned the corner and got some people, made some quick changes, man, they come together quick.
Congratulations, Bill. Bill will roll off on third on Sunday, just where he qualified last Saturday.
Thank you, Marlo. Scott Pruitt, Robbie Gordon, Jerry Mayfield made it 7 Fords in the top 10, while Dale Earnhardt had the next highest finishing Chevy, 11th place. His streak, by the way, of 10 straight qualifying race wins is now history. Chad Little probably feels as if he won the race because he wound up 15th to grab the last transfer spot and will start 29th in Sunday's race. Chad had posted the 47th fastest lap in qualifying. Now, I've already told you what I thought about today's racing. Let's listen to what Earnhardt has to say.
That's the worst racing I've seen at Daytona in a long, long time. They took NASCAR Winston Cup racing and made it some of the sorriest racing, took racing out of the drivers and the crew's hands. We can't adjust. We can't make our cars drive like we want. They just killed the race at Daytona. That's all I got to say. Mr. Bill France Sr. probably roll over his grave if he's seen that deal.
It was a good run, you know, and I just got to put blinders on, and me and Jeremy pay attention to our car. And he had a good run, I had a good run, and now we can rub on a little bit more and get it perfect for the 500.
Biggest thing is I learned a lot. You know, going high, going low, changing your line, working with the car when it's not handling the way you want it to, controlling it. I mean, I got a big loose a couple times. I came off 4 one time. I was like, I'm looking out through the side window going, oh, no. But it was fun.
Not a good run for rookies Mike Bliss and Stacy Compton. They finished 20th and 22nd. Kenny Wallace drove to a 23rd place. Finished Darrell Waltrip line up 24th. He'll take a past champions provisional. And his rookie Jeff Fuller. Brett Ledine's car had engine problems. He finished 27th. Jeff Gordon finished 6th in the first qualifying race. He joins us now. Jeff, it really looked like your car was really tight out there. How tight was it? Qualifying race number 2, Ricky Rudd will start second in the Daytona 500. Started from the pole position. He made sure he got a good jump at the green flag. Like Elliott, Rudd also led every single lap. In fact, the car chasing him couldn't even make a move. Back in the pack, Rick Mast and John Andretti finished 14th and 15th, the final transfer spots for the Daytona 500. Ward Burton finished just behind Skinner, Mike that is, to grab the 3rd spot. A good start to Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s Winston Cup career. He'll start 8th in the Daytona 500. And how about the strong run by Derek Cope in the unsponsored Finley Moore Motorsports car, 6th in the 125 to grab the 12th starting spot. But Ricky Rudd, he's the winner, and he's with Bill Weber.
Well, after a frustrating ending here last Sunday, Ricky Rudd finally got the finish he wanted, a win in your Twin 125 qualifying race. Congratulations, you were strong.
Thank you, Bill. Well, the car was strong, the team was strong. Everything about it was just a good effort. You know, we sort of had everything going our way in the first part of the week, and I finished the shootout on my roof, and that obviously wasn't the way to start a new job. But, you know, today everything just went like clockwork. I think all that sort of smart strategy and testing strategy probably paid off because I felt like we hit the good combination on the chassis just late yesterday afternoon.
Before we came to Daytona, you told us you expect to win in this car, and this team expects you to win in this car.
Well, I'm sure that they wouldn't have hired me if they didn't think I could maybe win. And also, this team should win. I mean, you look at the effort, you look at the people. Man, they got some of the greatest people in the sport, and a motor program that's second to none. They've got everything there in place. And you know, again, I'm not a hero. I can't do a whole lot, but I'm one of the key elements to making it work. And it's just nice to step into an environment that everything is in place. Mike McSwain brought a lot to the team. Ray Fox, all these guys that have been here a long time welcomed us well, and the chemistry is just right.
Congratulations and good luck to you on Sunday.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, Ricky Rudd in victory lane at Daytona for the first time. He hopes to make a second time after the Daytona 500.
Thank you, Bill. Jeff Burton starts 14th in the Daytona 500 after finishing 7th in the second qualifying race. Matt Kenseth will make his first Daytona 500 start from the 24th position after he finished 12th. A great run for Ed Barrier and Ginny Donlevy's car. He finished 13th and will start 26th, while Rick Mast rolls off 28th after finishing 14th. Rick feeling a little under the weather today, and John Andretti grabbed the last transfer spot. You saw him earlier. He'll start 30th on Sunday. Now, Jeff Burton, he says the racing at Daytona has changed.
To me, this is more like a normal race now. You know, it used to be 2 wide and 3 wide and all that crap. Now it's down. Now it's more to handling.
That was a pretty nerve-wracking race right toward the end. The whole time we were kind of close to that transfer spot and wasn't really fast enough to do anything about it. But I was real lucky. I got hooked up with Jimmy Spencer, and he kept me with him the whole time. And he gave me air when I needed it to help me get past some guys. And he taught me a lot today and actually helped me get into the 500.
Low Chevy done pretty good. We just didn't have nothing for Ricky. You know, these shocks making our cars push really, really bad. And Ward would get a run at me, and then he'd have to let off because his wouldn't turn. I don't know. I don't even know if Ricky's would turn. I know ours.
Bobby Hamilton will start 37th in the 500, getting the first provisional starting spot. Elliott Sadler also needed a provisional to make Sunday's race. Dave Blaney and Steve Park made it because of their qualifying speed, while Kevin LePage finished 26th, the only guy on this page who'll be racing here on Sunday. He made it with a provisional spot and starts 41st. Well, Jeff Gordon is still with us.
Over CBS Sports Desk, coming up next is the Napa Auto Parts World 250-mile truck race. Jeff Bodine survived this terrifying crash. 13 truck pileup. Bodine cartwheeling down the main straightaway, throwing his engine some 300 feet like a plastic toy. He survived with broken bones, is in the Halifax hospital. 9 spectators were treated. 2 were held overnight. The race was then won by Mike Wallace. Coming up next, prelude to the Daytona 500 tomorrow reaches new heights in 2000 and the tradition.
All right, getting set for 300 miles. We'll be back with the start of the Napa Auto Parts Central Florida. It's going to 84 degrees today, they say. The humidity, a lot of fog this morning. Now it's down to 69%. A light breeze, but warm on the racetrack. 130 inside those cars. Starting lineup for the Napa 300 has Hut Strickland on his second career pole. Ron Hornaday, the former Truck Series champ. Terry Labonte, two-time Winston Cup champion, and Buckshot Jones. Row 3 is Jay Sauter from the Truck Series and Bobby Hamilton Jr. The 98 Winston West champ, Kevin Harvick, and Matt Kenseth, fourth in this race last year. The defending champion, Randy LaJoie, and Kenny Irwin Jr. Jason Leffler from the USAC midget ranks, and Jeff Purvis, runner-up here 2 years ago. Jeff Green, a close second in last year's race, and Elton Sawyer. Tim Fedewa, a three-time winner in this series, and Mike Dillon. 19-year-old Adam Petty, the fourth-generation driver, and USAC sprint car ace Dave Steele. From Indy Cars comes Scott Pruitt and Phil Parsons, the veteran of the field. Jack Sprague, two-time Truck Series champ, and Matt Hutter from Ohio. Michael Waltrip, twice a runner-up in this race, and Hermie Sadler. Third-generation Jarrett, that's Jason. And Joe Nemechek starting deep in the field, 26th. Mark Green and Kelly Denton in the 14th row. Mike Skinner, last year's Atlanta winner, and Hank Parker Jr. Mike McLaughlin and P.J. Jones. In row 17, Wayne Grubb and SCCA's Mike Borkowski. Kenny Wallace with Casey Atwood, 19 years old, youngest in the field. Todd Bodine and Jason Keller. Former series champ David Green, ASA champ Tony Raines. Dick Trickle made his Daytona debut 21 years ago. Bobby Hillen and Chad Chaffin complete the starting lineup.
There were a big field of cars entered for this Napa 300. 15 drivers failed to qualify. That would be a good field of cars for any Saturday night race around the country. Some stars that had hoped to make the field here and run for the championship this year, but were disappointed, had to go home.
In today's race, the manufacturer's breakdown is 34 Chevrolets, 6 Pontiacs, and 3 Fords.
There are 43 cars starting this race. They'll go 120 laps for 300 miles. Fuel Wendell, 50 to 60 laps, running for a purse of $1.4 million, their largest ever, and the race record was set back in 1978 by Darrell Waltrip.
Frito's Inside Racing takes us for a lap around Daytona with Buddy Baker.
Let's have some fun. Out of pit road, down the short chute, into the 31-degree turn number 1. You set yourself up, coming out turn 2, 3,000 feet down the back straightaway, into turn 3. Right down on the bottom, you go back up into the middle part of the racetrack, off a little bump there, a little rise, 18 degrees through the tri-oval.
We'll have 8 CBS race cams in today's 300-mile race. Napa camera on board with Ron Hornaday, starting outside pole. The Bob Evans cam riding with defending race champion Randy LaJoie from 9th starting spot. Right next to LaJoie in the 5th row, Kenny Irwin, the Bell South Mobility cam. Our Nesquik camera riding with Jeff Green from 13th position. And the Cellular One onboard camera with Joe Nemechek starting 26th. Our Lowe's camera with Mike Skinner going from the 29th position. And the Stork is circling Mike McLaughlin's pit, his Gould's Pumps cam, riding there at 31st position. And Jason Keller from 38th with the Excedrin cam on board. Let's meet the third member of our CBS pit crew. Here's Bill Stevens.
Mike, Joe Nemechek won this race in 1998, starting on the outside of row 1. He won the pole here Wednesday. They took it away from him because of a chassis infraction. He starts 26th. I talked to him this morning and asked him, how are you going to run the race, Joe? He said, I need to get to the front. 2 reasons. 1, to avoid trouble, which always seems to break out back in the pack. And secondly, his car runs better up front, out of the draft by itself. He's going to have to get by a couple of dozen other drivers before he can get to the front. So this race could get nastier than the one for the White House. Back to you.
Getting set to go green. In the drivers' meeting, Busch Series director stressed patience. I think he said it 5 times during his discourse to the drivers.
And that probably wasn't enough.
We're about to find out. Pontiac safety car dips to pit road. And here comes the field, 43 strong for 300 miles. We're underway. Good clean start, but Buddy, how long will it take him to build up to full speed?
Well, it'll take all the way down the back straightaway before they even get halfway wide open. The full lap will be required to get the cars up to full song. As they go down the back straightaway, though, believe me, you're running plenty fast and 3 wide down the back straightaway.
Terry Labonte showing why he's won 2 Winston Cup championships. Now he battles that blue Chevrolet of Ron Hornaday for the front spot. Will lead the first lap. Look at him, 4 wide in mid-pack as the leaders hit turn 4.
Hornaday has sort of broken away as they come off of turn 4. It looks like he will be the one that will lead this first lap.
Hornaday, Labonte, and Buckshot Jones comes up for third.
Hornaday's being very smart right now. He's running in the middle of the 2 cars behind him, not giving either car the benefit of the draft. Now he moves out to the outside. Buckshot Jones should be able to really pick up time on Ron Hornaday leading the race.
You're looking back from Hornaday. That's Buckshot Jones, left side of your screen, edging Terry Labonte on the right.
They come off of that turn in a hurry.
That's Joe Nemechek in the silver car right there. He's trying to make it to the front right now. He said his car didn't feel very good back in the pack. It has to have clean air around it. As we ride with him down the front straightaway, probably at 190 miles an hour as he turns into turn 1, right on the bottom of the racetrack.
Now Nemechek has been backing up a little, started in 26 and is falling back to 30 as he tries to sort this car out and then begin to make those moves back toward the front. Mike?
Up at the front, Ron Hornaday battling Buckshot Jones. Terry Labonte is still right there. 3 cars now break out of that pack single file, and then they're still double wide all the way back. Bobby Hamilton Jr. up to that 3rd spot, one of the young guns we talked about in the white car there.
He's had a fast car since they unloaded here earlier in the week to start practice for this race. He was right up among the top runners at every practice session, had a good qualifying run. Bobby Hamilton Jr., very determined young man.
Matt Kenseth is up to 4th, Terry Labonte 5th, Randy LaJoy in 6th, Kenny Irwin 7th, Hut Strickland, Jeff Purvis, Jay Sauter the top 10.
Yeah, and Hut Strickland was looking for his car to be real fast today, but he did have some problems with it yesterday, and he's back to quite a few positions now.
Todd Bodine had to take a provisional start. He's come from 37th to 21st in just 3 laps. Cars in that front pack have broken away for the second half of the field.
Yeah, and back in this pack is where all the action's going on. Can you imagine running 195 miles an hour 2 inches away from the guy in front of you? If he just backs off because another car does, it's really hard to check up and not get into the back of the car in front of you. It's like a freeway. The further back in the line you are, the closer you get into the wreck.
Oh, big difference, though. No brake lights on these cars.
Hand signals, and I'll tell you what, a lot of times it saves these drivers.
Let's ride with Jeff Green. He's in 12th place, pulling up alongside pole sitter for 61, Hut Strickland.
Ooh, Kevin Harvick just in front in the 2 car there. You could see the back of the car going back and forth there. These cars have been jumping around quite a bit. Even down the straightaway where you would expect your car to run absolutely straight, his car right there, you can see it really moving around quite a bit.
So Randy LaJoy decided right in front of Jeff Green, decided he wanted to get over in that outside lane. He tried the inside lane, didn't work too good for him, so he decided to try it on the outside.
Looking back from Randy LaJoy, that's Terry Labonte, 44 on the inside. You can just see and almost feel that suspension at work.
Now, Terry Labonte wants to get over, and all of a sudden they really get into the fine draft, and that's where the air is passing over the front car and actually creates a vacuum that'll help the car behind them pull back up on them. So you see Terry Labonte trying to get up to Randy LaJoy.
On our CBS rundown, upper left of your screen, that green box indicates a driver who's moved up in the last lap. The red box, like Hank Parker Jr., a driver who's lost a spot.
And one driver already in the pits, unscheduled pit stop for Jack Sprague in car number 15. Apparently a flat tire on his car as we watch this action out on the racetrack. There's Sprague.
Mike, that's a disaster when you have to make a pit stop this early and lose the draft of these fast cars. But Matt Kenseth has come from way back in the field, and he's in second place right now. Anybody that knows anything about Matt Kenseth, he does not like second place. He'll lead this race in just a second.
Dick Berggren.
Jack Sprague has already gone down one lap as he sits here on pit road. They're not sure what's wrong with it. It is probably not a flat tire. It's either the track bar that locates the car in relation to the rear end or some other mechanical piece back there. Ken?
Well, it's hard to consider Ron Hornaday up in front as a rookie, although he is the two-time track champion leading the way here in that Napa car in front. But the guy who has really been putting on a show for some time has been Leffler, the 24-year-old fighting with Kid Harvick. They're back there in 7th and 8th positions, respectively. Harvick has just moved around Leffler. And those two rookies going for Rookie of the Year are duking it out here in the early going, right up here in the front of the field.
Harvick, number 2, Leffler, 18. And Harvick looked really pretty loose as he came through the trioval.
I don't know whether Jason Leffler hit the wall coming through that corner, but coming off 4, the 18 car got very, very close to the outside wall.
Leffler's car is black and green. And there's Harvick, number 2 in blue. Trying to move up with Mike Dillon.
Still working on Jack Sprague's car.
And he has now gone down 4 laps to the field. The inside row gets a bit of a move there as Jeff Purvis, number 4, pulls Kevin Harvick along. They're chasing 42, Kenny Irwin. From Kenny Irwin's car.
Yeah, I've watched Kenny Irwin run here. He started in the Winston Cup race in the very back of the field and drove his car all the way up to 3rd spot in the 500 last year. He is really good. Here he comes.
Matt Kenseth on the bottom takes it away from Hornaday, and look at all the help he has.
Kenny Irwin follows him right through on the inside, but now Hornaday has someone coming up on his rear bumper that might be able to help him a little bit. We'll see how it shakes out as they go into turn 3.
Fastest car in the field, Kenny Irwin, started 10th, up to 3rd.
Buddy, you're right. He learned a lot in that Daytona 500 last year coming from the back of the pack. He learned a lot about drafting, how to use the air, and he's putting it to work here.
And these cars running side by side really have a hard time keeping up with a car that is smart enough to run in the center part there and keep the draft away from any particular car. You see him now 3 wide down into turn 1.
You're riding with 7th place Jeff Green.
Yow, boy, that was close getting into turn 1 there. Kenny Irwin just happened to see him jerk the wheel just a little bit, or there would have been contact getting into turn 1.
And it cost him a position. Green's now on the inside of Irwin. Pulls down on Harvick.
These first 10 laps or so here, it looked like they were heeding the NASCAR officials' advice and said be patient, but I think they forgot already.
Matt Kenseth leads Ron Hornaday in the Napa 300 at Daytona. We'll be right back. Oh. Out at Daytona at lap 15 in the Napa 300. Jeff Green, last year's runner-up. There he is climbing. He's already got his cap on.
Wow.
After flipping that car at 190 miles an hour, he's got a sponsor cap on and walking away. I guess he's all right.
Boy, that just tells you how well these cars are built, and the roll cage did its job because he turned over several times down the front straightaway.
Hat rack made out okay, too.
Finished second in this race last year, second in the point standings. There's Kelly Denton's car, number 75. He was involved.
Kelly is okay, surveying the damage. Jason Jarrett was one of the cars involved. Also Phil Parsons, Wayne Grubb.
And Jason Jarrett drove away from the accident. He spun out. I don't think he hit anything hard.
It's the Pamico Chevy of Mike Skinner. And he says he can't turn the car. He tells the crew, so he's going to take it behind the wall. One more car there against the wall. Our view blocked by the safety truck. I believe that's the 83 of Wayne Grubb. and
Yeah,
he's okay.
He's out checking the damage, see if he can fix it if they take him back into the garage area. But this is very important to finish. It's a points race. Even though you tear your car up, you try to get back in the action if you possibly can.
Now, in the drivers' meeting, they told the drivers and teams, if you bring your car to the garage, you have one chance to fix it and take as long as you want. But when you bring that car back onto the speedway, if it's not able to run at competitive speed, the next trip to the garage is the last one for the day. You'd have to park it. So you see members of Skinner's crew going to work. Let's see what happened here coming through the tri-oval.
Jeff Green gets a little assistance there from behind, and you can see the car just lifting off the ground right there. It rolls several times here, but you notice the part that he's in did not really hit the racetrack. It rolled on the nose and then settled down on the racetrack. The flaps did their job. They have flaps in the roof of these cars to keep them from flying and just keep on flying. It dropped right down.
Tim Fidoa was one of those who went spinning. Pit stops. The order of the day for most of the teams, Bob Evans' team, that's Randy LaJoie's car in the pits and at work, running around there with the Jack, Robert Larkin. Just about everybody has pitted. Finishing up on LaJoie. And there's 59, Phil Parsons. McLaughlin comes out. His wife, Katie, due to give birth any day, maybe any hour now.
Oh, you see Casey Atwood was backing up there, almost making contact with the car.
Drive back in after a long slide through the grass. There's a little cosmetic damage on Phil Parsons and Jason Jarrett.
There we see the 10 car of Jeff Green. Here we see Phil Parsons in the pits.
You know, Ned, that looked like a nasty wreck fixing to happen when the car went up the air, but it come down just as quick as it went up. So that tells you the roof flaps really employed and put that car back on the racing surface.
Somebody got into the back of Jeff Green. I think I'd have to see one more replay to be positive about who that might have been. But you see there's damage here to several cars.
So here's Jeff Green. And see as we come up on him here.
Okay, they're just now coming in the dogleg. Right here, they make contact. You can see him getting sideways right there. Now watch the car just lift right off the ground about here and starts to fly. I can tell you, those cars on the outside, they're going, let me get by. And everybody missed him as he slides across there.
Look at Fidoa just shoot right through all that traffic to the infield grass without getting hit. I believe the car that made contact was Bobby Hamilton Jr., number 26. And it looked to me as if Hamilton was as low on the racetrack as he could be. There's his white car. He's right down against the white line.
It looked like Green might have come down a little bit as he went through the trial.
Well, and at that place, the car is very, very light. If you could physically get your hand out the window, you could make a car slide by just touching it with your hand. That's how light they are in that area of the racetrack.
The luckiest fellow in Daytona right then was Tim Fidoa, because he locked the car down and cut it left and came all the way across without incident. Let's ride with Jeff Green.
He saw that opening down there on the inside groove and was going to go down there and try to pick up the draft, and Bobby Hamilton Jr. was right there.
From Joe Nemechek's car.
Said, boy, I was ready to get through that.
And that was Fidoa you saw shooting across the track in front. And Jeff Green once more.
He dives down to the inside, doesn't quite get in that low groove, so he hits the other car. And like Buddy said, it doesn't take much at that point of the racetrack.
Boy, that's a nasty feeling when you see sky, dirt. I'm telling you, I've been there. It's not a pleasant thought.
I'm afraid that's the last picture from our Nesquik cam today. We're under...
It's out then. We're back racing again on lap 19.
Matt Kenseth in command, Ron Hornaday in second. That red car is Jeff Purvis. In green, Kenny Irwin. Then in red, Buckshot Jones. And in blue, number 2, Kid Harvick, Ken Squire calls it. Like he's calling a boxing match. This one's already been a boxing match of sorts.
Well, any race at Daytona is a boxing match. If anything else, it turns into a chess game because you really have to be careful. And there goes Michael Waltrip making it 3 wide in the 7 car down the back straightaway.
Got himself a good draft. Found some open air there and passed a couple of cars. Of course, Michael Waltrip is a veteran in this series as well as Winston Cup racing.
It's his 12th start in this race, Ned. Only Phil Parsons has more among the drivers in today's field. He's right smack in the middle of that 15-car front pack. Number 7, Waltrip.
Well, he loves this racetrack, and I've noticed in the past that he does not necessarily have to have the fastest car to go to the front. He likes to race here, and he makes good moves.
This fella right here is the big charge of the day, 66 Todd Bodine. He had to take a provisional to get in the field. He started 37th based on his car owner points from last year. He's in the top 10 in 18 laps.
That is quite a charge towards the front.
Boy, Buckshot Jones, the 00 car, was moving around quite a bit as he entered turn 3 there. I'm noticing the cars are getting a lot of side movement as they start through the corners here this time. Over maybe last year, they seem to be a little more stable.
And also, look on this restart, how quickly the field has strung out. After that front pack, it's a long string of cars.
Yeah, and right now, the front group, they're sitting out there nose to tail. And those guys are having a war just behind them there. They need to sort it out and kind of ride just for a second. It's awfully early to make it 3 and 4 wide down the back straightaway.
There's 16 cars in the lead draft. Then there are 3 cars right behind them, hooked up together. And then, as Mike says, the rest of them are scattered out a little bit. But maybe they remembered that patience word a little bit. You know, maybe they were reminded of it during those caution laps.
I hope so. Matt Kenseth from Wisconsin is your race leader. 27 years old, driving for Robbie Reiser, Gary Cogswell, the crew chief. And we'll see Frito's telemetry on board Joe Nemechek.
Okay, let's talk about the RPMs. I know you hear the drivers on all the racetracks, but Daytona and Talladega talk about turning 8,500, 9,000. Well, they have restrictor plates here, and it reduces the air and fuel that goes into the motor. So the maximum horsepower is right around 6,800.
Nemechek closing on that pack as they run 3 wide in front of him, and Hornaday goes back to the lead.
Pretty interesting there. That's Dale Earnhardt that owns the 3, and just behind him, Richard Childress owns the number 2. So they may have a little game plan worked out.
They've certainly worked together in that maneuver. And Jeff Purvis in car number 4, who had really got sideways about 2 laps before that caution came out. He was about to cause a big wreck coming off of turn 4, but he got it back under control. Now he's up there in 3rd place.
Ned, you're exactly right. There's sometimes it's a wreck that they don't hit anything yet, and that's what he had coming off of turn 4 up there. Completely sideways and very lucky that nobody got him.
Still too wide much of the way through this pack. 43, Jay Sauter, another graduate of the Truck Series. Tim Fedua there in 26th place. That green box shows he's gained a spot in the last lap. David Green 33rd in the order. That box in red shows he's lost a spot last time by. Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, amazingly, the crew, the number 10, is hard at work at trying to get this car ready to go back into the race. Crew Chief Harold Hawley has taken a quick bird's-eye view of the machine. He says the engine is okay. Of course, they got to replace some suspension pieces and make some body work adjustments to the car, but they think they can get back out and get some laps. And this team feels like they can contend for a championship, so every lap will be very important. Dick Berggren.
A combination of speed and pit strategy pretty much explains why these guys are at the front of the field right now. Not only did they have fast cars, but none of the leaders hit it on that last round. They only have 3 sets of tires. That's all they're allowed for this race, so all the leaders have saved them for later. To Ralph, to Bill.
Well, Matt Kenseth was in the lead, but has dropped back a little bit. As crew chief Gary Cogswell says, they still got to do some fine-tuning on that chassis. And it looks like next time he comes in, they may change the air pressures in the rear tires, raise the track bar, and take a little wedge out of that car. And they think he can race for the lead again.
Buddy, in English. What Bill just say? What are they going to change? Raise the track bar.
Well, they're trying to change the roll center of the car is what they're doing. And when you raise the track bar, of course, it pulls down on the weight on the back of the car and changes the roll center on it, making it do what you want it to do. Apparently, he's having chassis problems right now, and they need to adjust pretty quickly.
The car's not bad, but they think they can make it better. That light blue car is Kenseth in 4th place.
Well, 6 cars have broken away. They've singled themselves out and broken away from that 16-car pack that we mentioned just a few minutes ago.
You know, Ned, that was always a time that I felt pretty good when I got with a group of people that understand the draft, and you get out there and you know nose to tail is so much quicker than fighting 2 and 3 wide. And these guys, if that bunch keeps racing behind them, they'll just continue to walk away.
You're riding with Kenny Irwin, the Bell South Mobility Cam on board his Chevrolet, one of the quickest in the field. And that is Matt Kenseth just ahead. And look at him bounce through turn 1.
Yeah, you could really see, you could see a little spark there where maybe the exhaust pipe hit as they went through that hole down there. You could see the spark fly out from under the car.
There's that breakaway. Ken Squire.
One of the most impressive runs in the early going in this Napa Auto Parts 300. Give it to Todd Bodine. He started 37. There you see it, the white and red, number 66. He's pulled himself up to 8th position. He stood here yesterday and watched his brother survive that horrible 13-time end-over-end, side-over-side crash. Spent a great deal of time with his brother throughout the night last night. Here he is out here, and he is really trucking. Number 66, Todd Bodine is going to the front.
Mike Dillon just ahead of him. Kenny Irwin makes a move on the bottom, and that's at 4th place. Trying to take Buckshot Jones with him. So they battle up in the front of the pack in the Napa 300 at Daytona. 26 laps are complete. We'll be right back. Daytona, Tony Raines is on pit road.
This is his second stop, Mike, in the last 10 laps or so. He was last year's Rookie of the Year winner in the Busch Series of NASCAR, but having problems here today.
Ralph Sheheen.
Jeff Green has made his way out of the infield care center. Jeff, can you tell me what happened?
Yeah. First of all, I put myself in a situation I should not have been in, and I took a chance I should not. It's totally my fault. I come down. I thought I had a hold there to get down in front of the 26 car. He must have had a couple inches on me. He wasn't going to let off, which he's not in position to let off, I don't guess. But a lot of guys taking too many chances, and I guess I was one of them right there. That quick Chevy was awesome, but you got to finish on all 4 before you can ever finish. And hate it for my guys. They worked their tails off this weekend to get as fast as it was. And it was an awesome car. We were just biding our time to get up there, but nobody would ever give an inch to get in line and go. So it's a long race.
Bill Stevens.
Kevin Harvick having a great run in 2nd place, but a problem with that car in the handling department, something we've heard a lot of this week. That car is pushing very badly. Says when he hits the corners and turns the steering wheel, feels like that right front tire is going to grind itself right off of the automobile.
Harvick, one of 12 drivers making his Daytona Busch Series debut today, and that number 2.
He has an awfully strong car, though. He has absolutely no help and able to run on the inside there with 2 cars that are hooked up in the draft. So Harvick's got a great car, but if it's pushing, that means the front end's losing grip, and when he turns into the corner, it loses a lot of time by scrubbing the front of the car.
And as a result of that, you see Ron Hornaday beginning to pull away a little bit as they race side by side back there. Now Harvick gets out in front of Jeff Purvis, and they'll try to line up single file, and that should help them, but no, that didn't last long, did it?
No,
here comes on the outside again.
Purvis, number 4, Harvick, number 2. Right behind them, Kenseth, 17, and the 00, red and yellow car of Buckshot Jones. Off turn 4.
Well, Ned, it's just about the point in the race where the good cars start to come to the front. You see Joe Nemechek starting to move up in that silver and black car there, starting in the 26th spot. Now he's making his way up to the front. He's running 9th, as a matter of fact, right now. So these guys that have good handling and good balanced cars will start moving up and really make it tough on these guys that are having any kind of handling problems.
They've run a little more than a half of a gas run. You said 50 to 60 laps. They've run 33 laps, working the 34th right now. So, yes, as that fuel load goes down and the tires get heated up, that's when the good handling cars come to the forefront.
How about Jay Sauter up with that lead pack, number 43, from out of the Craftsman Truck Series. His dad, Jim Sauter, longtime campaigner in the Midwest and has made 7 Daytona 500 starts. Tim Sauter, his brother's a racer. A lot of racing Sauters from Winnebago, Wisconsin. Here's the Excedrin cam from Jason Keller's car and Arfredo's telemetry.
Very, very fast, too. 189 miles an hour. See the RPM, 1,600 there as he goes down. And you can see the back straightaway there. They have a huge stand that they put in a couple of years back. A lot of people here today watching this race. Big crowd.
And an unscheduled pit stop for another of the favorites here, Bobby Hamilton Jr. Coasted into the pits, or I say coasted in. Dick, what's his problem?
Well, we're not too sure. Right now, they're going to put 4 tires on it. This is clearly an unscheduled pit stop, Ned. He had been in the lead draft, running well, was involved in that earlier incident with Jeff Green, and with Green tipped over. And Bobby Hamilton Jr., a definite contender, has just gone down a lap.
Oh, little bump and run there. Right stuck in the middle with Sauter.
And Sauter's still in trouble. He fought it all the way through 3 slides there and got that car back straight. Now, sometimes you get lucky, and that's a little bit of luck. When you break one of loose at 190 miles an hour, you're lucky if you get it back straight.
Skirmishing there with Kenny Irwin, 42, and 00, Buckshot Jones. This track is wide enough to run 4 cars, but at 190 miles an hour, there's just not a lot of room left. Laps complete. There's the front pack. Hornaday number 3, Harvick number 2, Purvis number 4.
Yeah, and a lot of good cars just behind them there. They actually are closing in again. They have dropped back about 10 car lengths. The front 3, though, have not raced each other very hard at all. They've tried to keep that line where they're nose to tail.
Now, Jake Sauter's car continues to run in 7th place. Let's have another look at what happened here as he got squeezed in the middle.
He is in the middle, and right there, the back breaks loose. Now, the car is very loose right there. He wasn't actually hit. He tried to get the car back straight, and now it took a little turn to the right there, and he got it back straight. He is very lucky.
There was a bump. It was here going into the corner, maybe.
Mike, that outside car is just taking all the air and making a vacuum there that pulls the back of that car around. He was very lucky that that thing didn't spin out on him.
Sauter continues in 7th place. Now, is his car damaged?
No, it's not damaged. I would say right now, though, he says, I won't do that again.
Be careful which position he gets himself in. Bobby Hamilton Jr. comes back down pit road once again.
Yeah, right there, he should have said, I think I'll just check up and follow these guys and get in a draft there. Those 3 wide things, they're pretty for camera, but it's pretty aggravating when you're out there.
Pretty scary, too.
Dick Berggren.
Bobby Hamilton's on pit road again. This is a major problem. He has a broken right rear shock absorber or a broken right rear shock bracket. The tire had been rubbing on that shock absorber. That's why he came in to change it, but just changing the tire didn't get it done. They just told him to shut the engine off. He's going to be here for a while. He will not win the Napa 300 today.
Field stringing out a bit behind the front 3. We've completed 38 laps here in the Napa 300 at Daytona. We'll be right back. Ken at the front, Ron Hornaday, Kevin Harvick, and Jeff Purvis have tried to break away from the rest of this field. There are 7 cars chasing them in a draft of their own, and then about a 14-car freight train. But there are the 3 leaders.
They pulled away by almost 2 seconds from the 4th place car, which is Kenny Irwin.
43 laps complete this time around, about a dozen laps before we'll see pit stops under green, perhaps, from the drivers who did not stop during that caution. There's Irwin's car in green, and you see the distance there from 3rd back to 4th. Doesn't look like much, but it's 1.6 seconds.
And the first three cars there, I think right now are handling a little bit better than this other group. It's going to be hard to run them down, but if anybody can, Kenny Irwin can there in that green-nosed car just behind the first three.
And another to watch is Nemechek. He is in 8th place. Number 87, the silver car dipping low on the racetrack as they enter turn 3. Nemechek making a run. Remember, he started 26th after having to requalify on the second day. Oh, he's got help there from Jay Sauter. I hope it's help.
That was a little more than help there. That got the 87 there. Joe Nemechek crossed up. He got it back straight in a hurry, but he got a little bump there as they started off the corner.
Back at the front, Hornaday running the lowest line on the track right against the yellow line, and thus is in no danger of losing the lead to Harvick, who's having to take a longer way around higher up the racetrack.
Yeah, and I noticed that Jeff Purvis in the 4 car is beginning to have a little higher line to 3 and 4 too. He tried to hold it down a second ago, but you see both cars going up the hill there. That means that they're not able to run down there with Hornaday, because if they could, they would.
There again, when those tires get heated up and the track gets a little bit slicker, they start moving up the track.
And we ride with Ron Hornaday.
Ron Hornaday Jr., I tell you what a driver this guy is. Look how still his hands are in the corner. He's just actually just kind of working that car very little bit of motion there as he starts out towards the back straightaway. But that is a good car. A lot of racing knowledge in that particular car. Dale Earnhardt Jr. won 2 years in a row, and basically that same car.
Hornaday's father, a great champion of stock car racing on the West Coast, and his son, Ronnie, the third, now embarking on his own racing career.
Yeah, and he looks pretty good, too. It won't be long before all three of them can say, I've been a pretty good driver.
Dick Berggren.
Johnny Allen, who is Jeff Purvis' crew chief, just came to Ron Hornaday's pit, and they have cut a deal for the number 4 car currently running in 3rd spot and the number 3 that's currently leading to pit together. They are anticipating a pit stop for fuel and tires somewhere around lap 57. You better believe Harvick in the middle of that sandwich. He'll be in with them too, Mike.
Boy, he's going to school, Dick. It's only his 2nd career Busch Series start. Hornaday is a master of the Truck Series, and Jeff Purvis has run a lot of laps here at Daytona, so he's getting some good schooling right here.
And what I'm thinking is what a good eye Richard Childress has, because I didn't see that he had the potential to do what he's doing out there right now when he was in the truck division. But Richard Childress has always been able to recruit good drivers.
4th place battle side by side. Buckshot Jones takes his Pontiac underneath Kenny Irwin.
Gets a run as he comes to the start-finish line, and he has the position.
We'll see if that second pack is any quicker with Jones in front. Right now, they are 2.6 seconds behind the lead draft. 47 laps complete at Daytona, and pit stops coming up. CBS Sports coverage of the Napa Auto Parts 300 continues after this message. At lap 48, Joe Nemechek. Lap 49, lap 50, Adam Petty, Bobby Hamilton, and Mark Green make pit stops. Battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th on the Speedway. Kenny Wallace, number 25, left side of your screen, has now moved up to the 4th spot. That's Terry Labonte, number 44. Buckshot Jones, the red car, and Randy LaJoie's in it as well.
Jay Sauter in the 43 there, just behind the 2 you were just talking about. And these guys have been going at it like, and Randy LaJoie, the winner of the race last year here in the number 1 car.
Add to that pack Casey Atwood, the 19-year-old, the number 27. And they're side by side for 2nd spot, Harvick and Purvis, number 4.
Ron Hornaday.
Oh, trouble.
One car spinning across the racetrack to pit road. Here comes another into the grass. Hillen is spinning. Borkowski spinning, and Kenny Irwin drives through the grass to miss them both. Caution is out.
Kenny Irwin has a lot of damage to the front of his car, and you can see a lot of damage there on Borkowski's car.
Boy, a good break for those who were about to pit and had not pitted. Bad break for those who just had pitted a few laps ago.
This is Kenny Irwin's front view. Bell South Mobility Cam, and you see the damage to the front of his car. This is Mike Borkowski's, number 20. And Irwin is going to climb out.
And they had just made pit stops, or Irwin had just made a pit stop.
And all that smoke you could see in Kenny Irwin's car, that was tire smoke where he'd been round and round down the front straightaway here and filled the inside of the race car up with smoke.
Kenny's okay. He's one of 8 drivers in this race that'll run in the 500 tomorrow. The rest of the field comes to the caution flag, and once the pits are open, should this bring everyone in, Ned?
Oh, I don't think there's any question about it, because many of them were scheduled for pit stops certainly within the next 10 laps. And you had a number of drivers. You mentioned Nemechek, Adam Petty, and Kenny Irwin. Of course, Kenny's out of it now. Dave Steele has made a pit stop. Tony Raines has been in and out of the pits. And so it's a bad break for those who made the green flag pit stop.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at this. Well, Kenny Irwin there in the middle. Bobby Hillen on the outside there. He gets a little tap as they start out of the corner in the 8 car. See Barkowski there fighting to get control back into Kenny Irwin and into the outside wall as they spin towards the grass down the front straightaway.
Hard to see if Hillen came down or Barkowski came way up the racetrack. Might have been a little of both. Let's watch from Kenny Irwin's on board and see.
Oh, yeah, I think the 20 car went up the racetrack.
Ow!
Kenny Irwin, who had just come out of the pits the lap before, was right in the middle of it.
And managed to avoid sliding back up onto the racetrack. From trackside. And again, watch the 20 car on the bottom.
That's arrow push as they start off. That's the same thing that happened in the Bud Shootout the other day when the 40 car Sterling Marlin went up and made contact on the car outside of him.
Mike Borkowski's from Middlebury, Connecticut. He's a graduate and former champion at SCCA Sports 2000. He and fellow Indy Lights driver Chris Simmons climbed the ladder together. And this year Borkowski's veered off and to go full-bodied stock car racing. This is Bobby Hillen's car being worked on pit road.
And it looks like you're going to do a lot of work with that car to get the hood where it'll just stay on the car. You can see it's very flimsy back there where the fender's been peeled off.
And of course, it'll kill his aerodynamic package. And he just can't be competitive. Pit road is still closed. A couple of cars came in, including Phil Parsons, when they came around the last time, but the leaders did not come in.
And we're under caution here at Daytona. The guy who gets tomorrow
come in when you have that much debris on the racetrack. You wait until the people go out there and clean up the racetrack, and then you come in and get the fresh tires. You don't want to put fresh tires on it. Go back out there and run through all that metal that they're picking up right now.
Ralph Sheen.
Mike, the 4 of Jeff Purvis is just running out of gas out on the racetrack right now, and they're hoping that they're going to open pit road this time by so that he can come down, and they have the fuel and the tires all set to go. He says he's planning on coming down one way or the other, whether the pit road's open or not, because he is going to be out of gas by the time he gets back around.
There's some workers out at the entrance of pit road, and that was one of the reasons they didn't open pit road the last time. Let's see if they will this time around.
And they do, Ned. There's the NASCAR official who stands behind the inside pit wall, protected there by that high concrete wall and a lot of steel cables. And the green flag that he now waves indicates not that the race is restarted, but that pit road is open.
And you could all see all the front cars there ran through that corner on the flat because they were getting low on fuel, and the pickup is on the right-hand side of that gas tank.
Jason Leffler may be out of gas. And here they all come to pit. Dick Bergman.
Ron Hornaday was ready to come in at any rate, but this caution flag could not have been timed more perfectly for him. His car is just a little bit loose. Tail end is hanging out, coming off the corners. They're going to put a half a round of wedge in it, make some adjustments with tire pressure, and he'll be out of here. To Ralph.
Mike Gittin and Dave Hansen go to work on the right side of Jeff Purvis's number 4 machine. They've changed those tires. Now they go to work on the left side. This car's been very tight. They want to make an air pressure adjustment to this car. Bill Stevens.
Kevin Harvick and Matt Kenseth are both in at the same time. Both crews making changes on the tire pressures. 4 tires on both cars. Fuel going in. It's Harvick who's away first. And there goes Matt Kenseth.
Kenseth will come out the 5th or 6th of those that pitted under this caution flag. Now, Joe Nemechek had just pitted. He was one of the fastest cars, but Nemechek will either be a lap down or the tail end of the lead lap when we go back to racing because the cars overlapped him under green prior to this caution flag coming out. So 55 laps are complete. The Napa 300 at Daytona. We'll be right back. Has finally coasted onto pit road. The crew pushed him into his stall. They're going to fuel him up, try to get him back out after 4 fresh tires and a tank of gasoline. Bill Parsons working there as well. Well, Ned Jarrett, have we seen the kind of patience that the NASCAR officials asked the drivers to exhibit today?
Basically, yes, Mike. We've seen a couple of incidents out there where patience did not take over where it should have, and as a result, we had caution flags. But with the cars bouncing around as much as we have seen some of them bouncing around this part of the race, I think that they've done pretty well.
22 gallons of gas, that's 150 pounds at the back of these cars. Buddy, did you see these cars handling a lot differently at the end of a long fuel run than at the beginning?
Yes, I did, and I noticed everybody in the field did something to their car to balance it, trying to get it better. And you can count on one thing. Some cars that might not have been up to full song, they'll be better now because they did get to work on them.
For some of these teams, it's the first time they've had a chance to make adjustments on pit road, and you see the official indicating 1 lap to go, and we'll go back to green. Ralph?
A lot of the crew chiefs and crew members of the NASCAR Winston Cup division have been down here looking at the tires, getting ready for tomorrow. Greg Zipadelli, crew chief for Tony Stewart's entry in tomorrow's Daytona 500, taking a look at the tires off of Jeff Purvis's car. In talking to these gentlemen, they're all saying the tires look good on long-distance runs and should be even better tomorrow because there'll be more rubber laid down on the racetrack.
Let's show you what happened here on pit road. There is the Jackman going out and around one of the cars.
That's Dick Trickle on the inside and Chad Chapin in the car number 77 on the outside.
You can see the Jackman completely on top of Dick Trickle's hood as he was stopping there.
Trickle's Jackman is George Landers. Mark Martin's Jackman in the Bud Shootout last Sunday took a similar ride because Martin couldn't get stopped. It wasn't because of the traffic jam on pit road, but he is okay and likely will jack the car on Sunday. Frito's Inside Racing shows you look at a pit stop. Here's the NASCAR official in silver as the team goes to work. Jackman to the right side of the car, and in 2 seconds that car is in the air and tires are being changed while 11 gallons of fuel is dumped in here at the rear. As the tire changers come around to the left side, the fuel man gets his second can of gas at the back of the car. 9 seconds have elapsed. Tire changing continues. Second can of fuel is in. Catch can man signals okay, and in less than 17 seconds, you're back on track. Now, Ron Hornaday came into the pits first. He is now running in 7th. Jeff Purvis came in second, went out second. Kevin Harvick, 3rd to 3rd. Kenny Wallace held on to 4th. Terry Labonte lost a few spots on pit road as well. Dick Berggren?
George Landers is Dick Trickle's Jackman. You just took a wild ride, my friend. Are you okay?
Yeah, it was a little rough out there. 2 cars too tight coming in and ended up on his hood, but I'll be okay.
He's going to jack the car next time out, Mike.
That's tough. That's playing tough.
I'm going to tell you, though, these guys are athletes that work in the pits, and I've actually watched them jump with the jack in their hand, jump the whole front of a race car.
Whoa, look at Purvis in number 4, 3 abreast there, trying to fight his way back to the front.
Well, I see a little contact down the back straightaway. They're actually pushing Buckshot Jones down the back straightaway there with Hornaday. He was actually up under the car in front of him.
Here's Jones sweeping to the outside and looking for the lead.
This is one of the most dangerous parts of a race on a restart when everybody's bunched up together. They got new tires on their cars, and they'll take chances that they wouldn't normally take.
Well, Ned, it's not just racing at full speed on that restart. It's a 2.5-mile drag strip with 4 left turns in it.
Now, Joe Nemechek is out front right now, would like to see a caution. He made a pit stop not long ago, so he's fighting his way to get back in the lead lap right now.
Oh, Mike McLaughlin down to the inside of the racetrack on the apron. Either the Goulds Pump Chevy's in trouble or Katie is about to give birth. The stork is still circling.
I bet the cars give up.
Well, I'm afraid so.
Yeah.
Kenny Wallace, 25. Jeff Purvis, number 4, trying to put the move Adam Petty, 45, just ahead.
Boy, you can see the cars dancing around in the corner there. They're not very stable. These guys are doing a great job of control.
And Adam Petty is one of these drivers that made a green flag pit stop, so he's being shown a lap down now.
Halfway in the Napa 300 at Daytona. Tomorrow, the Great American Race, the Daytona 500 on CBS.
That's the kind of debris you want to see on the racetrack. Did you see when the cars went by, it took off. So it wasn't a piece of metal, it was something else.
5 cars have broken away from this battle. Matt Kenseth on the inside of Purvis. Kenseth in that blue 17. He's got some drafting help as he tries to go to the front.
Got to try to foul back and get in on that outside lane. Their spotters work with them and tell them it's clear. Try to keep them informed of what's going on around them.
Report from the 48 car, broken fuel pump on Mike McLaughlin.
That's too bad. He was one of those 27 drivers that were 28 when he was out there on the lead lap. Nemechek is barely on the lead lap. He's at the tail end of it, but he's the last car on the lead lap.
Oh, trouble. 5 cars up in the wall at turn 1.
There's fire coming out of the car right up against the wall there.
77 is Chad Chapin.
Hut Strickland in the 61.
And the car's still wrecking off, coming off of turn 2 on the backstretch.
A secondary collision in the back straightaway. Now there is Strickland has climbed out. He's okay. A lot of smoke still inside Chapin's car. Hutt's going to go to his aid.
And Joe Nemechek did get his lap back. He was in front of the leader when he came to the start-finish line.
Chad Chapin is okay. And there is Adam Petty's car crashed hard in the back straightaway.
Wow, the nose completely flattened on that number 45 there. That's Hornaday.
Yes, Ron.
And the number 3 car.
And Casey Atwood. For the second time, Casey Atwood has come to Daytona, and his car has gone home in the dumpster.
And there's Elton Sawyer in car number 98, one of the 3 Fords in the field.
There's Adam Petty's car. See Petty moving around inside. A little woozy.
Took a hard hit.
Yeah, there was actually 2 wrecks there.
There were?
They went through the wreck, and then coming off turn 2, they had more problems over there.
Here's Hornaday coming to pit road. That car wounded. Now there is turn 1, the accident location, where 61 Hut Strickland and Chad Chapin came together. Now that's midway in turn 1. A couple of the other cars there at the bottom of the screen along with some of the safety vehicles, but the other wreck took place coming out of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway.
Don't know if it was an aftermath or maybe somebody was still out of control when they came off of turn 2 and finally caught up with them as they got started down the backstretch or whatever. Anyway, there was another wreck, and here's Hornaday in the pits. A lot of work to do on that car.
Adam Petty is climbing out.
Boy, that's good to see. There for a moment, he was really stunned. He was just barely moving around the car, but you see him starting to get a little more active now.
Look at the front end of that, buddy. He hit something hard.
Yeah, I tell you that. Anytime you see the nose of the car just completely shoved straight back, well, the engine and everything probably moved it in that car also.
Say hello to his great-granddad, Lee Petty. He's ailing back near home in Randleman, North Carolina.
Had some surgery about 10 days ago.
Hope he's okay.
Certainly wish him the best. Adam's still a little bit woozy.
Yeah, he's a little groggy there. I tell you, they take him over to the care center here, and it's a well-staffed infield here, a hospital that they take all the drivers. It's mandatory you go once you're in a wreck here in Daytona.
The turn 1 crash was Hut Strickland and Chad Chapin. In the backstretch, Elton Sawyer, Adam Petty, this car, Ron Hornaday, and Casey Atwood. Well, let's try to figure out what happened here as we watch Joe Nemechek Nemechek leave pit lane. Heading for turn 1.
See, the cars are all bunched up together going into the turn.
Okay, right there, you can see the 77 car, Chad Chaffin, getting in trouble. He goes up and collects Hut Strickland in 61. Fire breaks out as they slide along the wall, and you can see many other cars involved in the accident just behind there.
And some cars taking evasive action, getting down on the flat part of the racetrack and coming on around. Now, whether when they came off of that flat part, that caused the second wreck, don't know yet.
Well, Elton Sawyer got into those two. That's what damaged his car, and there was one other car that hit the two of them. There's the aftermath. And the initial contact appeared to be from Jack Sprague. That is Hornaday's car down at the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, they all stopped on the back straightaway. The real wreck was over going into turn 1 there. Wow.
Looks like fuel pump broken off one of those cars up in the left front location. Those are the flames you see. Most of that smoke is tire smoke. The best news, everybody climbed out. Okay. Let's show you what Ron Hornaday saw. Now that's Chad Chaffin, the red car to his right.
Wow. He gets turned right in front of him.
There goes Casey Atwood, yeah, on the inside there.
And here's the second part of it. Off turn 2, Adam Petty hard in the wall.
You know, I saw a piece of a tire go up in the air there. It looked like he had a flat tire, and the actual part of the radial tire came off as he hit the wall there. So Adam Petty probably had a flat tire that triggered that.
From Randy LaJoy, watching Adam Petty in turn 2.
Yeah, you can see the tire itself came right off there. Adam Petty was in trouble. He actually went down on the flat there and then back up.
Could it have been that he maybe cut it from that other accident back there, came through that, and then it went flat as he came off that turn?
You're exactly right.
64 laps are complete. We're under the third caution of the day in the Napa 300. Did this car, number 15, touch the back of number 77, Chad Chaffin? Trigger this down in turn 1.
As they go into the turn, watch closely. It's very hard to tell. He's up awfully close there right now. Right there, it does look like to me, Mike, that he might have touched him.
I'll go a step further. I saw the contact. He turned a little bit to the right and then turned back to get it back straight, and the back came out, so he did get touched.
Now, buddy, if you get into the back of somebody like that on a track like Daytona, do you lift to get him squared away? Or if you do you get caught up from everybody else?
Well, what you do, you try to give him enough time to recover, and you certainly wouldn't go back into him again, because if you do, you'll spin him out and probably cause a bigger wreck than they had.
Let's show you again what Ron Hornaday saw. That's Chaffin on the outside, 77.
Oh, that was, from that angle, it looked like nobody was there, but
I think he'd already been hit before we saw him make that spin.
Ralph?
Mike, the crew is working on Ron Hornaday's car. He has crawled out. Ron, can you tell me what happened out there?
I can tell you, but I don't really know what happened. All I know is the 77 turned sideways, and there ain't no way, unless he blew a motor or something, you can get turned sideways, and he just came across in front of me. But that's a shame. Ron Hunter built us a great motor here, and the Napa Chevrolet was running awesome. Gary Kidd and the guys that the longer the thing ran, the faster the car got. A little bit of an air push off the corner, so it's a shame. I mean, I hate to start the season this way, but we'll have to come back and run hard.
Dick Bergen?
Elton Sawyer had the fastest Ford in the field, but this thing is so wrecked, two mechanics had to jump on the hood and beat it down so he could find his way to the garage. What did it look like to you out there?
I know. We went off in the one there, and was behind the 51 car, I believe, at the time. We're on the outside, and 77 car, I don't know if somebody got into him and lost a tire or whatever, but he turned sideways, and we went high to try to miss him, but, he didn't have anywhere to go, and he came back up the racetrack, and really tore the front end of the Lysol car up pretty bad, but that's just the way it goes. We'll just try to get it fixed and get back out there for as many points as we can, and look forward to Rockingham.
Todd Bodine is also here in the garage. They are changing a radiator. Debris went through it. Mike?
Jason Jarrett in the pits for an extended stop. Couple more cars behind the wall, and there goes Adam Petty. The Napa Auto Parts 300 on CBS continues after this message and a word from your local CBS station.
Today is he's one of the drivers in Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. That means you get a lot of extra brain power. Look at Steve Neal here working the torch. Just behind him is Dave Charpentier from Steve Park's crew. He's over here. He's a former Winston Cup crew chief. And at the front of the car, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s crew chief and car chief, Tony Eury Sr. and Tony Eury Jr. A lot of brain power working on this car right now. Bill Stevens?
Ralph, Todd Berry is the crew chief for Kevin Harvick, having a great run today in second place. You made some tire adjustments. The last pit stop, air pressure. Is the car any better now?
Yeah, well, we hadn't run long enough here to tell. It's longer in the runs, you know, things seem to get a little tight, but Kevin's doing a great job in this AC Delco Monte Carlo, and we just keep riding here under caution a couple more laps. We're going to make this thing on one stop.
Have you talked to him about the strategy here? Will he just sit tight for a while or make a run, or what have you guys been talking about?
Oh, we told him if he wanted to lead a lap, he could, but ideally we really don't want to lead a lot of them right here because it's kind of marginal on the gas thing, but I think we'll be fine.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out later.
It's only Harvick's second career Busch Series start. He ran Rockingham last October, but was out of the race very early. Bakersfield, California driver, 24 years old, and with a great career opportunity here. Getting set for the restart. Buckshot Jones out front. Harvick and Scott Pruitt up to fifth.
Flagman tell him to hold it, hold it, hold it. And there goes the green. You can see it, just a shadow of it. And here they accelerate.
Two rookies in the top five as we go back to green.
There are 20 cars on the lead lap. Bill Parsons is the last car on the lead lap. He made a late pit stop, perhaps trying to make it to the end on fuel.
Cars on the lead lap started in the outside lane. Lapped cars on the inside lane, so there'll be some shuffling here.
Yeah, it was scary. I thought they were going to stay single file for at least one straightaway, but that didn't happen. They're back double file just behind the first three cars as they come off turn 4.
Jeff Purvis back up there to the third spot. Dick Berggren.
Chad Chapin, you were right in the middle of that big accident. What happened?
Well, I think we were actually at the beginning of it. We were coming down the short chute going into turn 1, and something just gave loose on the car. I believe we cut down a left rear tire. I know me and the 5 car made contact in the pits, and maybe he had knocked a piece of sheet metal in on the car or something. I either cut a tire down. Kind of felt like I got bumped from behind, but I don't really think I did. I think something cut down on the left rear, and the car just turned around. Everybody in the care center okay? Yeah. Adam was bruised up a little bit, but he's fine. And Casey and Hutt, they're doing all right, so no injuries there.
Okay. Good luck next time.
See, drivers don't have the instant replay that we have. He did get touched, but it might have been after the tire was starting to go down or something.
One of the lead cars, lead pack cars, Tim Fedor, came in for a change of tires. Apparently he had a tire go down. He's going to go a lap down. Now there'll be 19 cars on the lead lap.
And Mike McLaughlin's back on track after replacing a fuel pump. 3 cars have broken away. Buckshot Jones, Kevin Harvick, and Jeff Purvis. And from 4th on back, it's 2 wide. Heavy traffic.
Yeah, that's right now the only reason they're not running 3 wide is there's not room to get up there. They're kind of squeezing out right now. The cars are really on fresh tires, and they're going pretty hard right now.
One of the most impressive runs here today has been that of Scott Pruitt. He started 19th. He fell back to 27th. Now he's in the top 5, and this is his first appearance on a super speedway as he gets ready for tomorrow's Daytona 500. Keep your eye on Scott Pruitt, number 97.
Pruitt started his career in go-karts, and except for a stint in Trans Am and International Motorsports Association GT cars, he's been an open wheeler most all his life. So drafting, a little new to him.
How do you spell go to school? He's fixing to go to school because there's a lot of guys that know how to draft, and he's going to catch himself right now. You can see he's getting on the outside of the racetrack, and he'll be in 3 wide traffic here before too long. We'll see how he handles himself.
Here's more telemetry on board Jason Keller.
And you can see the miles per hour, about 189, as the RPMs fluctuate a little bit there, around 6,400, and then he had to back off a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see the car in front of him just kind of do that little twitch coming off turn 4. That's a very, I see a little bit of smoke off the right front corner of that blue car on the left there. See it?
Yes. There does appear to be some smoke. Maybe tire smoke. Looks like the fender was rubbing the tire a little bit.
That's Dave Steele, 82 on the left corner of your screen. Now he's got David Green, the 94 champion of the series, up alongside.
All I could see was blue. I couldn't read the number, but I did see smoke, I can tell you. And when you're back in that pack and you look up there and see a guy rubbing that right front like that, it kind of gets your attention.
I believe that he's gotten somebody's attention. Maybe he's going to try to come in, but he had made a green flag pit stop way back early before the big wreck and had gotten a lap down, but no, it looked like he's staying out there and he's right in the middle.
Yep, they're going to freight train past him. May feel that now. Is there enough shoulder on that tire that a little tire rub like that, you'd be okay?
Well, you always hope so, but that was pretty substantial. And right now, you can really see it as he hits the bumps in the corners there. It's just firing the smoke up out of the wheel well there. Well, I wouldn't say he's going to be able to just rub that tire like that.
But the best thing right now is Terry Labonte right behind him is telling his spotter, tell that guy's spotter he's got a tire rub.
Yes, they need to get him in the pits, really, because he's endangering himself as well as other drivers out there.
Body goes downstairs. He wants no further part of this.
Well, Mike, as we said that, it looks to me like right along there it's not smoking like it was. So maybe it just wore the shoulder of that tire off a little bit. But I'll have to wait and see as he goes in the corner.
They have posted him. They are giving him the black flag. NASCAR has, when we say posted, they have a neon sign as they come to the start-finish line. Then his number was flashed up on it, which means that he does have to come into the pits.
That black flag means something is wrong. Go to your pits. Get it fixed.
And that was pretty smart and a veteran move there. He got right up against the wall in case the tire did go away on him. He didn't have to run up the racetrack and hit the wall.
Hey, Pontiac's running first and third. There's a big fleet of Chevrolets, including that second-place car. The last time a Pontiac won this race, 1986, Dale Earnhardt. Buckshot Jones leads them around to complete the 76th lap here at Daytona.
Boy, oh boy. Kevin Harvick, he just keeps on making me, you could see the hand signals there from the third place car saying everything's going good. I think they're going to try to mount a charge there on the outside.
Now Jeff Purvis, number 4, is between the two Richard Childress-owned cars. Kevin Harvick, number 2, and here is Steele on pit road, and you can see the damage along the right side of that car.
Yes, he has scraped the wall, or scraped another car. It looks like the wall.
For second place, Purvis goes for it. Gets it.
You can see Purvis was really on the charge there. He even tried the outside, couldn't get it done, went to the bottom and passed right along.
Steele gets his service. He gets back out. He'll go another lap down, but that's pretty impressive, buddy. He made that move by himself. He didn't have a whole lot of help when Purvis made that move.
Now that will put the Richard Childress-owned cars nose to tail. Harvick in the 2 and Mike Dillon 21. 77 laps complete at Daytona. Dave Steele avoids a big one. We'll be right back. Looking away from the field, you'll see 5 cars up in the front photo because they are joined by Matt Hutter a lap down. There's a look at Dick Trickle and the 11 car of Jason Jarrett. That's a familiar number, and there it is, 1965, Ned?
Yep, that was 1960. I was young one time.
Right out of GQ, too. Look at this, huh?
Well, it's good to see a Jarrett back in number 11 again.
Was that bright metallic blue, that car?
Yes, it was.
Bondy Long owned it.
Yep.
And he drove it.
That
did well.
That was a good race car that year. That was a favorite car. He managed to win the championship, of course. That would help to make it a favorite.
Well, the cars look a lot different today. And here they come. 4 of them on the lead lap, plus Matt Hutter is the 5th car in line. He is 1 lap down. Kenny Wallace behind them battles Matt Kenseth side by side for 6th place. But up front, Roy Buckshot Jones leads this field around. 29 years old from Norcross, Georgia. His dad owns the car, Sandy Jones. What relation? The crew chief.
Billy Jones is the owner.
Yes, his dad, Buckshot's dad.
And
Right.
Sandy, right. His crew chief. And, right, no relations.
Ralph?
Mike, deals are being made now between Buckshot Jones and Jeff Purvis. They want to hook up and run together. Johnny Allen, crew chief for Jeff Purvis, said, yeah, we don't have a problem doing that, but, hey, we want to lead. Buckshot's crew said, yeah, we could do that. Well, let's see if they actually live up to it. Purvis is taking a look to make a run. And by the way, it is his 41st birthday today. This could be an early present.
Here he comes, Purvis to the lead.
Purvis, Harvick, and just behind him, Dillon. And also, Dillon has a little interest in the Harvick car. He is the son-in-law of Richard Childress. So they may, team up and really go to the front.
I think that would be a natural that they would plan to do that. And there he is, following right along. Ryan Dillon had perhaps the best race of his career, especially on a super speedway.
Now, Buckshot Jones there just got clotheslined. They just ran him right to the back of the lead draft. Buddy, how'd they do it?
Well, he just went up high, and the rest of them just clotheslined him. They all got on the inside and just motored right on by him. And we see it time and time again. A group of cars can just overhaul a guy. If he gets out of the draft, they just go right on by him.
We call it clotheslining because Buckshot, once he got up outside the draft, just got hung out to dry.
You got it.
Top left of your screen, Jason Keller, you see, and Scott Pruitt, 15th place in red there. That means he lost his space in the last lap, lost a position. A driver displayed in green on his position bar there has gained a position in the last lap. As you look at that rundown.
There's Terry Labonte in the 44 there, and Michael Waltrip also making a charge towards the front, and Randy LaJoie, who was in the pits for quite a while, but just behind them in the 25 car there, Kenny Wallace. He stopped, made a fuel stop just before they got the green flag. He may be the guy that can go the distance and win this thing.
Well, Joy stated, he said he was in the pits a while. I think they were just packing every ounce of gasoline they could in his car, so he might try it also.
Right behind Michael Waltrip, riding with Joe Nemechek, the Cellular One cam. Kenny Wallace to the inside. This is 8th and 9th place. Ranchette.com telemetry.
And 192 miles an hour at the far end of the straightaway as they head into the corner. Drops all the way down to 185 in the center part of the corner. And you can see the RPMs going down to 6,400. Now he's on the straightaway. He'll start to gain again.
Well, in pole qualifying, this was the fastest car. But when NASCAR checked it in post-qualifying inspection, they're only allowed to have a certain percentage of weight on each side of the car. And Nemechek did not meet that rule, so he had to requalify second day and come out of the back of the field from 26th to 8th.
And he's got an awfully good car. I just noticed he moved to the high side of the racetrack and was actually passing cars on the outside by himself.
Well, we've seen a few cars break away there a little while ago, but now others have moved in on them.
You know, when you're leading here, it's like you have a huge magnet on the back of your car. It seems like everybody wants to get there and race you. And Kevin Harvick right now is showing great maturity for lack of experience here, but Joe Nemechek in the silver car back there looks to be very, very strong.
Nemechek just moved past Randy LaJoie to take over 7th. Dick Berggren.
Well, Sandy Jones is Buckshot Jones' crew chief. We're getting on down to this thing, bud. What can you do about winning the race?
I don't really know. Them 4 guys ahead of us pretty fast. Right now, we're just trying to ride around, try to save a little bit of fuel. The cheese's punting around. It's just a little bit tight, so we're going to have to make another adjustment if we get another caution.
How far can you go on this load of fuel?
We got 3 calculators right now trying to figure that out.
Okay, good luck, Sandy.
The 4 cars in trouble. Purvis backing up, and Kevin Harvick's taking the bridle off. He's put number 2 out in front, and here is Purvis coming down to the bottom of the racetrack. Ralph.
Mike, there could be a problem with the number 4. They just radioed in. The car is getting very warm. It's up to 270 already. They're getting water ready down here so that if he has to dive down pit road, they will be ready to pour some cold water into that radiator. Johnny Allen, the crew chief, says, get ready, guys. He is coming down pit road.
Tough break for Purvis.
Wow, I tell you, when you start getting nose to tail like that, you notice the front of the car has quite a bit of tape on it. I noticed a second ago. That's the first thing they'll take off. They're raising the hood now. That's not a good sign.
Ralph?
The engine hood goes up. They're looking inside, trying to figure out where the problem is. Taking a look around. Nothing's seen just yet. They will fill the car up with fuel, and now they will check the water, checking the radiator. Looks like they're going to try to pump some cold water in and try to cool this car down. They hook it up, and they will start chugging water into this engine as quickly as they can. Pouring out the hot water and putting in the cold water is what they're doing.
Ralphie goes a lap down as they complete those repairs. And Jeff Purvis will not be a contender to win the Napa 300. Kevin Harvick is out in front, and his teammate Mike Dillon has moved to second. Napa Auto Parts 300, courtesy of the Bud 1 Airship and Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR. 92 laps complete. Kevin Harvick holds sway at the front of this field. But now it's Buckshot Jones on his tail and Terry Labonte, the two-time Winston Cup champion.
And he's just been full of quiet in this race, as we've seen so many years in all kinds of competition. He just sits there and lets them wear themselves out and sizes them up and makes his strike near the end of the race. He's positioned himself well. We're talking about Terry Labonte, perhaps the most experienced at drafting of anybody in this field.
And right behind him, three more Winston Cup drivers: Joe Nemechek, Kenny Wallace, Michael Walker.
Every one of them really good on this racetrack. So this thing is far from over. I would be tightening my seatbelt up about right now, realizing you're going to have to do something pretty special to win this race.
One thing you may have to do is stop for fuel. The timing of that last caution flag may not allow all of these cars to go the distance, maybe none of them.
I think it'll be very close for even those who prepared themselves. Buddy mentioned that Kenny Wallace had come in, and Randy LaJoie came in late on that last caution flag, topped their fuel tank off. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody can.
Ralph?
Jeff Purvis had such a great race going. Jeff, did you have any indication of the motor problem developing?
Well, right before we started having trouble, I told Johnny and them, I said, I got to get in the lead because the temperature gauge had jumped up, and I thought it was just because I was drafting behind some different cars that made us have a little bit more water temperature, but that wasn't the case. You know, boy, I hated for Porter Cable. His first race in Busch for him, and I really felt like we had a good chance of winning this race. We had a great car yesterday, and just one of those things that knocked us out.
Bill Stevens.
Joe Nemechek started 26th after a green flag pit stop earlier in the race. He fell to 28th. He's now 4th. Crew chief Brian Patty, first of all, Joe have enough gas to go the rest of the way?
Oh, no problem. Wagner on the motor built a great engine. It's got great miles a gallon.
Does he have enough car to get to the front?
That could be a problem.
Nothing like an honest man here at the racetrack. To Dick Bergeron.
Well, you were talking about fuel mileage a moment ago, Mike. I am in Kevin Harvick's pit where crew chief Todd Berrier tells me they can make it all the way on fuel. No problem. You're also talking about Terry Labonte, and that's a wonderful story because his son, Justin, did all the testing in that car. Terry Labonte drove it just one lap prior to this race today. Ken Squire.
And what a story we have developing for the finish of this 300-miler. The kid from the streets of Bakersfield, California, Kevin Harvick, leading, a rookie in this race. But here come the big guns. Labonte in third, Nemechek fourth, Kenny Wallace fifth, Waltrip back there in sixth. They're beginning to rumble. They're moving toward that leader. Can Harvick hold on as a rookie and win the 300? We're going to know shortly. Here's Mike Joy.
Well, Terry Labonte, they call the Iceman, and he's been on ice here, biding his time. This is his sixth start in the 300 on Saturday, but he started over 80 races at Daytona, including 21 Daytona 500s and 21 Pepsi 400s. All of the experience in this field, no one has as much as Terry Labonte as getting to the front and winning.
I'm looking back, even Jay Sauter back there. He's in that front group right now in the 43 car. No experience here to speak of, but he is doing one whale of a job. There's a lot of guys out there right now that are way beyond their years as far as experience right now, because every lap they make, that makes them a little more of a veteran here at Daytona.
Coming up later this afternoon on CBS Sports, we'll have coverage of Thursday's 125-mile qualifying races, the Gatorade 125s that set the field for tomorrow's Daytona 500. And you'll see those sprint races next year on CBS. Buddy Buckshot Jones has not made a move on Kevin Harvick. Why is he holding station in second place?
I think right now he's having the same thing that we've seen so many times this week. I think he has a little arrow push in the center part of the corner. I noticed the car got off the bottom of the racetrack and moved up to the center part of the racetrack. Terry Labonte went with him. That helped him a little bit to regain some speed down the straightaway.
Ned, those front three cars could not get away. Here comes the pack.
Yeah, the pack has caught up to him. And one guy that's, look at Matt Kenseth, car number 17. He's found a high groove up there by himself, but he's been passing some cars. Now, Randy LaJoie goes back around him after he had got it beside of him going into the turn, but he has passed several cars up there on that high side.
That's Mike Dillon on the inside of the racetrack battling Kenseth. They're going to drop in line behind him.
Yeah, but he's having handling problems also. Mike Dillon is. He hadn't been long ago that he was in second place in this race.
99 laps this time by. Kid Harvick leads them here at Daytona. Under caution at Daytona, Michael Waltrip has just taken a stinging sidewinder flyer from the tri-oval down toward turn one. One car got in the back of him, and he went for a ride, and he's climbing out okay.
Under his own power. They're not having to help him out. That's a good sight.
I think that roof has been mashed down a little bit and closed the window area. Michael is a big guy anyway, and needs all the room he has. Throws his hand up, waves to the crowd. That was a wild ride.
So Waltrip will get into the ambulance. That mandatory trip to the care center, which has had a busy day. And there is no sheet metal left of the top of that windshield and leading edge of the roof. On Michael Waltrip's car, you can see where the windshield was and where it's all pushed down. Look at here. Ripped right through it. Is that abraded 1,000 feet down the asphalt?
And you notice the windshield is made out of a substance that does not break anymore. So a long time ago, that would have went up in the grandstand. So they're going along with safety all the time.
Michael was running in sixth position when this happened. He came by the start-finish line. Let's take a look at what did happen.
He's going to get a tap here, Ned, as he comes off the tri-oval down on the inside of the racetrack.
Right there. He gets touched right there. Now, this car goes way up in the air. When it turns around, you see it start to fly there. Turns completely up and pancakes right down on the roof.
That's what did all that roof damage you were talking about. Then it goes into a barrel roll.
Side over side. Many, many times. Now it's on the nose of the car and then hits hard on the back.
That looked much like Ricky Rudd's flip here in 1984 in what was then the Busch Clash. Here's another look. Jay Sauter has a little push coming out of the tri-oval and just gets into Waltrip.
And they were just coming out of the tri-oval, and at that point of the racetrack, you're almost out of control anyway, buddy, and just a little tap sent him around.
Absolutely. And the other thing, the roof flaps couldn't work because it went around so quickly, and the minute the back addressed the air, it went straight up in the air.
Buddy, the pits are open. Dick Berggren.
Kevin Harvick is in. He is going to take 2 tires. The 00. Buckshot Jones has beaten him out. Childress wanted to take 4 tires on that number 2 car. The pit crew overruled him. They took 2 because they wanted the car to be a little looser.
Buddy, you've owned a race team. What happens when you overrule the man who signs the checks?
That's not a good thing. You will hear about that when you go home. I'll tell you that.
Wow. Michael Waltrip's number 7. Not much left.
Well, here he is.
And Jay Sauter, right there, they make contact. Jay Sauter turns to the outside, gets away from Waltrip. Right here, you can see the back come off the ground.
And then it digs in and starts that barrel roll. Normally you see that when it gets on the grass, but it started before it got off the pavement.
The good part of that wreck, they can make another car, but Michael Waltrip's okay. He walked to the ambulance.
That's here. Jay Sauter, he's trying to hold control of that car, but it slips up the racetrack with a little bit of push. And as Waltrip goes over, when he comes down
right
on his roof.
Right on the roof, yes.
And then just keeps carrying momentum. Starts to go.
You know, I raced for 35 years, and I never did that.
Good thing.
Never did that. Thank goodness.
Here's another look. You see the back end just lifts up off the ground. You see it's going to come right down on that, about the top of the windshield.
Any way you look at that, that was hard contact. That just tells you the cars are very, very strong.
You know, in recent years, NASCAR has mandated added bars to the roll cage, including one down the center of the windshield and one which would be where your vent window would be if cars still had those. And I think that bar, that vertical bar, helped prevent the windshield, the top of the windshield of Michael Waltrip's car from collapsing down on him, and certainly saved him from serious injury.
You're right, and that bar runs right down in that area of the windshield, and they call it the Earnhardt bar.
From Randy LaJoie. There's what's left of Michael Waltrip's car. We'll be back to Daytona after this. Car is a wreck. He is okay. Now, here's that bar I was talking about right down from the windshield. Of course, there's support bars and structure all around here. Now there's one in the middle of the windshield. That bar at the vent window saved him. That's not the worst car Michael Waltrip's ever wrecked. If you want to see the car nobody can believe he climbed out of, go to the International Motorsports Hall of Fame at Talladega and see the one he wrecked at Bristol, Tennessee. 60 Minutes. If he's not your typical matinee idol, what is he? Find out when Oscar nominee Kevin Spacey gets the once-over from Leslie Stahl Sunday on 60 Minutes. Getting set for the restart. Ralph?
Kevin Caldwell is a crew chief for Terry Labonte. Well, you stayed out on the racetrack, Kevin. Can you get all the way to the finish and win this thing?
Well, we're going to do our best. You know, Slim Jim Chevrolet's been pretty good most of the day. We kind of struggled a little bit here in the pits. You know, we really didn't feel like we wanted to put ourselves in that situation again. We're good on the old tires, like I said. We had a little trouble when we got to the 00, and we didn't feel like, you know, without a little bit of help, we were going to get by him, so we just opted to stay out.
How much of that decision was Terry's?
Well, we kind of hashed it all out, and it's like I told him, only he knows how good his car is. And, you know, like I said, we struggled a little bit in the pits. We're not going to make that gamble again. He felt like his car was good enough, so, hey, we stayed out.
Mike?
Let's go back to green and settle this one. Terry Labonte is on the point. Phil Parsons, who started this race more times than anyone else in the field, is that blue car in second. Jason Jarrett is third. They did not make pit stops under this yellow.
And I was going to point out about Phil Parsons. You know, he won at Talladega, so he is good on this type of racetrack.
Buckshot Jones is fourth. Randy LaJoie fifth. Mike Dillon sixth. Nemechek, Sauter, Harvick, and Kenny Wallace, who had a lug nut problem on his pit stop, back in 10th.
Terry Labonte has been able to get himself about a 10-car length lead as those cars race side by side back there with the left cars.
Ned, all those cars on the inside lane are one or more laps down. Mark Green is the first one of those, and they're looking for running room too.
And somebody that's really desperate right now is Kevin Harvick. He's hung on the bottom lane there and can't get to the outside to make a run.
It's okay. Let's go 3 wide down toward turn 1.
Well, this could get interesting. Well, a miracle and a straight driving guy in the center. There was nothing happening there.
Well, they all got through it.
Backing up there, Jason Leffler, who's off the lead lap by 1. And Terry Labonte will have 80 Daytona starts worth of experience to figure out how to keep these young guns behind him.
Well, I know one thing. The Attaboy Award goes to the 2-car of Kevin Harvick. He made a move to the outside, passed about 5 cars, and now he's moved himself back into contention again.
Harvick in only his second Grand National start ever. As we watch from Joe Nemechek, now there's a lap car right behind the leader. The contenders will have to get past that 1-car cushion to have a shot at Terry Labonte.
Jason Jarrett got shuffled back there. It's about 4 or 5 cars went by him going into turn one.
Hey, and here comes Kenny Wallace. Kenny Wallace is up for third. That lap car is marked green 63. Harvick and Wallace trying to bear down.
Of course, Kenny's brother Mike Wallace won the truck race here at Daytona yesterday. He'd like to keep it in the Wallace family, knowing Rusty has a good chance in the Daytona 500 tomorrow.
You know, if I was racing again, I would want to be in that 2 car of Kevin Harvick. That thing is a rocket ship down the straightaway. But Kenny Wallace fights to the outside, trying to take that spot away on the outside, Mike.
Wallace in the orange car, and right behind him, the defending champion of this race, Randy LaJoie. Here they come on the high side.
Close racing here. Nemechek going 3 wide down on the inside. Well, look at this jostling around. Nemechek makes it work, getting around Jason Keller in the red and white number 57.
When you got a car as fast as Nemechek, you can go anywhere you want.
And Matt Kenseth in the 17 there has fought his way back into contention also. You know, when it gets close to showtime, you find out who has the muscle. These guys are going at it now. This isn't a dress rehearsal anymore.
Kenny Wallace has lost his partner. Number 1, LaJoie, goes to the inside lane behind that light blue car of Matt Kenseth.
Joe Nemechek in that silver car was down on the flat part of the racetrack as he entered turn 1.
17 cars on the lead lap.
Kim Labonte looking on. Terry tries to pick up a Daytona victory. Tomorrow, the great race, the Daytona 500. Terry Labonte will be one of those trying to win his first in some 20 years of trying.
Matt Kenseth got a run there and had to slow up just a little bit there for the 36 or 10 feet of one. Now he makes a move to the inside, 3 wide down the front straightaway.
Now this will get interesting unless somebody, well, the 36 car 10 feet gets out of the middle there.
And LaJoie pushes Harvick. Pushes him right through the tri-oval. Harvick crossed it up, hung on, and LaJoie pushed him into second place.
That's a classic example, and you don't know what you can't do, because when he crossed up, a lot of people have backed out and stacked up that whole group. He just stayed in the throttle and said, I'm going to have to do it.
You can't lift.
You'll wreck with everybody behind you.
Matt Kenseth to the inside, 17. Light blue car coming up for third.
Jay Sauter in the 43. How many times has he dropped back and made his way back up to the front?
LaJoie number 1, Wallace 25, and Buckshot Jones 00 still looking for that front spot. But out front, Labonte hangs on. 7 laps to go. If they had torqued this field together, buddy, it just couldn't get any tighter.
Yep. And I'll tell you, Randy LaJoie in the 1 car now making his presence known on the outside there as he closes in side by side with Matt Kenseth as they head down the back straightaway.
Defending champion of this race, 2-time winner and 2-time Busch champion LaJoie, a fellow who doesn't know how to lose at Daytona. Knows how to win.
I bet Terry Labonte saying, I hope I have a good mirror for this last lap, because he's going to have to use it.
Well, you said Harvick doesn't know what he can't do, so he goes with what he knows. He goes with Terry Labonte. Wherever Labonte moves, that number 2 of Harvick moves right with him.
That's a good, smart move, too, with his lack of experience, knowing Labonte has plenty of experience here. Hold it till the last lap or near the end of the race before you make that move. Let's go to the pits and Dick Berger.
In case Kevin Harvick needed a cheerleader, he just got one. His crew chief, Todd Barrier, just keyed the radio and said, get on up there. We need to lead this thing. And you bet he's trying, Mike Joy.
You bet. Now here comes Kenseth back on the inside. He's got a little drafting help from Jay Sauter down into turn 3. That's third place. He's fighting with number 1, Randy LaJoie. Oh, so close out of turn 4.
Mike, you can almost feel the tension these guys are going through right now. I've been in this situation, and you're trying to put yourself in a position to win, but you don't want to do something, maybe go to the high side and get hung up behind the car. So you don't know whether to really take a run at the lead right now or just kind of wait. But here comes Randy LaJoie on the outside for second place.
LaJoie trying to prove that Labonte is not the man in a position to win.
But look at Labonte pull right up in front of him to get help from that draft that he's creating there.
Now it's Harvick that leads the inside train, and now Labonte comes back down to the inside lane.
That's where his car works best.
Labonte going for his 12th career Busch Grand National Series win.
And he knows as long as he stays up there by himself and they're double wide behind him, there's no way they're going to make a move to take that #1 spot away from him. Terry Labonte is now working out of the mirror.
They've got 4 laps to figure it out. Harvick back in line in second. LaJoie third. Behind him, Kenny Wallace, and on the inside, Matt Kenseth. You know, it looks like you'd want to be in the low groove because that's where Labonte is pulling them around the corners in the low groove.
Well, he's really doing it pretty smart. He goes to the outside down the straightaways, the inside, and then back out. He's keeping these guys from getting a good run on the draft there.
Harvick right in his tire tracks, Ned.
Pulled right down there that time. He did what you wondered why they were not doing that. Got right on the back bumper of Terry Labonte.
And now the fight is side by side for third. LaJoie has to fend off Matt Kenseth at third place. 3 laps to go.
Kevin Harvick trying to move up to take that line away from Randy LaJoie. He had to back off just a little bit there. He lost momentum.
Nemechek made it 3 wide going into turn 1, and that number 87, you're riding with him. He's up to 4th place suddenly. He wants to be a contender. He's got a shot at it.
The bad part is he's out there right by himself. Now, Terry will go in and go to the bottom of the racetrack here. He has the benefit of the draft, and you see him pulling the 1 car there, Randy LaJoie, in the center part of the corner.
Looking behind Randy LaJoie. Nemechek on the inside, and LaJoie clears Matt Kenseth, who drops in behind him.
Now they're smart. They're nose to tail and in line right now, but here comes LaJoie again.
2 laps to go. Can you hold your breath for 90 seconds?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're running that well, you can do anything you have to do. Terry Labonte saying, please race, boys, behind me. Double wide there.
He likes that double wide view that he sees in his rearview mirror. And as you said, he's driving with the rearview mirror. He's going to whichever car gets the run, which right now is the 2 car. He's going to try to pull right in front of him. 2 cars trying to go to the high side. Let's see if Labonte, he moves right up there in front of him.
But here comes Kenseth, 17 on the bottom. He's going to draw even with Harvick. He's going to edge Harvick. He's going to have a chance for the lead. Here comes Kenseth.
Kenseth got sideways off the corner, but they're side by side back to the start-finish line. White flag.
Who wants it most? Nemechek on the bottom with Matt Kenseth. We know he can go 3 wide.
Terry Labonte now has no choice but to be on the outside this time. He needs for the 2 car to get up there very close behind him as Nemechek is moving up.
Nemechek is in the tire tracks there, and he's actually pushing the air there. It looks to me like we're drawing away. Matt Kenseth is moving out front.
This is it. From here out, nobody has any friend. Cambridge, Wisconsin's Matt Kenseth has the lead. Nemechek side by side with Labonte. Can he get there?
I think right now Matt Kenseth has the edge right now as they come off side by side. That gives him all the room in the world to work towards the flag.
Matt Kenseth wins the Napa 300. Joe Nemechek holds off Terry Labonte for second. Jay Sauter edges Kevin Harvick from third. And from there on back, we're going to have to look at a lot of replays. What a race. 8th career victory for Matt Kenseth. He drives for Robbie Reiser in this Busch Series. Jack Roush and Mark Martin adopted Kenseth, brought him to Winston Cup in a car that Roush and Mark Martin own, and that's where he'll race all this season, is in Winston Cup.
Mike, can you imagine they're calling him a rookie tomorrow in the Daytona 500?
He'll have to carry that yellow stripe on his Winston Cup bumper all year. But he is a champion of the Napa 300. Kenseth led laps 10 to 21, and then the final 2 laps. And we'll meet him in victory lane when we come back.
Because Intrepid race car is scheduled to compete for the first time in the 2001 Daytona 500. Richard Petty's team is expected to field Intrepids for son Kyle and grandson Adam. But first, Adam Petty had some work to do today, starting 17th in the Busch race at Daytona. Kenny Mayne has more from the track.
They've been predicting a very boring Daytona 500 on Sunday, but we've certainly had quite an eventful week leading to it. First, a near-death experience for Jeffrey Bodine on Friday, and a very scary experience for the pole sitter Dale Jarrett on Saturday. They call it happy hour. Dale Jarrett asking, when exactly does the fun begin? He's getting chased by Jeff Gordon. There's a mess ahead. Gordon taps him, and there's Jarrett smoking some damage. Watch Bill Elliott preserving his most popular driver status by not plowing into the pole sitter. Here is the man that got hit.
Somebody got off on the apron in front, and Sterling and the guys right in front of me checked up, and I checked up. And I guess Gordon had a run, and he tried to avoid me, but he caught me in the right rear and spun me down off the track, and then I went back up the track. And the worst damage was done when I came back off the track the last time. I was trying to keep it off the wall. When I let off the brake, finally it shot down the track, and Elliott clipped the left front of it, and then I came off the track and bent it up.
I wish I knew what happened. I saw it looked like the 14, but I don't know what really happened. I just saw he was on the apron, and everybody just checked up. And, we were catching one group, and Jarrett was at the end of that group, and we come in there pretty hard on him.
The first thing I did down the back straightaway, I said, did anybody crash? And they said the 88, and I was like, your heart kind of drops. You don't want to see anybody crash here in practice, especially in a happy hour. And, I felt really bad about it, but I didn't cause anything. I got loosened up myself, and I saved myself and pulled down out of the way enough to try not to get involved with another car.
I'm thankful that DJ didn't hit anything or anybody hit him. It could have been a lot worse. You're out there in those packs, and you just know that it's just time before it happens, because you get in a good group or you got good guys drafting, they get single file or get racing a little bit, and then you get all these guys that just want to jump on the front of it, jump on the front of it, jump on the front. Next thing you know, you've got a 20-car draft, and you got guys that are jumping right into the middle of it, stacking everybody up. And I don't know exactly what caused that, but it was pretty intense there for a few seconds.
Doesn't appear to be any suspension damage. Everything checks out. Front end checks out to what it was, and doesn't seem to be anything there to give us any reason to think that we would need to pull the backup off. We were concerned about being able to fix all the body, because that is critical. That's what makes that car fast. And but our guys were getting ready to load them on an airplane and get them here and see what time NASCAR let us in to start working on it in the morning. We'll probably be rolling to the line as they're doing the national anthem tomorrow, but it'll be ready to go.
Well, he's confident. As always, Dr. Jerry Punch, there are varied accounts of what happens in a wreck. What do you think happened?
Well, you've heard of last call in happy hour. This was last crash in happy hour. Let's take a look. 5 minutes to go in happy hour. The green car number 14, owned by A.J. Ford, driven by rookie Mike Bliss, loses air off his rear spoiler. He goes down on the apron now, about 100 yards behind him to the right side of your screen. That spot shadow has pole sitter Dale Jarrett. He backs out of the throttle, gets hit from behind by Jeff Gordon, who couldn't get his car woed down, and Jarrett's car bounces off the apron. That's where the damage was done to the sheet metal, hit that apron off the 31-degree banks, and then back to the garage area to assess the damage.
Jerry, parts stores are pretty much closed at this hour, and the mechanics are charging time and a half. What's he going to do? He's elected to go to try to fix it, though, not go to the backup and start at the back of the field.
I mean, just 10 minutes ago, they were considering going to a backup car. They got a car that ran last Sunday. They've got a lot to fix. They've got to fix the front bumper, the rear bumper, the left front fender, the hood. They've got fender skirts to fix. The exhaust pipe's got to be fixed. And now they're concerned maybe that some of the frame might be bent. They've rechecked some of the front end settings, and they're concerned about that. They left it up to Dale Jarrett to make the call to the backup car, which ran last Sunday, or this car on the pole. If they go to the backup car, as you said, they have to start 43rd, and it's a lot of traffic and a lot of people to have to pass into Daytona 500. So they are going to try to fix this car and work through the evening hours tonight, and also try to come in very, very early on Sunday morning, an hour before everyone else, and get the car fixed.
All right, Jerry Punch, we'll see you again on Sunday. Michael Waltrip did make it through happy hour with that incident, but he certainly didn't do so in the Napa 300 Busch Series. Watch the yellow 10 of Jeff Green getting tapped from behind. He is flipping over. This is a mess. Take another look, and if you have audio at home, crank it on up in 3, 2, 1. That's nothing. Watch this. Lap 103, Michael Waltrip in the 7. He gets tapped. And, of course, I'm an excellent driver. He's going for a ride. He's upside down, and he's not done yet. Spinning and then twisting, corkscrewing. Said afterward, it was scary when it happened. When I got out, it was kind of fun. That's what Michael Waltrip said. He will be in the Cup race on Sunday. Wild dash, final lap, Matt Kenseth in the 17. Joe Nemechek giving chase. Terry Labonte had the lead, but he's only good for third. Kenseth's 8th career Busch win. He's the man, the Napa Auto Parts. So quite eventful at Daytona as we get set for the Daytona 500. The pole sitter and his 100 on Sunday. And those nice shots in contrast certainly to what happened on Friday in the Craftsman Series Trucks race. Jeffrey Bodine again in the hospital Saturday night in intensive care in serious but stable condition, but showing improvement, and anything is an improvement from what we saw on Friday when he got involved in this terrible wreck. You see it from his view at first. 3 trucks get involved. He's going up. He's going with parts into the stands. Nothing left but what there was to protect him. He came out miraculously with very, very little damage. Jeffrey Bodine, a very lucky man, hadn't made the race in the Sunday Daytona 500. He wasn't going to be involved Sunday. Now he'll be recuperating, trying to get better, and certainly try to race once more again. And how he can do that is something that's told by our Dr. Jerry Punch. The safety is what kept him alive.
This is the front of the truck here. Actually, this is the dashboard. The front frame rails of the truck would have been attached about right here. See, they are completely sheared away. And where I am kneeling right here is where the engine should be. We saw that engine tumble out down toward the grassy apron adjacent to the racetrack. Now take a look at, very importantly here, where the driver was sitting, Jeffrey Bodine. These bars here have been cut. You can see the sharp edges where they have been cut, but actually the roll cage remained intact over his head and around his side. Here is the seat where Bodine was sitting, including the cushion that he uses to cushion the lower part of his back, the tubes and wiring, the roll cage intact, the seat not even bent. One of the side supports for his helmet bent down a little bit. You can see where the steering wheel had moved a little bit as the whole dashboard was plied forward as the truck continued to tumble. You see where these leg braces worked and maintained the integrity of his legs and hips so you don't have the accident, the severe fracture that Bill Elliott got a few years ago at Talladega. Rails supporting the back part of the frame section still intact. Roll bars here. This red can here, that is the can, that is the fuel cell intact. The fuel cell is intact. And the way this thing